destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you
each round? Only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliates too, but he has a call for taken! Stop it!
Welcome everybody to the VALORANT Challengers MYSG split number 1. And man, it's going to be an amazing day today. I'm telling you, we've got some pretty intense matches. Later on, there's actually a very, very difficult match here because there's one team, there's this one game that's going to really decide what happens to the bottom 3 teams, basically. I'm FaZe, alongside with me is Yola Lee. It's going to be awesome, man. We're going to be your casters.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a great time. Like you mentioned as well, there will be a particular series that would have determined who's going to be, what's the situation going to be like for our dear bottom 3 or bottom 4 players today. Heard there's a possibility of having a 3-way deadlock or a stalemate between them as well, but we'll have to see how the result is going to be happening later on. But first things first, let's get back to our literally the first series of what we have today. It is Todak versus Enigma Gaming.
Ooh, man, these two teams have quite a lot of history in terms of players as well. You know, the Doctor, who's currently the IGL from Enigma, used to play for Todak, and now he's playing for Enigma. It's like a lot of, I mean, who can be better? Who turned out with the better future? You know, you can flex. You can flex.
I mean, once you say it like that as well. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, for anyone who just joined us this week, this third week, especially of the group stages, you guys want to know a little bit more about what's been happening for Split 1, you can actually check out this information video right here.
Greetings, challengers! So good to have you joining us once again for another year of VCT Malaysia Singapore. 2023 marks the first installation of the Split system, namely Split 1 and Split 2. Each split will primarily consist of a Challengers Qualifier, Challengers League, and Challengers Playoff. Now, let's jump into the breakdown. Split 1 will start off with the Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 4 teams via a double elimination bracket who will proceed to the Challengers League. They will be seeded with the 4 directly invited teams, Bleed Esports, Enigma Gaming, Todak, and X10 Esports to compete in a round-robin format. The 6 teams with the highest placements at the end of the league will move on to the Challengers Playoff as well as qualifying for Split 2's Challengers League, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be up for relegation. In the Challengers Playoff, teams will play a double elimination bracket for that sweet chunk of 25,000 USD. Now, let's head into Split 2. Similarly with Split 1, there will be a Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 2 teams. The 2 teams from Split 2 Challengers Qualifier will join the bottom 2 teams from Split 1 Challengers League to battle it out in the relegation promotion bracket. It will be a 4 teams GSL bracket whereby the top 2 teams will be promoted to Split 2 Challengers League, joining the other 6 teams from Split 1. In the Challengers League, these 8 teams will once again engage in a round-robin table in order to obtain the top 6 teams who will move on to Split 2's playoff. The top 6 teams will now go through a double elimination bracket where the winner gets a direct invite to the Pacific Ascension Tournament. In this phase of the tournament, the top teams from the other Pacific domestic leagues will compete against one another for a slot in the international leagues.
And there you have it. For any information you guys missed out for the past few days, that's actually all you guys need to know what's going to be happening for this Split 1 and even Split 2, or maybe towards the year end that has been happening locally. We also have other more international events that's happening at around us, literally running concurrently, and I believe that's about the VCT lock-in as well. So pretty great stuff for you VALORANT enthusiasts for this entire month. I mean, not just for this month, the next month, actually throughout the entire year until the end of October. Let's be honest here, all the VALORANT action you guys can actually hope for.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing. When I was worried about not waking up on time here today because I was actually watching the games last night. So nonetheless, we actually woke up. We out here and we here to cast some MYSG action, man. But yeah, talking about Todak and Enigma, these two teams, they've been playing pretty insane. Enigma has been, they've won 5 games, lost once. We're going to have a look at the standings in a little bit just to show you guys how everything is. But nonetheless, these two teams are really just super fun to watch. You know, they've got their strats, they've got their game plan and their executions. It's just super interesting. You can learn so much here from these guys. Oh, my mistake. It was 4-1. Was I foreshadowing? Question mark.
I mean, could be. There is the possibility as well, because this is I believe this is the final week of the group stages as well. So literally this is the last time for all this, not just for the bottom 4, but even for the top 4 as well, to solidify themselves. So far, Bleed Esports has already played 6 of the games. There's still one more series to go that's going to be happening, I believe, either tomorrow or Sunday, to actually find out. I mean, let's be honest, they're in a really good spot, but if they really want to solidify it, they just win one more series and they will definitely get that top spot.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, Yakiniku alongside Team Path down here at the bottom. It's a bit tough here, but nonetheless, there is that possibility of a 3-way tie. If Todak and Kizuna actually lose today, there is a 3-way tie between Hey, Yakiniku, Todak, and Kizuna. So it's going to be interesting to see how everything kind of pans out at the end of the day. But Team Path so far, they've had a pretty decent showing, but unfortunately, I don't think there's any possibility here for them to really get themselves back up there.
I mean, yeah, this is still the state of the competition. Someone has to be the falling one here, while others will be on the rise. But then again, Team Path as a newly made organization and a new roster as well, I think they really made quite the statement here in the VALORANT challenges. I think not any team could actually just get to this group stages here through the qualifiers, or even showcase such skill against such experienced players. Like, we have players who's been to internationals or been to VCT players multiple times already at this case here. So the fact that Team Path had such a run with them, let's be honest, I don't think they actually lose out in anything. They actually gain quite the amount of experience here, and definitely they're going to be taking that lesson to heart for the next split too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw yesterday they went 2-1 against Bleed, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh.
Yeah, taking Bleed with map number 3. That's a pretty big order, and they were able to do so. But in the end, of course, Bleed being the team with a lot of experience, you know, with their coaches and their analysts, they will always have the upper hand a little bit, you know. So nonetheless, it's just a slow start from them, but eventually I'm sure we'll see Team Path really grow into something big.
I mean, that is the potential. That is the hope.
Definitely.
But of course, like this is why I love it. That slowly, as we literally after week 2 of the group stages, you start to be a little bit more observant about the small things. Like, for example, anti-stratting, right? Like, I'm not talking in the forms of countering certain players or certain composition. It's starting in a very small or minor form, which is starting based on map selection. You see certain teams will still be confident to pick the map that they like, despite knowing that the other team also has the advantage. But there are some teams where you'd be like, hey, I know you're better than me on Ascent, even though we like Ascent. We have the highest win rate on Ascent so far in the group stages, but against you, we already sort of understand and respect that idea, and they are willing to actually ban it out by themselves, which caught most of, like, you and I, even some of the casters off guard, because we'll be thinking like, hey, what are you doing, man? You have like 6. So far, you almost had 100% win rate. You played it 6 times the group stages here. Why would you ban it now against this team? Then a little bit of meticulous calculation is happening in the heads of between the coach and the in-game leader itself. I think that's pretty great stuff. Maybe we will eventually reach a level where everyone will be thinking, okay, we know exactly what's your composition.
Yeah.
We want to try to play around that composition. But that's going to be a more high-level anti-stratting. But maybe we'll be seeing it maybe in a split too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a while. I'm sure we're already seeing it now. You know, it's already late in the later stages of this split, and we're down just to the last few weeks. And these teams have watched each other play in this tournament itself. So I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of anti-stratting, especially between Todak and Enigma. These two teams, they love playing Fracture. You know, Todak, they've picked it 3 times within this tournament. For Enigma, they've picked it twice. So don't know whether or not the Fracture is a possibility for these two teams. We've seen them both play, so it's a possibility whether it's been chosen or if there's going to be a anti-strat, if it's going to be banned and some weird map pick is going to be coming in. We could be seeing Lotus. Todak did choose Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty about it, right? Like, both teams did have picked Fracture, like maybe one or actually no, literally twice at the same time, right? But Todak, in terms of map selection for the past few histories in the VALORANT, right, they have always been the kind of team that really likes to pick unorthodox maps. Like Lotus is one of them, Bind is one of their go-to, Fractures as well. Although yes, Icebox was one of their go-tos back in VCT 3. Then until the point
ago,
where, a while ago, right? But that was when they existed the Paper Rex and Bleed Esports when it was at the prime of the prime of Valorant challenges. That's when we start seeing them started to deviate away from maps, utility-based maps like Icebox or aggressive maps like that. But still, a big series that we have for ourselves. Enigma Gaming against Todak. Like you said, there's a lot of history between those two here. Some people already are calling it 2-1 scoreline. What's your take on this one?
I don't know. I mean, if we saw Todak play on Lotus the other day, and they had some pretty insane strategy. They were coming in with a super extremely aggressive push towards that A rubble position, and they were always winning those fights, always taking that map control, and especially with Frosty's when he's on form, you know, on that jet, it's gonna be super fun to watch. But I'm not sure if it's gonna be a 2-0 or a 2-1. I just don't know, man. It could go either way.
I mean,
depends on the map pick.
I don't blame you for coming to that conclusion as well. But anyway, this is the lineup for Todak as well. And although yes, it is sad to see one of their previous member click to be away from this roster. But with the introduction of Frosty here as one of their new rising star duelists in their lineup, that actually dictates a little bit of a shift in certain role selection for some of the members. For example, Aduka straight away had to buy. Literally, the duelist role becomes a bygone for him, and he has to go to play the role as Sentinel. Although this is not the first time him showcasing Sentinel in the pro leagues like this. He actually did it before in the Clash of Nations, which was pretty much late last year as well. So I guess you could say that is pretty much like the teaser of what's to come here.
Yeah, but
and then when it comes to this actual league here.
Yeah, definitely. But the thing is, Todak, they've been going through a lot of reformation, I guess. You know, they've been putting in players,
with the same members, right?
With the same members, yeah. Aduka, he left towards Orangutan, but then he came back in towards Todak just recently. But this is actually going to be Enigma here. We got Divine, Frey, Styron, Arton, and Azan. These guys are insane. They actually have one more player, if I'm not mistaken. Is it
Doctor? The Doctor.
Oh, Doctor is not playing. I see. So that's the IGL out of here.
Yeah,
Coach Arton is actually going to be playing.
But that doesn't mean it's a bad thing either, because like Arton, like even before he became the coach for Enigma Gaming here, he's also has been exactly he was going full pro at one point for multiple VCTs actually before taking that coach role. So I think he has an abundance of experience. And then the thing is this, with such fresh blood into the scene here, Zen at the spearhead of things here, I think things has been working quite well for Enigma Gaming so far. And they were also one of the first teams to actually beat Bleed Esports in a series as well. So I think they're at a really good standpoint. And so far their comp has been pretty solid to their roles. Like everyone has their roles to fill, and they are able to answer a variety of questions and variables that's been thrown against them in each of these series. So far, Enigma Gaming, in my opinion, in a really good spot, right?
Yeah, definitely. They're definitely one of the top contenders here. I mean, that's the reason they are here in the top 3 positions. The Enigma has beaten X10. They've beaten Bleed. You know, these are 2 massive names. They're invited teams in towards the tournament, and they just do it with ease. I mean, it wasn't easy. It was a tall order. They went 2-1 for both the series against X10 and the likes of Bleed. But yeah, this is a team that they like to play Fracture. They like to play Icebox. And Ascent is actually a very, very strong map for these guys as well. They've beaten Bleed and X10 13-10. So lots of experience. I just really can't wait to see how they're going to play up against Alexa Todak.
I mean, it's definitely going to be a tough call for this one. Of course, we have our head-to-head. It's going to be Kale and Divine. As you guys can see, the ACS relatively similar, although we do see Divine a little bit higher with having the higher count here, as we do see him clutching a little bit more out compared to Kale. Kale in particular, I'm a little bit concerned for him before we actually started the Valorant Challenger. I think in the very week 1, I was concerned because the previous agent that he has been so heavily invested into it for the past few 9 months in total, I believe. He actually was playing Chamber the most. Every round was Chamber. So ever since the nerf came in, it hit him the hardest, because then he has to deviate back to other roles to what's the right word, to assist his teammates in one way, whether playing the Omen or Fade or Cypher here. A little bit flex, but he does have a hand in various of duelists as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is those two players. I think I would call them flex players. You know, there's Divine. He likes to play a lot of KO. Sometimes he'll play the Initiator, but I mean, KO is an Initiator, but yeah, he likes to play KO. He's pretty crazy with those flashes, and yeah, we see Kyle from Initiator to Omen to Cypher, so he's super flex, and it's really important to have someone like that in a team to really fill in the gaps when it's needed.
I mean, the thing is this, right? It's like, especially the beauty about that's the beauty about flex players, right? It's like, depending on the map, you can always sort of switch between the roles here. Although, yes, there are times where we see like double initiators, but not necessarily they'll be sticking to the same initiator they've been playing. Sometimes we switch in between the teammates here. But of course, here comes the map video where we sort of decide how the maps are going to be. Of course, ironically, it's definitely one of the few common bans coming from Enigma Gaming alongside with Esports. That's also another common ban. But yes, exactly. That's what we want to know.
Give me the fracture, man.
Are they willing to bring in the fracture?
Both these two teams, they're pretty insane at fracture. But this time around, Enigma is actually going to be going for the Pearl pick. And Todak going for the Ascent pick, which is a bit scary. We've seen Enigma go pretty ham in Ascent. You know, they beat 13-10 on both Bleed and X10. You know, who's to say 13-10 and Todak is coming up next? You know, so I think Todak really have to win out the first map pick here in Pearl to really stand a chance to bring it all the way.
The thing is this, if I'm not mistaken as well, like both teams have not found much success on the map of Pearl. I mean, yes, we do. Enigma Gaming did win one game on the map of Pearl, but they lose another one alongside with Bleed Esports. So I guess you could say they played twice, but it's a 50% win rate. However, for Todak, they only played Pearl once. That's also against Bleed, but that was also a losing round. So literally no 0% win rate. But Lotus is going to be decided. This week, there's no bind, so of course, coming up from the side of Enigma Gaming, don't have to worry about that map at all.
True.
But Todak, if they're able to bring it to the third game on the map of Lotus, which is something which they picked beforehand when it's never been banned. Whenever it has not been banned, they'll always be the first one to go for Lotus. Yeah. All right, we got to take a Lotus. Because we know these teams are not very comfortable with it just yet.
Yeah, so that's the interesting thing for me. Like, usually Ascent is a map that's the decider map. Todak decided to choose it as the second map that we are going to be playing on. I'm not sure why they didn't go for the Lotus pick rather, earlier rather than having the Ascent for decider. You know, it's interesting, I guess. I'm not sure what's going on there.
I guess you could say maybe at that time they just decided to play it. They wanted to play like the long ball game here. Just like the fact that if they do pick Lotus on the chance where they are assuming the fact that maybe we might have an upper hand, that might come back to bite them in the rear end, because Enigma Gaming is just not any teams that we have.
That's
Although despite Enigma Gaming have not picked Lotus, but has banned it a few times as well. But that doesn't dictate that they can't play the map. But of course, map selection here for the map of Pearl, and these are going to be a selection. Sadly, no Harbor.
Of course. I mean, Harbor has been pretty insane. I've been watching the VCT lock-in. A lot of these teams tend to pick Harbor in in maps like Icebox. But nonetheless, guys, we're talking about Pearl over here. Enigma Gaming versus Todak. We can already see Arten going to be choosing the Astra here as a controller. Double controller going to be coming in for the side of Enigma. Just the double initiator though for the side of Todak.
Yeah, the screen. The thing is this, right? I guess you could say the difference between both these two is that the idea of who wants to actually bring in the double initiator, and who's going to be bringing in the double controllers. In this case, Enigma Gaming has a little bit of variety of tactics here, especially when although yes, Viper is not your usual go-to dedicated smokers. However, the screen will aid them quite significantly when it comes to taking sides, especially on the attacking side when they're trying to go for long. That will actually support them greatly as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just having Viper and Astra at the same time, both those super long, the Cosmic Divide alongside the Viper's Wall, it just takes up so much map space, map control basically for the side of Enigma. So I'm gonna be interested to see how really Todak tries to defend this, tries to counter this strat. You know, especially since they have Breach, they can, I guess, go for the flash through the wall. But if they had a KO, I think it would be a bit more viable. You know, you can just right click it past the smoke, past the wall. You can push the wall, but nonetheless, they can't really see what each other's picks. So we'll just see. It is a blind pick.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel honestly when it comes to competition, I feel like we just have to just watch as we go as well, because sometimes there'll be something small that we missed out. Something like what Loud did against Gen G when they actually brought in Harbor. Everyone was a little bit skeptical. Everyone was like, saying, "You sure you want to bring in Harbor?" But they did make it work, and then the other teams as well during lock-in also started utilizing Harbor as well. So. These are the kind of situation where I usually just tell people, we'll just have to watch as we go. Because sometimes we got to learn something out of this or be surprised out of it.
Nonetheless, here we go, ladies and gents. The first series of the day. Todak versus the likes of Enigma. It's all down to this. Pearl going to be your first map. Second will be Ascent. And if we go to the third, it will be Lotus. So it will definitely be a fun series to watch and to go all the way.
Honestly, I feel that there is the possibility of going all the way for this. Although, so far, Todak, with this new rosters as well, hasn't been as consistent as they hoped for as well, especially since now Aduka has been on the Sentinel role here. The only time we actually see him really popped off, it was in that one series when he was playing Yoru, when he was back in the duelist role.
That's Bind, man. He always plays Yoru in Bind.
Oh, yeah. That's when the power spike just really escalated greatly. But then again, even with the Killjoy, he has been showing really high fragging ability. Maybe majority of series, he managed to get second place most of the time.
Oh, I really like this play from the side of Todak. They really played it smart. But nonetheless, they're going to be making their way in towards this B site. They got to be super careful as just a swarm of Todak players comes in. Aduka does manage to find one, but look at Zan just being able to pick up two with that ghost. Shots here, left, right, and center, and it's all down to Jeed. This man has been known to clutch, but against the likes of Zan, it's going to be difficult here as he's on one. That's a 4K from the man himself at the start, man. That's crazy.
What a phenomenal start, especially like if you're able to like come out that kind of skirmish with 3 men alive. That's great. It's confidence building. It's a way to actually get the round rolling here. Unfortunately, they weren't able to actually. Did they manage to get the spike down? No, right?
Nah, they did not.
Exactly right. So sadly, they won't have enough to really get those stingers or specters. I mean, they can force it up, but let's be honest, it's not really advisable. So only one of them, only going to be G. It's going to be pick up the Marshal in hand. 2 Sheriffs and the Frenzy here. Let's see what kind of magic they can actually do in this case here. Not the first time we see teams winning on a Thrifty as well, FaZe.
Yeah, definitely not. It's been a lot of Thrifties here in Valorant. And Van Zan just pushing up towards B long. He's really looking to go for a fight. He's actually been tagged down to 33. So the strat here from the side of Todak, they want G to tag as many players as possible. Well, and then the Frenzies and the Sheriffs come in for the one tap, and it really just kind of just destroys them.
Oh, this is going to be cutting it real close as well. He has a Frenzy in hand that's going to be going against Frey with the Spectre. Let's see who's able to have that spray control on point for that. Couple of trades, but of course Frey comes in on top. Ooh, but a nice timing from the Frey allows Styron to get a nice easy freebie. 2 members fall towards the middle side, and instantly the rest of the team is isolated, while the rest of the team is currently still playing at the really entrance of spawn, trying to find a way and try to do a little bit of dry picking to see if they can find some success. But Kel making that round sing loud and clear. Arden tries to hold his own, gets a double in the process. Could he get the third? And he will get 2 points on Enigma Gaming. And what a way to stop things off.
Indeed it was. What a play there by Enigma. But nonetheless, Kale, he almost turned that around. He was able to pick up those 2 Sheriff frags. He picked up the weapon, but he didn't actually get the animation out. So by the time he wanted to fight, I think it was Arden who was towards Art. It just did not work out for him. He could not shoot. But a great play, good hold coming in from Enigma, only losing 2 members. They keep the Marshals, they keep the Spectres into it. And now it is a bonus round here for them. Can Todak win this out? They've got all the rifles here in the world, but all of them are actually down to light shields here.
Really they're gonna be trying to make do with the situation. Baby steps literally is the name of the game. Honestly, I think just as the last round, I think Zan is doing the exact same thing as well, which has been really impactful as he further positions himself up forward. That gives so much space and so much intel. That's why you can see sudden rotation is already dedicated towards that A. Although Frey will still be chilling around the middle area just to get some audio cues and ensure there's no one going to be able to cut them off or isolate them from the back line. However, big kill, Aduka. Anticipated red and picked off Zan. Now they have no eyes on B, but then again, the team are not willing to make that rotation just yet. They're not sold just yet. They want to get a little bit more information, maybe clear up mid. Frey is there to buy the time. Committed Snake Bites, even Toxic Cloud. but no one is willing to make the noise.
Definitely, it's such a scary position here for Frey because B has been taken and he has just no idea. He does manage to swing out, takes down one, but he just instantly gets traded here. 4 versus 3 now. Up against, it's just rifles up against the likes of Stingers alongside a Spectre, but nonetheless, tons of damage done, especially since Frosty was down to about 50 HP. 3 versus 3 now, and the spike has been planted from the side of Todak. Oh, but look at this lurk from Divine. Such a late rotation. Catches off Sube. Picks up a free rifle as well. And Kale is very, very limited in where he can go.
Other guy not going to be able to connect that spray line. That's going to cost him his life. However, Kale making that
He's on one.
thing. And that's going to be the round for Todak as they take him back. But with such a price as well. My God. But then again, half armor, full rifle. It was the bonus round for them as well. They needed to take that round win.
They had to. Unfortunately, they did lose 4 members. You know, it was tough here from them, but a massive play coming in from Kale, being able to actually take down that 1v2. It's definitely going to build a lot of momentum here for them. It's actually a 1v3 at this point. Just that quick wide swing. A very, very slow-mo one tap here straight to the head of Arts, and just fantastic there. Great calm and composed play there by Kale. Oof. Slow and steady now. Reading this, they know. Oh, what a beautiful pop flash there from Divine. That's one way to take A main.
I mean, definitely for sure. But then again, Zen gonna be revealing the existence of the operator. Duka's pinpoint is so amazing. I can't believe he got away with that too as well. As an operator drop and 1 member down. Lockdown also committed as well. They're gonna be pushing, they're making their way into the side. However, the toxic screen is obscuring that vision and halting the momentum, but it will not be for too long. As he finally dies down, the attack lockdown is also gonna be ending pretty much soon. But the spike has already been planted, and now we begin the post-plan situation phase.
Definitely 4v5, and Styron looking pretty strong here. He's been one of the most, one of my favorite players here from the side of Enigma.
Very influential.
Very. Nonetheless, super slow, super passive play here coming in from both these two sides. Enigma taking it very slow, but just look at how they take control of this B Hall's position. So much utility being used, but not going to be enough here up against the likes of Toda, as the Op, the Vandal, and the Bulldog has something to say about that. Divine comes in big with the 2 kills, but it's not going to be enough here as the rest of Team Toda just wraps around and gets the trade off.
Oh, FaZe, for a second.
That was doable.
For a second, I thought we're gonna be re-seeing the exact same play Kale did in the last round before this in that 1v3, but Divine almost made it happen, but sadly enough, a little bit too much for him to ask, especially without enough comms and vision as well. He was pretty compact in that tight corner.
Yeah,
between a rock and a hard place for sure.
Pretty quick, his reactions there, so you can tell that these players have been warming up. They're precise, they're ready to go, and these sheriffs can be very dangerous in their hands, especially since they've been aiming like a bunch of beasts here.
But then again, sadly enough, it's also quite the costly round for both teams as well.
Oh, the timing. Frosties. Did they even spot Frey there? Oh, they do. Great shot. Slowly just clearing up this mid position. Todak know that there is a possibility Enigma will be going on that eco. They don't want to get too aggressive. They want to make sure to clear every single corner and just wait for the aggression from the side of Enigma. And that's paid off so far with the likes of Frey pushing up too soon. Great shot there from Kale. But Arton will instantly get that trade, retrieve the Vandal. Should be able to fall back here. But look at where Todak is, making their way here in towards that A site.
Yeah, with the information they already earned from A main, they know for sure they already sort of pushed out from the side itself, allowed them some easy access into the A side from the sidelines. However, Aaron still able to get them from the main side, still holding as well. This man has done quite the amount of damage. However, it is back to the 2v2 post plan. Zen has no armor, but he's currently at the back of side. Doesn't really have the best of weaponry, and G is gonna catch him for it. Divine, last man's a 1v2. Could try, but Duka was a little bit more accurate for this one, allowing Todak to get another point for themselves.
Yeah, beautiful crossfire setup here from Todak. And if it's any 2 players from Todak that you want alive in the clutch, it's going to be Aduka and Jeet. You know, those 2 players, consistent, solid, and just all around insane aimers, good performers. Nonetheless, they managed to lose, what, 3 players there. Economy going to be a little bit difficult to work with. But nonetheless, tons of damage from Enigma. They were able to really just almost turn that one around. You know, as soon as Arten, this man is a coach. You don't really see him play that well, but he's been popping off. He's got 8 frags. And that's what we mentioned. You know, he maybe has been coaching for a while, but hey, back in my day when I was casting VCT, he was a beast. He was playing. He was competitive up against the likes of Paper Rex. You know, insane.
Really good stuff. But once again, no extension coming up for Frey this time. Going to be settling with the angles that he had. And remember, this is the all bonus round as well, so they will have enough to buy out the rifles. Zen on the other will be saving the economy so he can stimulate the back kick as he has the Blade Storm. Economy doesn't really matter for agents like Jets or Chambers as well, since all they need to do is get enough frags, and they get such a massive power spike or an execution of an ultimate as well. So Zen going to be holding on to that B long. So far hasn't get much info, but not willing to take any stats for it in fear of the fact that he might actually get pounced by 1 or 2 more members or losing out another pick battle against Aduka. I think so far the pick battle between Aduka and Zen, Aduka has been winning out at least 7-3 here.
Yeah, definitely. He's been on one, but the rest of Todak making their way towards A. Killjoy here. Aduka might just spot out left. Divine here. Divine should be peeking towards long as he heard the steps. Great shot here from him, and he has been very, very strong here so far. A great positioning, and he has all the information that they need to make their way, to rotate towards this A side, and they are just walking into a meat grinder of Enigma. Arten picking up 2. What a hold, and that's 3-3 here in this map.
That is so crazy because of the fact that Zen spot no interaction towards that long, and then you have Divine like extending itself, getting so much critics, making so much space and gaining so much space and control. It literally allows Enigma gaming to sort of like deduce and also just limit the amount of areas of interaction where Todak will be at. Yeah. And literally the result is exactly what we see, and an absolute meat grinding towards that main lobby.
Definitely. This time around, Zan's got the operator in his hands. And this is what they like to do. You know, they leave Zan here alone. As soon as he gets contact, there's already those 2 players in towards that connector mid area. So they're able to really quickly rotate here. Ooh, Gene gonna walk in towards the crosshairs of Zan. This is a bit of a light buy from the side of Todak. So they just want to do as much damage. They want to lurk everyone across the map to try get their picks off and make a decision then. I really like that use of Viper Wall. Put it up. Let Zan reposition in towards B Hall, put it down, and he's able to have free pickings on whoever's really has the wrong time in the cross.
Definitely, for sure. The comps has really been great so far for Enigma Gaming. However, now we're back to the situation where Todak is again absolutely have his own momentum halted. Everything has to be slow and steady here. Clear our respective corners, gain some form of control. But if you notice where Divine is, ooh, if they're not diligent enough to check this out, Divine will drop heavily punishment. Spots the elbow, goes on the spray. Got 2 way, but Frosty swings back out.
They're going to be making their way in now towards the A side. They do have a little bit of a wrap, but it's all Frosties now, as Frey is just doing massive amounts of damage from that art position.
Ooh.
So close, yet so far. Great shot, and just beautiful timing from Frey to make his way from the B door towards the connector in towards that art, and just able to wrap things around. So having 2 players in towards connector, I think was such a fantastic idea.
Yep. Honestly, I'm really happy all these rifle rounds are actually working out for both Todak and Enigma Gaming. I think for the past few series, or at least the one I casted with you or what so far, there has been a lot of rounds where the rifle hasn't been working against those with shares or thrifty rounds in this case. It has not been very fair to them so far. So I think I'm really happy to what I'm seeing right now against Enigma Gaming and Todak. Well, of course, anyway, getting back to the battle of hand, enough for my personal opinion. Let's see how things they're going to be dealing with this time. Remember, Frosty does have the showstopper in the hand, a very explosive one, a very explosive execution ultimate. Can literally eliminate anyone towards the back or sides if he chooses to go for it, if he wants to fly in as an entry fragger.
It's been pretty back and forth, and Todak have found an opening in towards Art. Arten once again, that pop flash, and perfect shots, beautiful stuff. The fadeaway phantom shot to take down Kale. My goodness, and the wrap is actually going to be making their way here in towards A. Frosties has a bit of an idea that Frey is just lurking around the corner. going to be a very strong null command
How?
from Define, and a beautiful picking from Frosties. And they wrap now towards B, and it's only Zan there.
Oh, how did he make that work? Oh, Zan!
Fade away!
Puts him down before you can even make any magic happen. Now that's what I call a showstopper right there.
Indeed.
Zen tried to get the third, will not be successful for that one. However, there's an enemy incoming pretty close or on the right side, but the timing managed to swing away, defeat away from Maduka, but he still finds its mark. A 1v3. If you can try to isolate these fights in a 1v1, might be a little bit doable, but Styron, you know the man, once he's planted his feet in the ground, he can't be moved or uprooted this man.
Yeah, what a setup there in that 1v3. What Styron did was he's the one playing towards B short. As soon as he gets contact, the rest of the players who's playing Pillar and B Hall would just swing out and make that 1v1 into a 1v3. So it's so impossible for Aduka to find those 1v1s with the way Enigma plays as a team to just, you know, make it into their advantage. They've got the man advantage. Let's bring out the 3v1.
There is no such thing as overkill.
No, man. No, you gotta go all the way. This is the VC MYSG. So we going all the way. Make sure you win every single round. And Todak going to be calling out for the timeout. Then they've been playing relatively slow here in the past 9 rounds. So I think they might have to really step it up a notch, get that control over Art, get super crazy towards a lobby, have that Killjoy ult to work with alongside Subei's Rolling Thunder. So those tools, those utilities are already a massive advantage here on the attacking side.
No, which I agree with you, right? Because like it's understandable because Todak is having a hard time trying to find any form of openings. And the thing is just every time they gain control, there's always going to be a price for it. There's always going to be a trade. They either lose a smoker, they lose an initiator, or someone with a massive ultimate. That slows things down even more. And with the state of the design of the map of Pearl as well, you can't just cut corners here. You have to be as diligent as much as possible, which is fine for Enigma Gaming. They're fine with valuing the early game as burn down the time and run down the time as well. As long as Todak will end up being resolved to do drastic measures here, allowing Enigma Gaming to actually take advantage of that situation.
This time around, they do manage to take control of a lobby. Ooh, the Hunted Fury nearly connecting to one of these players. He does manage to tag down Jeed.
Gotta suck in that weight, you know?
Yeah, indeed. You gotta press D all the way, man. You gotta really jump in, but nonetheless, slow and steady, they've taken control of a lobby, and they know for a fact that Enigma, they like to get aggressive, they like to take back that map control. This time around, in this half buy, they're going for the Killjoy ult, so this is going to be pretty interesting here. It's got a bit of a lineup. The rest of the team making their way towards middle, so I'm guessing they're trying to go for a wrap, maybe a bit of a fakey, but the Spike has already made its way towards A. In towards Connector.
A quick rolling tunnel, heading all the way to the back. Will clear out the side, won't spawn anyone as the rest of the team are literally grouped up at the back of near spawn. Spike finally been going down. It's going to be, I believe this is the first time they actually planted the Spike with such succession without much losses as well. But now begin to post-plan. Cosmic Divide is great. He sinks through, but the Nebula just absolutely nice timing. Will protect him from all forms of visual and damage here. As he was able to reset himself.
Ray does have the Viper's Pit here, so they can definitely make things work. They can definitely come in for the retake. G does take down one, and it's just pure chaos. Frosty's being able to pick up some work. These Sheriffs are just making things work. He picks up a Phantom. Look at the utility usage. It's going to cause Styron to get taken out, and my goodness, was that close. A thrifty round here coming in from the side of Todak. They just played their utilities so well on towards that A side, especially with that Cosmic Divide. The nades came out, the satchels, the poisons, the nano swarms from the side of Aduka. Just really just chaotic. I don't even know, man. That's insane.
I can't blame you for that as well, my friend. But the thing is, it is thankful. I believe Todak is very thankful that it actually managed to take that round for the side because it was such a costly round. 3 ultimates, expanding all form of utility. Although yes, they did play around with the ultimate, especially the Cosmic Divide, which I think is absolutely great. Although, yes, a little bit of Lady Luck came into play, especially for G. That Nebula, my God, I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead the minute Frey jumped through that wall because that guy was not prepared for that.
I definitely would not have been. I think about 99% of the time in that position, you're probably dead. nonetheless, a great round. They win things back, and it's now just sort of a seesaw here towards both these two teams. They look like they want to make their way here towards B along, but they have Zan here, and he has been hitting some incredible, nasty shots.
But you look at this, the current positioning of things, because of how many times Todak has been hitting A, has been a lot more common than how they've been hitting B. You can even see Frey trying to get some audio cues and sort of deciding whether do I still want to push myself all the way out to the courtyard to get more visual confirmation. However, Zan did spot the knee, and look at the extension coming out from Arten as well. That's so much space that he garnered for the rest of the team here. Now the rest of the team is slowly rotating all the way to make their way to the back of side. Zan, unfortunately, not going to be able to connect that shot. Toxic King came up, but Divine will be able to find his mark.
Oh my goodness! What a scam! He picks down two, looking for the last one, and he gets it. What a shot. This man is agile with his movement. The mechanics on this jet is next level.
No, I need to see that clip again. I need to confirm. Was that a collateral through the screen?
A collateral. Styron came in with the massive recon dart to find the positioning to help Zan get those two frags. So we have to give it to Styron as well. And just the way they play, super smart. From Enigma, they've got their strats here ready to go.
Oh man, you know, for a moment, I thought like, okay, maybe Todak, there was an opportunity, there was a chance, but then instantly denied, rejected, and removed from play. Now it's a 6-4, and Zan, wow, literally leaving a message: "Be long is mine to own and roam. Get out of my lane."
Single Vandal in the hands of Kale. What can you do when Zan is on one, when Styron is out here using just perfect timing with his utility? It's tough for Todak to even make their way on towards side, and when they do, they're always winning down to those 1v1s, you know, 1v3s. All down to individual players, but now they're making their way in towards A.
Nightfall has already been expanded as well, alongside with the flash. They managed to get all the way to the back of side. Frey winning alongside the rest of the team. G was able to find Arda getting rid of his counter power alongside with Aduka as he was playing really naughty inside the smoke as well. Now comes under the classic 3v4. It seems very viable for the side for Todak and even EG, but Divine knows how to even out the odds. And for the back line, got a little bit too close as Zan took a while to get rid of Sube. Sally Aduka was enough to react upon it and shut him down.
Aduka and Kale, 2 versus 2. Styron gonna be able to pick up Kale, and I don't know what can he do. He doesn't have any nanoswarms to work with. He has to watch the cross, and the double swing comes in, and Styron will close it out here in round 11. Just difficult there. Kale, I think, overextending with that peak, but just a great retake here from the side of Enigma. Zan, man, he just being able to pick up Sube already was massive. Sube had the great positioning there, especially on that breach, to use the aftershock through the wall, you know, to get anyone trying to defuse off. But Zan just coming in big with the flank. Yeah,
and the thing is this, right? They were also facing a man disadvantage as well, as Frosty was picked up instantly earlier as well by the courtesy of Zan, of course. So that just makes things a lot more harder here.
Look at this every single time. A main positioning. The pop flash should be coming out. And Arten, he should be able to get a free kill here if the flash just comes in.
Do they know though?
They gotta be ready. They have to play anti-flash here, and they're not playing anti-flash. Kale he was able to take down Arten. Arten was not able to choose which one to take down, but that's gonna be a massive opening pick. That is the controller out of here. That's the Astra. Super strong, but look at that. The flashes from Divine is just, wow. Divine.
And then it was all about all these trades. Although, yes, they are winning most of the fights, but they are getting hurt pretty bad as well. And Divine sitting pretty chill at the back of side. Nice time with the flash, but Divine will still win at the fight against Kale. Switcheroo, goes in for third. Great adjustment. Absolutely fantastic. Couldn't get the third, however. But then again, Aduka last man standing, bumping the lockdown. Trying to go over the shorty, but Frey, of course, not going to leave his good man behind. Comes in for the swing for the 2-man, and that's going to be the ending of the first half. 8-4. Zan, I love the attempt, though.
He tried.
That's swag points right now. I'm willing to give you, you know.
If he got it, though, that would have definitely been a highlight. Tough, man. Tough for Todak here, but Enigma has just been playing so well in terms of his utility, strats, their aim. You know, when all three of those stars just align, they're a tough team to beat.
Yep.
And they're really showing exactly why they're here, number one, number two, at the top of the standing for this tournament.
They're really choking them out here, especially and the thing is they don't do the same thing twice. I mean, of course, in terms of utility placement, has always been the same dedicated people, right? But when it comes to like certain aggressions, right, suddenly going like Zan pushing out B long or towards A main by courtesy of Arthur, they don't keep constantly committing it. They just play around with them here, keeping them on their feet, making them a little bit confused. But this time it's Enigma's gaming turn to be on the offensive here. Of course, Zan entry into the side to clear things out, open space, and of course ensure his team will have a very smooth execution into the side.
Definitely, Spike is down, and
that is so
all
smooth.
10 players are out here.
I know this is a pistol round phase, but that is a very smooth entry.
It was. There's just no one here to deny anything. Aduka will take down Zan, one of the bigger, tougher targets to deal with, but they still have Arton available. They want to get aggressive. They want to make sure to take down Arton to stop this delay, but look at this positioning from Divine. Just beautiful. Styron comes in big with a shock dart as well, and they're slowly thinning on the numbers. 2 versus 2. Aduka trying to get aggressive, trying to stop them from going for these peaks, but the recon is going to be coming out. They have half defuse already. All they need to now is to kind of just hold it in that smoke, and can they do it?
Oh, he body blocked the shot!
Oh, they did!
Oh, what a lad!
He taking one for the team, man, that's for sure.
Oh man, yeah, exactly. Like you could have put it, I could have put it better than myself, Face. My God, really took one for the team. Absolutely, what a start, man, that guy.
8-5. Signs of life here from the side of Todak.
Like, it took a while for him to get the crosshair. I don't blame his nebulas all over the place, right? But in the end, finally, just that one moment when the crosshair was finally placed on the diffuser, he just jumped in. He said, I'll take a bullet for you, brother, anytime.
And the fact that his friend died, his teammate died at the same time the diffuser was...
Diffuser.
It was diffused. I just didn't know who won. Who died, who won, who killed. But Todak, dude managed to take that second pistol here. They bring out...
Would have been a beautiful collateral if it was an operator.
Maybe if they had the sheriff, you know, the pocket op definitely would have been a possibility. Enigma down to just a couple of upgraded pistols here and there. Very dangerous in their hands, especially in these close corners. Frosty's definitely has to be careful because Zan is just around the corner. Great utility usage here. Flash gonna be coming in, which is a great movement, great turn. But Styron, even better shots here. Kale comes in for the trade, and slowly they're thinning on the numbers. But they do manage to take down that 2-for-1 trade. But look at Frail. So close yet so far, man. Those frenzies can be deadly.
They really could, but instantly get denied. And now Todak, of course, getting the full luxury of holding down the line and choking them out at these various choke points as well. Although, yes, it did help out, especially since they managed to thin the numbers earlier, especially towards the courtyard, before they actually make their way into the side. That did alleviate some of the burden off of the remaining teammates that's alive, off their shoulders. But Styron, no. He's still a threat at large. Although, yes, it's a 1v2 currently happening on the A side as well. Instantly, he thinned the numbers and back to a 1v1. And Kale, he's only 20 HP. One bullet is all it takes, let's be honest. But let's be honest, Kale doesn't care.
Great fault line from Sube. You know, if that fault line did not come in, that would have been scary. Because Styron, we've seen him just clutch it out. His aim is crazy. We saw him take down Jeed. It was a bit nerve-wracking, but they do manage to clean things up.
I'm still trying to recover from what he did last week, actually, on the map of Ascent.
1v4.
Oh my God. But honestly, that round, that was God-sent
I'll never forget.
That you could not ask for a more God-sent opportunity for any man in Valorant. You can't script that. You can't make that thing out. What happened in that scenario?
If you guys haven't watched it, you have to go back last week. I think it was Enigma versus
X10?
X10 or Bleed?
X10.
X10. Ascent. Just got to watch the last round, 13, how they won it. How Styron won the 1v4 clutch in Ascent last week against X10.
It was
He made it look easy.
But anyway, of course, back to the present times.
Ah, yes. I forgot.
Diving right into the side, across Zan, opening up the space once again, but we'll find absolutely nobody. Todak was willing to give out the side open while waiting for the rest of the team to regroup as well. However, look at who's currently lurking in the back line. Your man Arten himself, taking the long route, but it's going to be very punishing if he actually manages to make this succeed. Kale finds Zen. That's going to be a nice weapon upgrade for any of his teammates if anyone comes closer as well. They know that EG is going to be playing for the long run and for the post plan as well.
Arten's going for a massive flank. He's going for a marathon before he comes in to help his team. Duka does manage to take down Frey. Hunter's Fury is coming out here. It will delay the defuse, but is it going to be enough here as Duka takes down the second? Ooh, Arten and Staron do come in for the trade.
Look at Arten!
You have to be careful. Arten is just being a pain in their booties right now. There's just no way, there's no time, nothing at all. See you later. What a flank. And I see now why Arten decided to go for that massive flank. They planted open for spawn, open for Arten to be able to just take that easy crossfire alongside Styron as well. So big brain plays. They've thought about this beforehand and showing exactly why they chose Pearl.
I mean, it was also a good understanding and a good read, right, FaZe, because of the fact that, you know, despite the reading planted, everyone is definitely going to be rotating all the way. He decided to take a route, although yes, he was still a little bit slow as he was slowly walking past A side, just to ensure that there's no one still lingering around, right, or anchoring around. But eventually, he made it work. So I think it's really great for Arten, but also to his teammate who was able to hold down the line. I think if all four fell more earlier before Arten could really get into position.
It would be tough, huh?
Exactly.
So great positioning by Staron to really play that super passive positioning in towards B lobby, especially since he had the Hunter's Fury as well. So there was no need for him to really get aggressive, huh?
But look at this time. This time, Aduka's going to be positioning himself a lot more open towards the B side instead of letting it go.
He wants to go for a fight. He wants to take down one at least.
Especially now with the rifles out too.
Yeah, definitely. What does he have here? He's got the Vandal. All he's got to do is hit 5 headshots and he's good to go.
Oh, you make it sound so simple.
Some players make it look that easy, man. Here it is. Dash comes in instantly. He's going to think twice. He's going to say no. Falls back, but a very quick rotation from the side of Todak to bring, 4 players here just ready and waiting. But look at this utility usage. There's just no way for Todak to come in to peek, to go for to make their way even on towards the site, especially with the Nebulas, with the Viper's wall as well. But Aduka does manage to find one. Oh, he's got the ultimate as well. This is going to be massive here.
It's so upsetting as well coming from the side of Todak because they know this utility placement is just so amazing.
Whoa,
however, the spray across that placement is just as good as well. But then again, our dear friend Zan constantly, literally being detained. But Styro, he's still alive. He knows he's there. Gonna pop in a couple of recon dots and a simple displays of the pixel allows Styro to pick up an easy freebie. Enigma Gaming doubled the scoreline 10-6.
And I like what Enigma did there. The Killjoy ult was down. They had to sort of escape, but at the same time, they tried to go down, get out while they're just fighting. They're always trying to get the trades. They were able to trade each other out and bring it into a 1v2. Zan, yes, he was detained, but the positioning, when you have Styron playing belong, the Sova player, with the recon, with the shock darts available, what are you supposed to do? You can't really do much there as KO.
The worst part is that all those utility plays are just absolutely amazing as well. It really slowed things down. Literally, I don't normally see this. It's very rare to see a situation where you see the attacking side running down the clock. Oh, man. This is really great. And the worst part about it is that, yes, they could try to rotate from the mid area, try to flank from the backside through spawn. But, it really comes down to the situation where high risk and high reward. There is going to be some form of dangers as well. But so far, they have not found any form of success.
Killed my bot.
Slow and steady. What a push. Frey does manage to open up mid, and Zan just coming in to take down Sube as well. What are you supposed to do when there's a crazy Zan just running towards you? They do have Jeed here. He's got the Marshall to make things work with, but look at Zan, just so confident, gets the spot. He spots the shoulder when he's able to reposition his crosshair with ease. Frosties takes down one, and they know exactly where he's playing. Zan wants to come in. He wants to go for the hunt, and he does manage to get the right click here on towards him. 11-6, and Enigma has been just running away with this attacker side.
The thing is, like when it was during the first half, there was a little bit of tug between both of the teams here. But although yes, Enigma Gaming was still having the upper hand of the scoreline 8-4, and now when it became it's their turn to be on the attacking side. If you notice the difference between when Todak was attacking, Enigma Gaming is a lot more swifter, it's a lot more faster. They don't play with the time. They are willing to take those fight head on. They're very fast about it. But most importantly is how grouped up they are when they actually walk into the site.
Yeah, if someone gets taken out, the trade is just instantly going to be there. And that's what we need with a solid squad.
Look at that face. After so many rounds.
They tried to read it.
They put 3 on B this time.
Oh, no. They read it, but they read it wrongly, man. The book was upside down.
There's no star point on the A main as well.
Not like this. I guess that just means Todak, they have to go for the retake. But that's going to be a good start here from G to take down Zan through the smoke.
No star point needed. Just gonna spray and pray. Gonna be able to find and land the mark.
Well, Duka finds 2, making it look so easy. And there we go. They're just cleaning things up right now. Okay, flawless round from Todak, just winning out the fights.
Who needs utility plays and who needs the reading situation?
Shoot him in the head.
Yeah, just shoot him in the head. Put a bullet between the eyes, and that's all she needs.
My goodness, okay.
Oh, look at the gift shop. And that's a seal as well.
Oh man, we need that here in Malaysia and Singapore, that's for sure.
One of them got some really good
comic book signing Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Be there, guys, or be square.
I mean, hey man, I would love a buy one free one, you know.
As long as Jet is signing my books, I'm
hey man, I'm down for that, man.
I'm coming.
Viper for me as well.
oh, damn. A man with culture, I see.
Hey man, sometimes some toxicity gets a little bit of fight,
no. Let's move back in towards the game. Duka does take down one. Instantly, Divine comes in with a trade. Of course, it's Divine, man. He's been sharp. And just this shows how Enigma plays as a squad. Yes, they're lurking. They're kind of splitting up. But there's always going to be that pair, that buddy system going on here with Enigma. This place, in this scenario, Frosty sees by himself. If he gets spotted out, he's maybe good for 1.
Yep.
But if there are 2-3 more players, he's definitely going to get traded. There's no safety here for him.
Oh.
He can't play with Sube. You know, maybe they could have set up a crossfire or something like that. And it's just not there. The synchronization.
Yeah. And the worst part about it is that, especially, is that when you win out the trade in the middle way, it doesn't really mean the defendant isn't really still on having the upper hand. It's still going to be in the hands of the attacking.
Yeah, because he's stuck. He can't go anywhere.
Exactly, right? It's just, you can't do anything about it. So now back to the situation where now they literally felt they are feeling so isolated.
30 seconds left.
They have not enough visual information. The only intel that they got off was someone was around the courtyard. Someone was around B long here. They can only anticipate it's going to be a B execution here. But Silver is going to see if he can make some magic happen here.
Oh, great use of sound. He does manage to get a little bit of damage done onto our star. Oh my goodness. Pixel perfect. What a precise shot there with a quick reaction. Rolling Thunder does come in, so they have to get all the Todak members in towards this ultimate. But Frey just playing it in the fray so perfectly in towards this haze. Takes down 2 players with ease and secure match point for Enigma.
Oh man, that was, what a mess.
It was,
good attempt. Dicey, a little bit dicey for my take, but still, what a mess. But
had the right idea. The idea was there, the execution as well, but Frey was just his positioning was really on another level here for them. Match point.
Match point, but look at Todak. They have both Cosmic Divide and the Showstopper here. Can't leave. The thing is, it can buy them some time.
Oh
maybe
my
give them some
goodness.
point about how Zan open things hard, finds kill, removes him entirely. Now that's a variable gone from the side. No defenders to hold. They're all on the B side, and Zan already making his way to the back of it.
Just pure aggression. Tough, man. Tough for Todak to hold things off. Okay, I think he had the operator as well, if I'm not mistaken, or was that a Marshall? But man, just instantly wide swing to Luka. He has the lockdown to work with as well, so they can play retake. But they have to be careful because look at the map. Frey is already in their spawn, looking to find an opening, but Sube was just super aware of that.
I mean, how could he? I don't understand how he even read that in the first place. How did he even know he was coming? That's the crazy thing about it. But of course, their real attention is actually going to be the A side the entire time. They managed to divert away all the tension, but it looks like Arden
Has something to say.
the very loud things to say for Shareface. Removes one variable, but then again now it becomes a 3v3. A lot
Look
more
at
viable.
Styron. This guy, it's just a cat and mouse game at this point, and the positioning from this man. And he catches a Duka as well. Recon towards Secret. He has so much information. Takes down the lockdown as well. Shock Dart takes down Sube. This guy is incredible. Game sense and all. Shots. No pop and swing comes in, but Gene will take him out. So close yet so far. That would have been style points for sure, but time is of the essence. And that is GGWP. Enigma take Pearl in map 1.
Oh, what a round. Really, what a round that we have for ourselves here, Face. And the thing is, it really came down, you could definitely tell there was a little bit of a difference in terms of how they actually interact with the map itself. One's a lot more aggressive than the other here. One's like to do a little bit more reading. Although yes, when it comes out to holding out angles, we do see Aduka and the rest of the squad a little bit more on points on that one. But then again, Styron, my God, when it comes clutch time, let's just talk about clutch time, right? Styron is always there. Zan is there. I'm like, all right, this young lad is making full strides in this Valorant challenges, and I'm really happy about that one.
Yeah, I mean, just the way they played Frey was. I guess that last round was a bit chaotic because Frey was in towards their spawn trying to flank. Sube was able to catch him off guard, but Styron really playing that lurk role as an initiator, as a Sova. You know, that's not something you expect. He was able to take down the lockdown and just make a mess on A side.
Dude, it never ends, you know. I felt like they would keep getting flanked after flanked after flank. It was like Frey started off, then Styron. And it's not just that round, you know. It's like almost every round, Arton also started flanking. Everyone started flanking from the back line, which is something that we didn't really see from Todak when they were actually trying to go for retakes here, which is a little bit unfortunate for that one, but I do not blame them for it because of the fact that you need to clear out so many corners and just not enough time to really get to those situations as well.
Oh man, just you can't do much, you know, especially with the lurks, especially with how they're playing as a team. They're using Divine so beautifully. Divine just knows every single lineup for these flashes. And well, what can you say when Zan is on one like this? It's definitely going to be a tough game here for the tough series for Toda.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if I see like the scoreline pretty consistent among all the members. Of course, most likely we're gonna be seeing Zan or
I think Arton on top, probably.
On top of the kill score as well. I mean, we're going to be seeing it later on as well. But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if I see all the scoreline between the members of Enigma Gaming pretty consistent here, or pretty equal among each other, because of the fact that every one of those kills each of those members are making, everyone is actually doing damage in each of those rounds. And the crazy part is it's not just like normal kills or just like normal damage. They're actually doing really impactful kills, objective kills, right? Which sort of alleviate the teammates here, which I think is really great so far from Enigma Gaming. And I think they have almost, for the past 3 weeks, this is the third week as well, so for the past 3 weeks of the group stage, I think they have almost perfected this at this point.
I mean, it is Pearl. It was the map pick of Enigma. You know, seeing Todak play just was not Todak. You know, it's not the same. We just here, this is how all the different score lines is. You can see Zan with 21 frags. He's actually going to be the MVP here. Aduka having 6 first bloods as the Killjoy. 20 frags, a 295 combat score. Everyone else, you know, they did pretty well here from the side of Enigma. 20 kills on both, 20 plus actually from Styron and Zan. Arton down to 16, 14 on Divine and 11 on Frey. Frey's just chilling down there, that's for sure.
No, which is what I'm saying, right? That's how crazy it is. Like, it's pretty consistent among all the members here. There is not one member that's like really
lacking
or underperforming or anything. It's everyone is actually carrying their own weight in this game, or in most of the series as well. If you notice, if you check out the score lines, you will actually see relatively similar results. So I think it's really great. And of course, Zan, the forerunner, the star player, the duelist here for Enigma Gaming, and let's be honest, he has not been given enough opportunity until recently this year. So really great stuff we're seeing from Zan, such young potential, one of the youngest players here that we have in the Valorant Challenger MYSG. So can't wait to see how far he can actually go. Did a phenomenal job for entry, the setup space. He actually got a bunch of kills, my God. And even on the defending side, he is willing to I would say risk himself, but willing to overextend to get the intel to notify the whole relay to the rest of the team, saying like, hey guys, no one's here, there's no audience on outline, most likely maybe towards the middle or maybe towards the A side, just be aware, be careful. And that allows the team to sort of have confidence enough to rotate and prep for the incoming attack.
Yeah, definitely. And he also has to have confidence in his team, his org, to be able to set things up for him. If it wasn't for Styron with the scan through the Viper's screen, there wouldn't be a crazy collateral through the Viper as well. It's all down to, I guess, it is a team game. You need the whole team to perform.
I mean, if I had members like that, I would just honestly just kick back.
I would be radiant at this point if my team was just like that every single time. God dang it.
Really, that's so sure. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our first game, for our first series of today. The next one was going to be deciding whether it's going to be the comeback round or series match point for themselves. But of course, don't go for too long. We're going to be back with you guys with more VALORANT action right after this quick, short break.
Hi guys, I'm from Enigma Gaming. The org is based in India and it's founded by Aryaman Wasan. They just recently ventured into the MYSG scene and we're lucky enough to get picked up by them. We will do our best to win the challenges and qualify to Ascension. I'm the doctor from Enigma Gaming. I'm the IGL for the team. I play the controller for the team. Fun fact about my in-game name, the doctor, I'm actually not a doctor. I got the name from a MotoGP racer which I admired a lot and I've stuck with it since. Although I'm not a doctor, but my aim is as precise as a surgeon. I would like to introduce one of my teammates, Styron. He's the main initiator of the team. He creates space with his utilities. For me, he's a very smart player. He makes split second decision for the team, which helps us in and out of the game. Next up, I would like to introduce Zen. He is our main duelist of the team. He is our star player. He is very young, very mechanically gifted, but also very disciplined, despite his role of a duelist that needs to open up space for the team. Next up, I would like to introduce Frey. He's the sentinel of our team. He's a very good sentinel because he is very good at finding those 1v1s and winning those. He's the jokester of the team because he's very straightforward. Lastly, I would like to introduce Divine. He's the flex player of the team. He is quite a perfectionist in and out of the game. This helps us execute with his flawless utility usage and trading capabilities. Although there are some respectable teams and players out there, we are not afraid of any of them. I want my team to be remembered as one of the greatest that ever touched the game. We would like to thank all the fans around the world, especially those from India. We wish that you would continue to support us as we carry the Enigma banner into the MYSG region.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh my God! So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it!
Kinda like see that, but oh my God, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has a call for taken. Stop it.
People of Middle Earth, welcome back again to the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia, Singapore, Split 1. I'm Leonard, also known as Yellow Lee. Joining me once again back on the desk is going to be FaZe himself here. We're currently underwater. We're currently submerged because we want to try to hide away for some people. But don't worry, we have reserves, we have weaponry, we can defend ourselves pretty well. But of course, speaking of defending ourselves, right now it is Todak's turn to defend themselves in this potentially last game in this first series of the day against Enigma Gaming.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. They got taken down 13-7 in Pearl. It was a pretty convincing victory there by Enigma.
Very.
You know, they just had the better strats. They were the better team in that map. But now moving on to Ascent. A very strong map pick here for Enigma. They took down Bleed and X10 13-10 in Ascent. So Todak, they've got such a massive hill to climb.
I mean, it's definitely quite the hill as well. And if we're just talking about just who has the higher map win rate so far in this group stages alone, you can see definitely for sure Enigma Gaming has played 3 times on the map of Ascent. Although yes, when it comes to map picks, it's not of their choosing. They didn't really choose a map. Usually the opponent teams that usually pick Ascent to fight against them. But they have 100% win rate so far out of the 3 times they played on Ascent. However, for Todak, they played 4 times, but they only win it twice, so it's about 50% win rate. But then the 2 games that they actually lost was against X10 and Kizuna Esports. Those are one of the 2 teams that's not really easy to overcome as well. And it wasn't really a one-sided game either way. However, there is a twist, Faith. There is a twist on the map of Ascent, in particular for Todak, is Frosty brings Neon to the table. He brings Neon to the map of Ascent. Honestly, not just Neon, he also brought Phoenix, but on another map, on the map of Lotus here. The thing is, it's really cool to see a duelist, like a duelist him trying out all kinds of
different varieties, yeah.
Different varieties, especially like duelists that's not rarely picked or almost never picked on maps like this.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, it's something because when you're playing the meta, to bring out an agent like Neon, which you don't really see that often on Ascent or or Phoenix on Lotus. You know, it might just counter the strat of what the enemy has against you. You know, they're planning to counter you based on the agents you've played beforehand, and you bring out someone like Phoenix and you're like, what in the hell? We scratch everything, erase the board, and we're just gonna have to rewrite everything on the go. But yeah, we're moving to Ascent. It's, as we said, gonna be incredibly tough, but I'm sure Todak, they have some strats, some executions here up their sleeves, some game plans here, as this is their map pick.
The thing is, I don't really blame them for picking Ascent as well, because they need to try to find some form of common ground, but also at the same time, not on the common ground where the fact that you know your opponent team will actually have more overwhelming strength compared to you yourself when it comes down to this competitive plays as well. So seeing Fracture being seeing them not picking Fracture for themselves as a second map is somewhat understandable, although yes, it is one of their favorite go-tos as well. But yes, the map of Ascent, one of the few, like literally one of the oldest map that we have in the competitive pool here. The strats has been set, the meta composition has not been changed, rarely been changed. I mean, ever since Chamber and Fade came in, then Chamber got the massive nerd, then the meta felt regress. People say that we're moving forward with the meta. I feel like we just regress back to how it usually was supposed to be.
Yeah,
like
the Killjoy and the Cypher.
Exactly. Yeah. People tell me like, hey, that's the meta now, Leonard. I'm like, that's the same one before Chamber.
Yeah, we just went
backwards. But okay, you know, I'm not gonna be the one that, you know, I'm not gonna be the the stereotype here or anything, right? But like, regardless, we're slowly going back to the meta, which is the typical Sova, Killjoys, KOs. We do see a little bit of a twist where we see different initiative, where we see Faye come to the limelight. Todak, so far in this group stage, has the one that's been bringing quite the twist in their composition so far. Ascent in particular, as they bring in both the Neon, the Breach, and the Omen. They forgo the Astra, they forgo the KO, and they bring a different set of initiators and controllers to to answer or to play alongside with their composition. Could be comfortability between the or capability or compatibility between their members, or maybe it could be a strat which they're trying to utilize and make full use of the advantages upon their opponent team.
Yeah, exactly. And when you say KO, Breach, Neon, you know, these agents that Omen, there we go. These agents that Todak like to play, that gives you, when you hear those agents, you think aggression, you know, super fast play, especially with Omen. You know, if you have Omen, you've got the Paranoia available, you can TP here, TP there, get some flanks going, rather than the usual Astra where you're playing passive, trying to stay alive as the last player to play with your
because of the
your
roles
stars.
you have, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's interesting, and we'll see if Todak do decide to go for that super aggressive gameplay to just one up Enigma here in this map.
Yeah, and there's also just to add on and point out, there are also really great linings when it comes to Paranoia, where you can really have really good line up as well for the setting of utilities. The Dark Cloud is literally just on cooldowns, so you can be as aggressive as much as possible, or just to delay certain momentums where you know certain pick angles which the opponents like to use. But of course, enough with predictability or anything. We're for predictions. We're here in the agent selection to see what is going to be their final answer, and it seems so far Todak is still going to be sticking to what they have been playing so far with the bringing in Neon, but the only difference, no Omen this time. G hovers over and locks in the Astra for himself, while Enigma Gaming, Frey pretty satisfied with it from the fact that he can actually bring back the Cyber, which he calmly and mains back in the day. Still plays it probably often, but when it comes to competitive, especially before the patch as well, we have not seen Cyber for a relatively long time. After the patch, he came back, and now back in Frey's head.
Of course, man.
The cybernetic assassin.
And it's Frey, man. Frey has been playing insane. Yeah, I think last map he was on the controller role. He was on that Viper, and he's making it look so easy. Divine, though, I think one of my favorite players here from the side of Enigma. He's always on that KO. He's been learning the lineups. We saw what kind of lineups he had for Pearl, and you know, being a map like Ascent, there's just so many different possibilities, so many different flashes that you can really set up your team to go for the retake or even retake control of B main or A main. You know, so I'm really interested to see how Divine's flashes can just turn the losing round for Enigma to winning. You know, well, we're just gonna have to see.
I mean, we definitely will have to see how the game will actually play out by itself, because it is still pretty tough to tell, since this is going to be their first time fighting against each other here in the group stages as well. So who's going to be able to come on top? Enough with the stats, enough with the numbers. Although, yeah, some people like to say numbers are talking. Exactly. Some people like to say numbers are everything, but like you said, Face, let the game do the talk. Let the action and the might bring up between both of these two teams who's going to be able to come up on top. This is the second game of our first series of today. Potentially could be the comeback around Todak, or EG just takes it all for themselves and solidify their spot at second place. But could be even first if they manage to get their seven game right.
Yeah, definitely. Here it is, the pistol round. Enigma going to be starting off here on towards the defense. So Todak with a very aggressive lineup in towards the attacking side. Frosty's gonna be playing on the Neon. No elevation. Oh, but look at this crossfire actually set up by these players towards middle. And they're just ring around the rosy. Look at how they make things work. But Enigma, they hold things down. Zan and Starron's able to play off each other super well and just shut down the offense of Todak. And they're going to be doing this time and time again. Todak, they like to take control of middle. They like to split B. Starron will be able to take down Cheat here at the end of the round. But man, we're going to be having a fun game if Frosty's is going to be moving like that.
Oh man, I can tell this. That was fast, but it was still not fast enough. Zan instantly shut them all down. I love the attempt what Frosty was trying to do, right? Draw their fire, right? Try to divert attention towards him, where his teammate actually comes in as the second wave to actually go for the pickup. However, Zan and the rest of the squad who was there, unfazed. Literally, the right word is unfazed of the situation. Yeah. And it was just pretty much easy picking. Although, yes, Zan did die eventually. You know, there's so much that your ghost can do in that situation, but still, regardless, that's going to allow them to give them some elevation. But Todak did force it a buy as they're bringing stingers into this fight.
Yeah, they get the plant down as well. That's going to be a massive round here for them. A 5v5 retake. However, you know, going for the force when you lose the first round without even getting the spike down, money is going to be a disadvantage. And when money's a disadvantage, skills, abilities, and utilities is not going to be there, but that's going to be a failed flash here from coming in from Divine. He will take down Zan, and there's 2 players in towards Hell. Styron does not spot out Sube, but they will be able to spray things down here, clear out Hell, and try to take this last player down. It's a 1v1. Aduka, he's got the Sheriff in his hands. The right click comes at a perfect timing, but Aduka fully flashed with the shot, takes him down. They win it back.
The worst part, he was so low in the first place as well.
One shot is all he needed.
Yeah, but then again, the force spike coming from Todak really paid off. They really made their way completely different from the first match that we witnessed. Completely different. A 180 change phase. They just ran right in.
Yeah, especially with the fact that Frosties is on Neon. That just calls for a very aggressive Todak. And this is the Todak that we love to watch. You know, on Fracture, on Lotus, on Ascent now. They're just super aggressive. Use Frosty's quick running abilities, you know, some Usain Bolt stuff, to just get as much information, to pull the crosses, pull the attention here from the defending team.
Ooh. Gonna try to make the time as well. Dark Cloud coming into us a mid lane, but would not find or obscure anybody. Playing very default right now, playing nice and slow. Especially Todak, sort of somewhat understand, okay, they're thoroughly in the lead, but they're still unsure whether Enigma Gaming actually went for the false fly or not. Since there's no one picking, no one willing to actually take a couple of pre-fires just yet, no one's willing to risk themselves by putting themselves out in the open here. So Todak having a little bit of tough time trying to distinguish what's the situation, what's the current plan. However, looks like they're going to be slowly resolving themselves to engage towards this B side, but they're going to be careful because there's 3 members of EG in the side. And Frey with a shorty are literally unrelenting towards Frey.
What in the
Puts
heck?
him down, and he still makes it work!
And
Frey! An ace! To boot with a shorty in hand!
No way!
Face. Now that's what I call a 150 cash credit ace right there.
My goodness, he bought the cheapest weapon in the game and made it work.
Oh my lord, Frey. The cybernetic ninja is back, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta see it again too.
My
2
word.
shots to the head, a quick swap with a weapon to seal the round as well. What a switch. What a clutch.
What?
I mean, okay, it's not a clutch, but then again, what
the
a fight.
defense, the hold was just amazing. He had Zan just do so much damage. Zan hits the first shot on each of these players, and Frey just comes in to pick it up. Fantastic play. Well, that's just how they play. They play together. They come in for the trades, and they're just able to win out these fights. Somehow, man, Frey, he's on that Cypher. There's no dash, there's no jumping, there's no updrafts or anything like that. But he makes Cypher look so maneuverable.
Again. Now a little bit repositioning coming from Zan and Frey this time. I'm going to be playing around the market and mid area. First thing they're going to pop a few heads, fight it, and Zan picks them off with ease.
Wow.
3 for the price of 1, and he's absolutely loving this supermarket market deal. Trying to go for the 4, and we'll get it for sure. What about the ace though? 7 HP and a dream, but Jeeves going to be the one to clip his wing and shut him down. He's all alone, but Frey, the one who got his own personal ace, will return the favor for the revenge, and EG. What a whopping win of 3-1 scoreline.
Oh man, that's what happened.
Dominance.
It is. I mean, the fact that Todak in that second round, after winning their Thrifty, they brought in 2 Vandals and a Bulldog, Spectres and all that, and they lost it to of course, Frey's ace. That caused... They didn't really have to rebuy, you know, and look at their economy. It's just so big. They've got 6K on Arts and 6 as well on Divine, and they bring out the Operator here after some back and forth rounds.
This particularly is going to hurt them a lot more, especially with the existence of the Operator. Unless they get a really nice picky. So far, even on the map of Pearl, we see Aduka did manage to win a lot of these pick battles against Zan when he even had the Operator in hand. But then again, this is a lot more relatively, a lot more closer, a lot more tighter as well. I don't think Aduka's going to be taking that challenge head on just yet. However, getting a little bit of mid-control, but there is still the spy cam. Spot 2 player. That's big info.
Shot.
However, Zoe still able to find Zen, shuts him down again. That's an Operator down for the count.
Frey, he's here though. That's going to be a great call. Nebula going down. They will allow them to actually enter towards market, but it's a bit of a messy situation here. 4v3 as well now. And it looks like Enigma just wants to come in here for the retake. Very difficult. Styron getting a little too aggressive there. Should have waited for his team. And Sube will punish.
Right there.
Gonna play with angles, gonna play with corners, what they're actually very comfortable with. They have the crosshair alignments and setup as well. Just need a little bit of a pixel displacement, and it's gonna be a nice freebie pickup for them as well. They do have the Rolling Thunder, if it's sorry, not the Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder and the Cosmic Divide for the post play if needed as well. But then again, might not be used since this is a 2v4, make that a 1v4 as he tries to hold on the line. Divine does manage to get a nice pickup, although he knows he doesn't have enough time, but at least he can make this win
he's so aware.
expensive and hurtful. 2 more members will fall to Divine, despite Todak winning 3 players will be forced to rebuy.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that Divine was able to take down Aduka shows that he was so fully aware that, you know, as an agent like Cypher likes to lurk around the map, he was just ready for Aduka to come in for that swing. 9 times out of 10, no one's ready for that. You know, they're usually out of there trying to make their way out of towards B main, but he was ready. He was able to take down Aduka, and that's 3-2. Todak now, they are able to bring in the rifles. A single Bulldog here in the hands of Kale, but they have so many ults here to work with.
Same goes for Enigma Gaming as well. If 2 of those players get those frags or the ultimate ults as well, we're going to be quite a challenge. Arthur gets picked out instantly, defensively falls back. Counter utilities was utilized as well, but he will still be alive. Although they did make their intention pretty clear, the Rolling Thunder is coming towards the side itself. Divine, nice timing with the Nebula, is going to obscure all 4 of vision. However, Arthur has done the damage, and Silver has been shut down. Divine playing back and forth by Aduka, relentless. Spray through the smoke, and will get someone in the process. Frey is also going to be returning back to favor for the respective trade. And there's still Frey and Frey! Frey still sustained and started up with the unit at hand. He will dictate how the round will go. And in this 1v4, the odds are against you, Aduka. What can you do?
Frey, he was able to pick up that first frag on towards Sube, and it was looking so promising from Toda. They were able to make their way on towards site. They were trying to come in for the plant, but everyone from Enigma just wrapped around, pushed through that Cosmic Divide from Jeed, and was just able to win out their fights. Just found perfect timing to take down Todak players. And that's going to cause Aduka to just go for the save. There's just no way for him to take the spike and take down 4 members of Enigma. 20 seconds left. I guess they just got to use this time to talk about what's going on for the next round.
I mean, honestly, I think this will be a really nice time to actually put the call in for the timeout as well, to really recollect or at least slow down some form of momentum if necessary as well, or maybe reset their own mentality in the first place. But regardless of the situation, right, that was a which I need to double check as well, could most likely be a very expensive round for Todak. A very expensive one, costly one. But like you said, they managed to get really deep into the site itself. However, just praying. I think that's the name of the game for that last round. The smoke, they didn't even care. They just know for sure the main is in that area. The spray, we're gonna eventually get somebody.
Yeah, definitely, and that's definitely what happened. How Sube got taken out. Styron came in with the Odin as well, and was just able to use the ton amount of bullets that it has to just take down anyone in his path. But this time around, man, Todak down to a bit of a broken buy.
Definitely not really the best, especially since Aduka was last man standing. So he's going to be the main fragger for this one, the main hero for the team here. Zhang gets spotted out, no choice, had to fall back and retreat. The only difference this time is Aduka is going to be taking for a short approach here to see he can try to get some nice easy picking. However, Frosty with the fast lane, trying to get into the side, gets managed to into the market. We see Zan hovering in the skies with the blade storm in hand, and will not be able to find anyone to connect those blades. But then again, kill, causing suppress. But delayed, but not for too long as he goes to the swing. Against a one on Divine as well.
Zan just behind the smoke, and he does manage to take down one with the hands, with the blades. Nice and easy pickings. That's 3 for him, 2 for Arton. But man, what a quick rotation from this young lad. Just the way Enigma is playing. They had Arton alongside, I think it was Divine, who was playing towards Tree, and they were just able to hold things off. There was so much pressure towards middle, but they expected the rotations. They held their feet, held their ground, and just used their utility wisely. fantastic just to delay that push from Todak.
The best one, everyone was able to get the spray control pretty accurately as well towards the entrance itself. But honestly, in that situation with Zen running and gunning with the blazer, what do you normally call that? I call it hack and slash, but what do you call it?
That's just Zen, the man doing his thing, man. Just all-out frenzy here for him.
Man. But still, of course, Enigma Gaming asserting dominance so far. Not literally letting or cutting any corners for these guys. They won this score. They won this series. Now, slowly, Todak being slowed down once again. Initially, it was great, but I think after experiencing rounds like those, like ace, quad kills, or such a whole, you can't really blame him for the fact that you really need to slowly take one step back here because you tend to realize, okay, something is not right. Something is happening here. Something needs to be changed.
Oof, this is tough, man. Getting scanned from the Sova with the Odin. Oh my goodness, this is just free pickings from this man here. Odin in his hands. We're just gonna walk in towards his crosshair, walk in towards the meat grinder. And man, it's all down to Sube. What can you do at this point when Enigma is just running around like it's their own playground?
Well, it's their own turf as well. You want to enter their turf, you gotta make sure you put them all down to the ground for sure. Zen and the rest of the squad still going to be sticking with that operator. Has been making quite good work with it as well. Hasn't really found as much success as the early or initial phase or when he had the Bladestorm in hand as well. But we will eventually see it as more rounds come by. Todak finally utilizing their first timer as well. Just try to slow things down or just try to rethink the strategy. Because if you look at that, right, their buys isn't really the best. There is the Hunter's Fury, however.
But the Hunter's Fury can do so much. I mean, yes, maybe you're able to pick off one player early on before...
Post plants maybe as well.
Yeah, post plants. But having the amount of weapons that they have, or the amount of money that they have right now, you can bring out maybe a Bulldog. I think it's just gonna be these upgraded pistols, that's for sure. But right now, Todak, every single time they try to make their way towards these sites, they walk into a crossfire or just an easy setup. Like what we saw earlier, Styron and Frey in towards that B site. Styron with that Odin, he's able to put a recon dart to spot the positioning of anyone in towards B main. He's able to spray through that wall, or if anyone decides to walk in towards Frey's tripwires, he's able to spray through the boat wall as well. So they have this strong hold towards that B site, and it's just extremely hard for Todak to take. Every time Todak likes to take that middle position as well, but they're always there to counter. They're always there to stop the push, especially with Zan just popping off. It's difficult here from Todak, but at this point, with this round, with the sheriffs that they have in hand, it's definitely gonna be tough. And
oh, that was cutting it so close. We would see it coming as well, but thankfully the shot's not going to be able to connect on that one. So he's going to be able to live to tell the tale. However, the intel has been relayed. Look how the rest of the team already rotates just from that one intel alone. Spotted someone at A short. Everyone's already playing at their very entrance itself. Neon is coming in. Divine getting ready to go for the swing. Can't save it from the back of the line. And Zan, not even with the operator, with the shorty instead to literally remove Frosty. It all comes down to one more member, and that's Gene himself alongside with Gale. They're trying to find some weapon, but Zan picks off Kill before you can even make a chance. Gene, last man. Doesn't really have the spike in hand, and I don't think whether they actually spotted that the spike has actually been drawn. Actually, no, yes, sorry.
Oh, they did. It's in their crosshair.
They're at every side. Yeah, they're at every side. That icon's just so big on the map.
30 seconds left.
All right. Oh,
man. Zan. Don't do this to them, not like this, man.
I mean, that's what you call hello and goodbye.
Oh, definitely. 7-2, and just that dominating fashion from Enigma. The defense is just so quick to rotate and play each other out. The utility usage, 10 out of 10. And their aim, man. You can have all the utility, you can have the best strats, you can have the best positioning, but if you can't aim, it's definitely going to be a problem. But Enigma has all of those.
This is gonna be fun.
10 out of 10.
Which is going to be great right now, right? You see two members with the spike towards the A side, so getting ready to try to go for the pickup. Oh, man.
Scanning ahead.
Yo, you should have capped that in Styron.
Oh,
Cap
my
at it.
goodness.
Keep going, baby. He almost got Sumi in the first place, but don't worry, he got killed instead. That's fine. That's fine. He's gonna try to see if he can spot another one in the process, but he is being careful. Does hear the owl drone, will not get spotted by it visually, so Frosty is still in the clear. But he did get tagged in the process, and the shock dart is gonna amplify even more damage.
He knows.
More sprays. He just needs one more bullet to get Frosty. That's gonna be a double kill for him on his side. 2K from a blind spray.
This positioning that he
don't
has
know, right?
so
They
deep
don't
in the
know.
line.
Oh,
He does
no.
take down Jeed. The paranoia is going to be coming out. He will make a Duka fall back. I'm not sure whether or not he heard the steps here, but he will be able to bring out the smoke to cover him to make his way back towards safety. Nonetheless, that's already a 3v5 here in Todak. They've barely seen a member. Zan here ready with that operator. There are 2 players to work if he will get fault lined. He will get concussed. He will get taken out of this round just for a little bit. Bit aggressive there. Arton just around the corner. Do they realize this? But he's just holding it down. He takes them too. Oh my goodness. This hold nice and easy here from the side of Enigma. 8-2. What can you do?
Honestly, it's really difficult to outface. Enigma is literally peeling them layers by layers, picking them off one by one here. And the worst part about it, they did try to take a different approach, which is great. They've been hitting mid. They had a really tough time with that one. They tried to go for B, but instantly get met with a relentless spray from Styron with the Yodin. And although, yes, there were some tags initially, no loss of life. It's out of the blue. Massive damage. You lost one player. Instantly Frosty was down to 25 HP. Like, what the hell is happening?
Exactly, and we know that Styron has just been playing this Odin, playing this B site for so long, because when he got that initial frag on towards, who was it? Kale, I think, or Sube? I'm not sure. But when he got that initial frag, he went for that drone. Oh, hold on. We got to talk about this later on because Arton is looking to get aggressive here. Paranoia does come out. He will make his way out of here, and I think the retake should be coming in hot here for Enigma as they just close off. They allow Todak to make their way in, but Zan is already here posted up with the operator. Drone will come out. He will spot him. That's going to be a great relay bolt as well to push him off this angle. Free entrance. They've got to be so careful, especially with that Odin doing so much damage here on towards these players. Arton takes down one. Sube getting a little bit too aggressive there towards short. My word. What can you do? A shot, quick reaction. Almost taking that wall bang here on towards Jeet as well. That would have been something.
No, that's what I call smart for the camera, folks. While Stein and the rest of the squad on top of the rafter jumps down for Heaven to deliver the divine
hold on
judgment.
a second.
Our G with 20 HP the boat tries to hold his own, but in the might and the face of Styron and the Odin in hand, none shall live and none shall survive. But they did manage to defuse it halfway to allow the rest of the team to actually get that nice ultimate point for themselves. Operator picked up. That's going to be for Zan, so at least they can save cost of that one. And of course, Enigma Gaming
Last round
constantly
in the half.
escalating their lead, asserting more dominance, and making their way to the very last point before we go to the second half.
Pure confidence coming in from Zan. He had the operator right in front of him as soon as the Nebula came down, able to take down Frosties. He jumps down towards Hell to try to take down a Duka, or was it Jeet? But man, just full-on frenzy mode here from the likes of Enigma. And there's just Tyron with the Odin. He's just randomly spraying through things and just making it work.
Yeah, but then again, so far, Todak has found some, at least, higher chance of success when they're hitting that A site so far.
They're able to make their way on towards the site, able to
Get the plant down as well.
get the plant down. When it comes to B, they're just not much you can say.
Let's just say there's a lot of bad memories that has been happening on B so far, ever since from the second round of the first half, let's be honest.
Nonetheless, nice and slow here from the side of Todak, looking to make things work towards A short, but the positioning from Enigma is just super strong. Frosty's trying to get the information. He does spot out Arton, and he will get taken out, but just a quick wrap from the side of Enigma from Tree just shuts them down so easily. Such
Switching sides.
I don't know what to say, man. They're just there all of a sudden.
They already know. They already know. There's no utility usage. There's no audio queues. There's no interaction happening at B main lobby or mid at all. And the amount of times that they have been hitting A so far for during the later stage of the first half, the last few rounds, they already dictated, okay, it's A. We don't need to think about it. We don't need to try to analyze or read the situation. They're going to hit A. So everyone, then you already see everyone already rotating there before they really get into the site.
Just the setup towards 3, though, you know, they make their way in towards that A short door, and Frey is instantly in that nebula waiting for
side of the fast lane as well.
Yeah, exactly. He just comes out swinging and assists a Divine to take down the players from short. But nonetheless, this is a new half, a new beginning here for Todak. 10-2, they are down. We've seen 9-3 curse, but 10-2 is a little bit more difficult to come back from.
It's even harder because the thing is, Todak needs to win this pistol round because if not, Enigma Gaming is gonna roll with this one.
They gotta win everything. I mean,
no, I mean like
looking good.
to survive.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
The pistol round in particular, is a lot more riskier than the rifle round at least here.
Sure, winning out the pistol will gain you that extra advantage here in towards the second round. You know, you're able to bring out the Spectres and at least string a couple of rounds together to bring in the momentum in towards the second half.
Ooh, the Owl Drone did force a little bit of suspicious implanted a little bit of suspicion in the minds of Aduka. He is slowly rotating from A to the B side just in case, because that's how quiet things are. And no one is really checking out towards the main. But then again, managed to get spotted, instantly trying to retaliate back with the necessary style point, but it's a little bit too late. Zan's already inside the site at the back of it and remove G to clear things up. Dark Cloud's already been placed on top of the Raptors as well, and now they're planning to secure their hole for the post plan, and they didn't even lose a single member phase.
Definitely so explosive. Zan spots out Jade was playing towards Hell, going for the jump peaks. Instantly, Divine will throw that suppress and just shuts down any sort of defense. You know, the gravity, well, the concuss from Jade. And it just allows them free entrance. But Frosty's has got something to say about that. They clear out 2 players here in towards Generator and A main, but they've got to be careful because there's one more towards Hell. And they do manage to get him here through the smoke. It's all Arton now, up against the likes of Frosties and Sube. He's getting the tags, but Sube will cover. Will take down Arton.
Now that's what we're talking about. Frosty leaving them nice and cold for that retake. Absolutely great. Absolutely fantastic.
Tough, man. That's the first round here. We saw in the earlier that I think Todak was able to win out the first pistol. Or was it the other way around? But just showing, or was it on Pearl?
No, EG won the first pistol.
Or was it on Pearl where EG won and then Todak came back with the thrifty?
Oh yeah, Todak one.
Yeah,
Pearl.
Never mind, I got the maps mixed up. But that just shows that these sheriffs on the hands of Enigma is dangerous. We've seen L's here from on Ecos, these thrifty rounds coming in hot. So it's very dangerous. Todak, they cannot get aggressive. They cannot go for those over peaks. Yes, they have the weapons advantage, but you know, up against the likes of these top tier players, anything can work as a weapon.
I love the adjustment that's going to be made, especially from the side here of Frey. He decides to walk through the midway, but there is a tripwire and spotted as well. Not going to interact, but he's hearing a lot of audio cues. I'm not sure whether Aduka also has spotted it as well.
Oh, I like that.
Now they know.
I like what they did there. Frey's tag pinged where the tripwire was. Someone from deep mid took it down with a classic, so they don't know that Frey's around the corner. But oh, look at this great sausage party happening here towards street. Kyle does manage to take down Frey when Frey took down Aduka towards middle, but it's now a 1v3, and Jade will be able to close things out at 10-4. Some signs of life from Todak. They just need to keep this ball rolling here.
And I love the fact that you saw coming in from G, took a chapter right off of EG's playbook as well. Plays at a really cheeky angle in the back line, got them all off guard. But of course, it was an eco round for the side here for EG, so they don't really have the necessary armor or the weaponry. But then again, still well done, because like I said, that round in particular was possibly one of the most crucial rounds that Todak is currently facing at the moment here. Not that it gives them some form of success, however, this time, EG is the bonus round. All rifles. We're toe-to-toe with Todak here, who's not really having the best of a mixture of weaponry here. They have a couple, 2 Spectres, a Vandal and a Bulldog, and a Sheriff in hand alone.
It'll definitely be tough, but even Ascent is very defender-sided, I would say, in my opinion. So there's still a chance here for Todak to put their foot here in towards this match. There's a lot of different setups you can pull off, and you can see one setup from the side of Todak in towards this A short position with this crazy tripwire setup.
I mean, that's like one of the few beauties of having a Sentinel right in the first place. But Star Power's been set. Get rid of the counteract. If anyone is going to be picking the mini spots a gun nozzle, that's going to be it. They instantly try to retaliate back. And the rest of the squad, remember, Enigma Gaming is the kind of team is totally fine with playing with the time, but the angle of the paranoia instantly forced them back to set the foundation. The anchor point has been set. However, Gene and Sube was able to hold their own. And now, furthermore, they will solidify their defense at the Flower Gardens. It all comes down to Arthur in a 1v4, but that's not going to stop the onslaught of Gene as he breaks down the doors and finds the way, the path to glory once again. Todak takes the round. It's going to be a 10-5, and they slowly claw their way back from the brink of defeat phase.
Yeah, that was a tough one to deal with. You know, you had Zan dashing in towards your face, the paranoia coming in to start things off as well.
That was fantastic.
And just that paranoia really put some anxiety in the hearts of Todak for sure, because it was just a full-on counter. Zan was able to push up towards short. He was able to take down one, but the fact that Sube alongside Jeet was just able to close things out, able to hit their shots, just made it look so easy. But nonetheless, it is very, very difficult. 10-5. They force Enigma in towards a half buy here. But slowly they're bringing things back. The momentum is slowly swinging to their favor, and look at this tripwire up there. That is if Zan decides to updraft and tailwind on towards his site. They may have been watching some VODs, and they know that he likes to do that sort of maneuver on towards the site. Does manage to get the shot there on towards the Duca, so that tripwire is no longer valid.
Oh, but then again, if Frey wasn't there for the assist, now that's what I call buddy system. Buddy system is absolutely solid. However, Frosty, in the face of Zan with only 5 HP, he's very satisfied with the Christmas gift that came towards him. Gene, on the other hand, was able to hold his own, but Divine was able to go for the trade back. Nice timing with the flash, however, Sube unfazed will be able to retaliate back to equalize the scoreline. It's going to be back to the 2v3. Things are looking a little bit precarious, but
he's so aware.
Unbelievable! How in the world did he do that? How did he do that?
Just perfect game sense there. He put himself in towards the corner, so he's not seen from one angle.
I thought that was it. I thought it was just boxed in.
It was boxed in, but he had that wall here. He was secure in that tight little cubby, and was able to take those 1v1s. Beautiful spray transfer, but man, Divine earlier to be able to take down, I think, Kyle, who was towards mid, just somehow made his way towards there, taking down that mid player. That could have been massive. If Sube got taken out as well towards spawn, this round would have gone differently. But they are down now 4 points. This is slowly starting to be a game now.
Nice fault line. Not going to be able to find it, but there is still the Cosmic Divide in the hands of G here. We choose to expand it later on. But then again, Spycam checking over towards the middle area, high mid. Is they picked off? Now they're slowly back to playing default once again. Remember, Enigma Gaming is fine with running down the clock. They're also fine with resolving this how to really enter to the side. They have that confidence. It's just a matter of how much they can actually deviate their silence at the moment.
Yeah, all 5 players now from Enigma slowly playing that contact towards A main. G definitely going to have to be very careful. He hears the drone come out, and there we go. That's the null command from Divine. He just instantly has to fall back. There's no way for him to you know, delay any of these players from making their way on towards site. But nonetheless, he has the Cosmic Divide to work with. He can definitely shut down anyone in towards A main. But it's all down to how they make this work, because Zan is looking so aggressive. Haunted Fury does get do a little bit of damage here, and just Zan coming in for the hunt, trying to find these players. Like, also aggressive here towards Heaven. It's not just Zan, it's Arten as well. Arten does manage to take down Frosty's, instantly falling back on towards site, and that just delays so much time here for Todak to come in for that retake. Arton with one more. 2 last remaining players in towards heaven, and they go down simultaneously. 11 points here for Enigma.
That was some crazy stuff. And it's understandable for the aggression earlier as well, because they really didn't want to allow them to really get onto the side. Because remember, Todak was still having the equal amount of living bodies alongside with Enigma Gaming. They could not afford them to actually surround them or get nice and close in the site itself. So Zan took the courage, took the bold move, and took the fight to them head on. Of course, expected he was hoping to do a little bit more damage than he did, but it was still enough.
Yeah, Arton was able to back him up, and the main point is they were able to take down.
Oh, Frosty!
My
Why
goodness,
you gotta leave him so cold, man?
My goodness, just like that, Zan is out of the picture. Didn't even let me finish talking, and he just comes in and gets the frag.
It's been a while, so we see such aggression coming from Frosty towards his A main lobby as well. There were peaks, but not much aggression like this.
Ooh, he got spotted, and Frosty takes him out. That's what happens if you play a little bit too close to the wall. The enemy is able to spot you a lot quicker than you're able to spot them because of the point of view. Nonetheless, that's going to be a 3 versus 5. And Todak, they're slowly going to win this one back. Frosty picks up the 30. He might be looking for the ace here. He knows exactly where Frey is playing. But Sube will clutch and close things out here.
No ace for our dear friend Frosty for this round, but doesn't matter. Todak is trying to claw their way back here to survive and try to bring this game to a 3rd game. The thing is, initially when it was 10-2, I understand if things didn't look so great.
Yeah.
Didn't really look that great when it was 10-2 on the.
It was 10-2. I mean,
it was 10-2 exactly in the first half.
What a comeback!
Now that exactly. They played around with the angles. They played with the time. They got the frags necessary. They have answers or solutions for various angles. Although yes, Enigma Gaming did take 1 point off of them, but that was after utilizing all of their ultimates just to get to the side. That just shows how much of a hole that Todak has been utilizing for the defense. Now EG even going to be utilizing their first timeout here to try to understand this situation.
Yeah, definitely. And with the agents that they have on Todak, going in for these retakes is definitely going to be easy, especially when Sube has the Rolling Thunder alongside Jeed's Cosmic Divide. You can really just catch these players off guards, get aggressive with Frosty coming in with the relay bolts as well, and find those early frags for the retake. But nonetheless, EG, they do call that timeout. Money-wise, it ain't looking good, but the fact that Zan has the Blade Storm to work with, he'll easily just be able to buy up for a member of his team and use those knives here for his dangerous hunting.
Recovering it.
Which is fine, right? Because like I said, economy doesn't really matter to ages like Jets and all. So he has a Blade Storm. Doesn't matter whether he not have enough. He will use his saving to help someone else to buy the weaponry or the rifle.
Instantly clears out A main.
Yeah, that's it, man. But look at all the star points as well. My God, that is a total mess. Not too far behind. We have Sube as well to actually retaliate and follow up with it as well towards the lane. It's a really nice lineup as well. You want to use the fault line.
I don't know if Jeed should be playing on towards site here. You know, the fact that they have the ability to play retake, maybe they should allow Enigma to take the site, because if Jeed was to get taken down super early on, it's definitely going to be a bit of an issue. Just showing up now, Zan on towards the map, that forces Todak to actually rotate 1 extra player here. KO making his way towards that A site. The rest of Enigma now slowly creeping their way towards B, towards middle, to try get that wrap in and just take down Frosties and Aduka, who's chilling very passively in towards B.
The thing is this, right? Now, if they manage to secure control at market, they will have a two point of attack here, and they're going to be able to catch them off guard on the sideline. They break down the door, but they don't have anything or utility to really try to slow things down. They are going to be able to engage at the back or side from 2 points of different entries here. Now they have to hold on the stairs as much as possible. Zan comes in, finds his mark on Frosty as well, removes him from the playing field, and now they have to deal with 1 more player on the back or side. However, Sube and the rest of the squad, the reinforcements are here, and they're dealing massive damage with the reinforcement. Last man standing is Styron. we cannot cut this man out for the check yet. He just had to go for the plan just enough time. But then again, they're not going to offer him any moment at all. Does he one more frag? But Sally G will be able to secure it. Can you imagine if Styron actually got that kill in less than 0.02 seconds?
It's doable. It's Styron. You don't know what kind of tricks he's got up his sleeves.
Oh, man.
But a massive round there from Todak to deny match point on Enigma. And that forces them to a bit of a weak buy from the side of Enigma. But they were there. They were ready. Some great scans from the side of Kyle, from Aduka as well with a tripwire, just able to take these players out without even in a glimpse of a second.
And there was so there's not much intel for them to play around with it.
Yeah.
They're just cyber cages and all kinds of things. So couldn't really determine how many people were really there. And I love how fast Todak was with that rotation. They just didn't do anything. They just knives out, ran all the way towards that B side. They just said, no, we gotta get there first.
But Zan was able to get that initial frag on towards Frosties as well. So that was a little bit worrying for the side of Todak. But they do manage to make things work. Do they expect? There's always that one player from Enigma so deep in towards middle. And they just have no idea. I mean, Frosties has a bit of a clue, which is why he's playing a bit more passive.
I mean, especially since you did lose one of the tripwires with middle area as well. So you tend to know possibly maybe someone is there because you can't see the tripwire unless you're up close. But then, wow! What a line of smokes, and they didn't even anticipate that at all. They're going to be able to get all these frags. Now, that's what I call entry into the site without having to use that tailwind. By the way,
like
is going to be dropping down, and instantly the round just ends.
What in the world? That's a
The thing is this, they're so used to expecting or hearing the tailwind updraft and tailwind into the site.
Yeah, or the drone, you know.
They check things out, right? But no, they never anticipate Zan just like piling sky smokes and like, oh my god, piling on lines of smoke just to get into the site. They did not hear any dash, they did not hear any interaction. All they knew just until it was too late, Zan was already midway into the site.
Yeah, Sube especially, he came out as well to try to come in for the crossfire or to assist anyone trying to hold that A site. But he instantly was just good for one, traded out. And for G to lose that fight against Zan with the Sheriff, that was a massive moment there. Oh, tough round here.
Indeed. One could not expect this outcome, let's be honest.
Definitely not. Just individual play there from Zan with the rest of the team, just winning those gunfights, forcing their way on towards the site.
Which I think is so amazing. And the thing is about this, right? Because the doctor is not in today. So if Arden came out with such an ingenious plan like that, it's such a crazy thing. Because they were so dependent on audio cues when it comes down to smoke. So they see smoke, right? We gotta hear dash, gotta hear tailwind, you gotta hear something. What utilities is going to be utilized for them to engage the site? What are the styles? Because it's already drilled in their head on what is the ways to really engage or execute, or what utilities are going to be executed into the site. So that really caught them off guard. But either way, this is match point. Todak is definitely going to be putting everything on the line with this one. And Frosty, finally, I have not seen bought an operator until now.
Definitely on the last round where it all matters. So he has to hit these shots. He has to find those opening picks with this aggression that he has. And he knows that there are a couple of players waiting out there. He gets the shot off there on towards Zan as well. Going to be a good opening pick. But they now decide to clear things back. Relay ball to delay anybody there. He's going aggressive. He's going for these peaks. He wants more. They do shut down Arton, who tried to use his ultimate to hoard the back of B. It just does not work out. And this might just be a flawless round here from the side of Todak if they keep all these players alive.
The rest of the squad is trying to see if they can flank from the back line. You see one person already trying to flow into the side, but he, in the end, stays on A instead. On the rest of the squad, Styron, Divine.
Okay.
The Recon out there managed to spot them out in the open. They know he's there for sure. Now they're slowly going to be choking them out and slowly let the time run by itself.
Watching here.
20 seconds left here on board. Styron looking to get aggressive. That's a great pop flash, and Divine always has these. They don't spot anyone out, and they're instantly just gonna fall back. They're gonna just come in for the save.
10 seconds
and man,
left.
that's exactly what you want, you know. Frosties with the operator getting those early frags.
Which is fantastic as well, because like, I think that was really necessary. It's something different, something that Frosty hasn't really done for, even from the map, from the first map, I never even seen him bot an operator before. So this does really change the pace. In other words, it does buy them time. It really did buy them some time. But now the thing is this, Enigma Gaming is currently aware of the existence of the operator in the hands of Frosty. Now they just need to try to read and try to predict where will he be positioning or stationing himself at to try to avert it. As you see, currently Frosty is trying to make his way towards the middle area. I believe he's going to be very aggressive with his operator, or just going to be watching towards the high mid.
They do have a single Sova there. They have Styron going in for the mid scan, so he's instantly just going to have to rethink his position. Going to have to fall back, especially with the Omen Cloud there as well. Very default play coming in from Enigma, trying to get as much information as they can before they actually go for the execution. Make Todak use as much utility, so by the time they come in for the retake, they barely have any left. Nonetheless, everyone just super spread out here across the map. I like the fact that they've got Frey just lurking towards B. The rest of the team slowly now making their way towards A.
The thing is this, right? Enigma Gaming is currently suspecting for the fact that possibly they might want to try the cut mid rotation, but that just never happens because the minute you get to the side, they are literally committing everybody into it. So basically, we're able to fall all the way back to the power gun, but again, Cyro with a beautiful Hunter's Fury will be able to snipe away G. There goes Asher, one of the main utilities, actually trying to hold them back with the gravity wells and even set up Nebulas. So Aduka finds his counter, however, sends it back to the shallow realm. That's going to be the end of Frey for the lurking potential. But then again, comes under the 4v4, made it a 4v3 as the Arthur was able to find his mark and Sube to set the pace. Spikesman planted, Ghostman shot. Now begins the hole here. And out in the rest of the team, EG are very comfortable with this, unless Frosty sends them with a few shock and awe situations.
Definitely, he's got the ult to work with. He's got the momentum, the moverability here. But he has to spot out these players. What a perfect suppress here coming in from Divine, and they just shut down the retake from the side of Enigma. Easy game, easy life. That's 13-9, and Enigma win it 2-0 in the first series of the day.
Definitely not the most flashiest ending that we were hoping for, or what we have seen from in the hands of Enigma Gaming so far. But then again, it is still a win, it's still a finish, and Enigma Gaming is going to be able to secure another point for themselves in the standing, further solidifying their positioning against Blitz Esports, which will somewhat determine what their scoreline going to be on the very last day on Sunday.
Yeah, definitely, and it's shown. I mean, Enigma is here to play. They're invited for a reason. They're just insane. They played so well together as a team. Just that last round where Divine was able to pull out the suppress on towards Neon, on towards Frosty's. It just denied any sort of retake potential, because as soon as his ult was out on Neon, it was just the operator to work with. Bringing an operator in towards a retake, it's difficult.
I mean, it is literally stuck between a rock and a hard place as well, right? That kind of thing. And the majority of the walls in the sand is pretty much bangable as well, so there really isn't much safe place you can actually really be in. But honestly, Enigma Gaming has already sort of gave them quite the stamina in the first half. Such a dominance of a defense. Able to prepare for certain scenario, even though there were some situations where it's not really, I guess you could say, Enigma Gaming didn't really read where Todak is going to be positioning or where they will be. But just the fact that each of their players alone is just able to hold their own. Styron by himself on B did so much significant amount of damage, and Arden, of course, playing a few tricks of his own, literally being quite detrimental to Todak's every execution or engagement to each of these bombs in the first half.
And when they're on the attack, it is just deadly. I mean, we saw just on that last round, the Hunter's Fury from Styron taking other players towards short to force them off the position, to make their way on towards side. Just made it look so easy. But man, Enigma, they keep themselves secured here in the top. 13-9 victory, man.
Wow, seriously, that game. But the thing is, at least we did see a little bit of life. When we got to the second half, right? Second half, that's when you start seeing them able to fully utilize their ability to slow things down. And the beauty about having the Cypher or Killjoy or Sentinels, particularly in a sense, is you don't really have to worry about mid too much as well. And if you notice, yes, mid seems clear majority of the time. But once
there's always someone there.
Yeah, there's always someone there, or a tripwire, right? Once you pick up the tripwire, instantly Aduka straight reposition. He just tells his team, like, guys, I have faith in you guys for the defense. our whole out mid, he will always find free. Picks him off at the same time as well. But either way, such a great game coming for both of this team. But then again, Enigma Gaming is going to be the one who will be walking away with that win at that point for themselves for the standings.
Yeah, definitely, and that's going to be tough here for the side of Todak as they're kind of down towards the bottom 3, bottom 4 side of the standings, and you have to be top 6 to be able to move on towards the playoffs, to be able to fight for the prize pool of 25,000 USD. But this is overall everybody's scoreline. Jeet on top on that Astra. Of course, this guy has been so phenomenal here throughout his career with Todak. But Zan on the right side, you can see this guy, young blood out here just waiting. One thing the doctor said about him, he's young, he's energetic, he's super aggressive, but also he knows how to be disciplined at the right time. You know, that's the hard combination to find, especially in a young player, for them to be able to control themselves.
Yep. Which I think is a really good. I think it's a really good perk to have as well. And since Zan is able to have given the opportunity to play in such a league, in such a season as well in the VALORANT challenges, I think he's definitely going to make sure that he will answer the doctors or his teammates' expectation. But of course, MVP of course going to be courtesy of Zan. I think so far of all the series I've watched, I think this is the one where Zan actually performed the craziest. I think like he really outdid himself for this one. Really well performed, really well done. Set the pace, got a amount of frag out of it. It's not like just running into being suicidal. He's actually creating space, getting intel, getting a lot of pick off from it, setting a lot of control for the rest of the team. I think he's been doing absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and he's been winning fights that he shouldn't be winning, you know, up against... He's got the sheriff in his hands. He takes people out with whoever's holding an operator or a vandal or a phantom. So just incredible stuff here from Zan. On the rest of the team as well, of course, because if it wasn't for the team, if it wasn't for their set plays and everything like that, Enigma would not be where they are right now, and they are on top.
I mean, yeah, definitely for sure. I mean, I think Enigma giving the organization did a phenomenal job in actually choosing these young talents for their rosters. I think they would not regret anything at all. Although yes, the previous roster was pretty great when they went up against Velocity, but still, either way, great stuff from our young talents, but even more younger talents that we have that's currently watching this stream. So we really thank you guys so much for still supporting your favorite teams and still sticking with us throughout these 3 weeks of the group stages. But of course, with that being said, we're going to be taking a quick short break, but don't go away for too long. Our final series for today is going to be happening right after this short break.
but everyone has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across each round. Only one of them's been. Oh my god!
Oh, that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has the confidence.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1. I'm FaZe, and alongside with me is YOLO Lee, and we are going to be your casters here for the final series of today. And it's going to be exciting because it's Kizuna versus the likes of Hey Yakiniku. You know, these guys are borderline in the lower-ish.
They're really fighting and balancing on a tightrope in this case. Like literally just a simple slip and they will fall tumbling down all the way to the abyss. So it's a pretty, and this is what we were talking about earlier as well during the pre-show in our first series of today as well, where we were discussing on the three teams that will end up having like this three-way deadlock with each other. I mean, sadly for Team PAL, unfortunately for that one. But then again, Yakiniku and everyone else is still and Kizuna is literally at that point.
If Kizuna were to lose this one, it's going to be a three-way tie between Todak, Kizuna, and Hey Yakiniku.
It's crazy. It doesn't get crazier than this. So there's a lot of things riding on the line here. Like, of course, Yakiniku is planning to take this win, but same goes for Kizuna as well to try to avoid this three-way deadlock. I believe of course, we do have our usual tie-breaking situation, how we actually figure out who's going to be the one that goes to the top 6 here. But of course, to ensure that doesn't happen, the teams will be giving their all for this very last round. But of course, this is the updated standings after our first series of the day. As you guys can definitely see, Enigma Gaming is funny, but to tie the scoreline with Bleed Esports, they still have one more series. Same goes for Bleed Esports. And same goes for X10 and Team Louvre. While the rest of the squad, they still have 2 series each to play before their end, and that's pretty much all she wrote.
Yeah, definitely. We're down to the final few weeks here, and every single team has to really just pull out whatever they can and win as much as they can to avoid a relegation. And this is one of the most important games right now, because if Kizuna were to lose, that would put them at a 2-4 scoreline with Toda, and if Hey Yakiniku wins, it's a 2-4 as well. So 2-4 between Hey Yakiniku, Toda, and Kizuna Esports. So much is on the line for these 3 teams, and Toda has just to watch from the sideline. They can't do much.
They can just pray and just hope that things really worked out in their favor. Although it's really sad. Okay, it's really unfortunate when you start putting numbers to see like what's the easier path to actually solidify certain positioning. But I really don't like that. I really think these teams really have the potential to really go far. It's just because of the nature of the competition, there are going to be winners and there are going to be losers. But then again, they don't really lose too much. The thing is, those who can't make it to the playoffs will still have a chance back in Split 2, because in Split 1 playoffs, it's just to not only get a seating for Split 2 itself, but also at the same time, you just earn a little bit of grocery money for yourself.
Grocery money.
Yeah,
25,000 USD prize pool. That is not grocery money. That's
times are bad. Groceries are expensive now, okay?
I guess so. I guess you can say that. But yeah, they get the chance to make their way into Split 2. And yeah, if you guys don't know, if there's any aspiring teams out there, Split 2 registrations are open. So you can always check out the chat. There will be a link coming up, and you can just click on that to register your team. So make sure any aspiring players try and join. You know, you never know what could happen. This could be the start of your career here as a VALORANT player.
Yeah, but I think it's been great. Like even before the VALORANT challenges itself, I think like we have such a huge burst of new teams with young talents, and some even bypassing the qualifiers and getting to the group stage itself. Some we have seen and some we didn't see again, but they did come back months or years later for the next following season, which is pretty great. But then again, we still have to come back to the situation at hand, which is currently our last series of today, and it's going to be between Hey Yakiniku against Kizuna Esports. Both teams have a lot of things to ride on the line. Of course, FaZe has already explained with much discretion as well the fact that it will end up being who's going to be ending up as a 3-way deadlock as well, depending on who wins out this series.
Definitely, he's gonna need to win this one to solidify a little bit more chance here for them in towards this standings. But nonetheless, these two teams, incredibly good teams. They might be here at the lower half of the standings, but you know, they have their skills, they have the way they play, and it's just super fun to watch both these two teams go at it here.
Of course. I mean, the thing is this, right? The thing is that there is a lot of history between each of these players. Like I mentioned before, some of these players has played against each other, has teamed up with each other, has eliminated each other or denied each other for going towards international or going to the VCT. That's how much history all these players have between themselves here. And these are your players that line up for Yakiniku. Although there is...
He is not here.
Yep, today Musi not here. The thing is, they have been interchanging between their members, between both Shiba and Musi here. But it really just comes down which is the fan favorite here. Like, who do you prefer having on board? Whether it's Musi or Shiba. Particularly, I'm really happy to see both of them. Really hope to see them both playing together, but sadly that's never going to happen. But both players have their fair share so far here in the group stages, have made great strides, found some really great silver lining in some of those series, but they still haven't really found the limelight to actually solidify their spot in the top 6.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having Shiba on board as well for this lineup is just immaculate. Seeing him play Sova in the past few weeks, he has just been on a rampage, on a roll, and really just putting using the utility to great work. You know, we don't really see Shiba doing some crazy stuff, but on this lineup, he has been incredible, and I just love watching him play. But this is the Kizuna Esports lineup right here. DXN, Flaring, Kimi, Riza, and Shun. Just amazing players all around the board.
The thing is this one, I think so far of all the teams we have witnessed here during the group stage, I think the one with the greatest growth so far has been Kizuna Esports. They have not been having the best of runs so far. There's a really great series, there's some really great games, but they haven't really managed to stack up as much points as they really hoped or expected for. Until this week, until most recently, they had a major, not roster change, more like role management role change alongside with certain agent usage as well. That sort of allowed it to escalate to get even more points for themselves.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, these teams, I mean, Kizuna right here, they were able to pick up the victory against the likes of Todak, 2-1, and Team Path 2-0. But they were able to go all the way here, 3 games against X10, against LVR. So it shows that they have the experience up against the top dogs. And moving in towards the lower part of the standings, they might just have the upper edge here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really great to see. I mean, so far, like I mentioned before, with the role change and everything, we did see a little bit of a limelight. I think Kimi is still a great player, but they have, like I said, they have swapped things out as DXN is now going to be their dedicated duelist as well. Kimi plays a lot more of a supporting role, but he has still bring quite the numbers as the sentinel for the team side here. And it's not just like Kimi, even the rest of the team, like both Shoot and Riza had to change. They're still playing their roles. It's just that the ages they're playing is a lot more different now, which we'll be explaining a lot more later. But of course, between our player head-to-head, it's going to be between Dizzy and DXN.
Yeah, look at the numbers on Dizzy. This guy is just insane. Average combat score of 269.8, average kills of 19.8. He's like sub 20 kills every single time, and KD of 1.5 and a 22.6 headshot percentage. This guy is just crazy. When he has that jet out, he's just dashing here, dashing there, updrafting, and being able to pick up kills with such ease, especially when he's got the knives out. But DXN on the right side, a very flexible player.
Yeah.
You know, he's been known to play the jet. Sometimes he's on the Killjoy, the KO, the Raise the Sage Chamber, you know, just all these different sort of agents that he's able to play. And alongside, if you pair it up with Riza, who's also another flex player, you can just do so many different kind of compositions in Kizuna Esports.
Yeah. The thing is, do not let the numbers really like phase you or like doubt the fact that of DXM being the current duelist player for Kizuna Esports. It's just because of the fact that this is the accumulation from the past few games he has been playing, and the past few games he's been playing recently has been as a dedicated sentinel so far, as he was playing the KJ. But I get why they actually put up the comparison between those two in the first place, because of the fact that between both of them, they are shifting between both Jet and Killjoy at the same time. However, Dizzy, of course, has been utilizing a lot more on the Jet on most of the maps they have been playing on. There will be some maps where Dizzy will shift back shift back into the sentinel role, but that is depending on what the map they are playing on, which we can actually discuss a lot more once we actually figure out what is going to be the map selection for this final series of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just looking at the stats so far, it looks like Yakiniku's a bit more comfortable on a map pick like Ascent, so we might see that one come in. We've seen some crazy plays on Ascent from the last series, and it just shows that, you know, being one of the longest standing maps here in Valorant, there's just so many different kind of things you can do, so many different kind of compositions you can bring in, and a lot of different sort of chemistry and synchronizations, sort of strat plays you can do as a team.
Yeah, I mean, of course, but there is a need to be concerned because both teams definitely love Ascent because, of course, not as much as Kizuna Esports. They have picked Ascent 4 times out of the few series that they have in each of those map selection. Same goes for Yakiniku as well. They picked Ascent twice, but majority of the other series, of course, Ascent has been picked or up by the other opposing teams, so they can actually use their own selection for other maps to which they prefer. However, Yakiniku has not found much success on the maps which they have selected for themselves, which is the map of Ascent. They had played Ascent 3 times and have not taken a single game. But of course, those games were against teams like Team Love, Enigma Gaming, and even Todak as well. So it's
big names.
Big names, big teams, big rosters against themselves. So it's understandably why, but then again, the games aren't really one-sided either. It's actually been pretty much very even 13-10, 13-7, 13 around the line. Maybe there's a 13-4, but you know, that's just one of those series and one of those games. But that's why I'm concerned. If we do end up going to the map of Ascent, both teams will need to be prepared for the fact that both these two teams are very comfortable on that map. We might even see the same scenario or same situation as what we witnessed during the Todak and Enigma gaming, where both teams decide to forego Fracture and actually opt to go for other maps which is the least played on.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the funny thing. I was really excited to see Fracture.
I want to see Fracture.
In the last series, but you know, it is what it is. It's up to the teams to really ban out the maps. I can't make the decision here. Now we're going to be looking at the map vetoes and what they decide here to bring in towards this final series here of the game. A very big series, remember, ladies and gents. And Kizuna going to be banning out the Split instantly.
Which is understandable. I think even so far, ever since Split and Lotus came into the map pool, they have always been banning both Lotus and Split at the same time. Actually, no, they haven't banned Lotus yet because Lotus has always been banned by the opposing team, but they have always been banning Split. They banned Split twice now by their own hands. Yakiniku, of course, by their own hand, removing Lotus as well. No one wants to play that map.
They do not want that as well.
Not really comfortable yet. I think they're fine with playing it as casual, but but in a scene, in the current situation like this with so much pressure, I don't think they want to take that risk, despite the opportunity to be different, unorthodox, you know?
Definitely. I mean, it was Lotus. That's what we want to see, the Ascent out.
But write it down. That's the 5th time they pick Ascent for all their series.
That's the way, man. I mean, they are just super confident. It doesn't matter whether or not Yakiniku has some tricks up their sleeves, but they're here to fight it out. They want to show which team has the better Ascent. And Yakiniku going to be moving on towards Pearl here for the second map.
This is very interesting because so far, both teams has been banning Pearl. Like, they will not... okay, the thing is this. Pearl is not considered a punishing map for these two players. It's just that whenever they have the chance to ban it, they will ban it, but it's not like a high priority kind of thing. It's always been like the second phase of banning, then they only will get rid of the Pearl, that kind of thing.
Definitely, and we'll just see what sort of map they will be bringing into it. And it's Haven. That's a map that I think is relatively comfortable here for both these two teams. Excuse me. Where you can see that Kizuna actually did have a chance to pick it out, so they look a bit more comfortable here.
This is very interesting as well because the thing is, both teams have lost on Pearl before. Ascent, if we're talking about Ascent, right? There is some limelight. There was even one round where they were able to take off a game from Bleed, which is like 12 to... Sorry, they did take off a game from Bleed. They fought against Bleed, but it was like 12 to 14 scoreline, if I'm not mistaken as well. That's actually pretty high numbers as well, but then again, they didn't really win out that map itself. So far, not high win rate so far for these teams, but it is one of the preferred maps. It's one of the oldest map in the competitive pool as well, so you can definitely be sure there's a lot of understanding and history between these two teams and this map itself. But remember, that was with the old roster. That was with the old arrangement that Kizuna have. Now they have a new arrangement where we have DXN as the duelist this time, and we have Kimi going to play the sentinel role, as he will be playing Cypher, as that was his last pick when they were playing on the map of Ascent, which they won as well.
Yeah, definitely. And moving in towards Ascent, you can either choose the Cypher or the Killjoy. Either one of those two works. Chamber has kind of been kicked out here. You know, he's been, ever since he's been nerfed, he's been out of there. I've seen him play, I think, once in Lotus for VCT lock-in in Brazil, but this time around, this is the agent picks here down below. Retla going to be picking up the good old Killjoy. Dizzy going to be on that Jet as per usual, and Brandon on the Astra. I mean, just a good old, just a kind of simple meta kind of agent lineups here from both these two teams.
Literally no changes from Yakiniku. They have been running this comp even before Chamber. Like this competition was literally the meta competition, the go-to, even before the Chamber came out. Like even after Chamber came out, this is like, I mean, yeah, Chamber replaced the Killjoy. But hey, you know, that's the same composition that we're gonna be seeing, but the majority of the time we see on the map of Ascent. Some that we a little bit of change between bringing in the Fade, utilizing the Fade a little bit more over the Sovar. Or maybe just like what we saw in Todak's game where we see Neon and Breach instead.
Something different.
Something different. I think is, I love the idea that they have. The idea of the strategy, the tactics capability that this competition will be able to utilize. But so far, I think it is somewhat safer to stick with what has been working best so far.
Of course, what is meta, and you just kind of stick it down to who has the better straps, who can shoot better. The only two changes here between those two teams are is the Sentinel, basically.
Yes.
They've got the Cypher, the Killjoy on Yakiniku side, the Cypher on Kizuna side, and we've seen some insane Cypher plays in Ascent from the last series, but we'll see whether or not they can bring out their inner Cypher, their inner Sentinel here on towards Kimi. Nonetheless, now.
The thing is, you actually pointed out a really good point as well, the fact that the difference between Cypher and Killjoy, because the thing is although yes, not to say that Killjoy cannot lurk, it's just that you do have an additional responsibility because of your utility does aid for post-plant or defensive, right? Unlike Cypher, which you just pretty much just set your utilities, as long as you don't die, your utilities are still active. And of course, at the same time, he's one of the go-to lurkers back then when ever since VALORANT just came out as well. So
definitely, I mean,
Kimi, who was previously playing the offensive role as a duelist, I think this should be able to work and has been working quite well so far for the team.
Definitely, especially since he does not have any range when it comes to his movement. He can be as far away from the tripwire as possible, and it'll still be working. A beautiful flash play, the dash in towards tree, and DXN will take down Benaf. A massive start here, an explosive start to the first round here of this game. Brandon does manage to take down one. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to find a second 1v1 as Kimi will be able to take him out. Great flashes. Look at this, the way they play. Riza's flashes are just so beautiful, but the retake is going to be coming in hot from the side of Yakiniku. Spot that out, but Shot will be able to take down these two players. Let them know that doesn't matter if you have my position. I will take you guys out with this. Goes 5 HP to survive that round. What a round from Kizuna.
It's really a 5 HP and a dream. And the thing is, like, there's nothing too special about it, but for the fact that just really well-placed crosshair alignment as well to really get those pickouts as well. This is especially the pistol round where it sort of dictates who's going to be able to come out. Also, we won't be expecting much engagement, but then again, the initial execution or entry coming for Kizuna was actually really impactful. They got their first frag, got it to the side. I think that's really well played. The post-plant, however, the retake, wow, Retla just did so much damage initially, getting the 2 frags. But then again, sadly enough, Shun is going to be the one to have the final say or the final laugh.
Yeah, and that's the kind of rounds that are just so important. He can have a lot of 1v1s, 1v2s. It's just such a close game, and I'm expecting so many of these clutches to come in. Brandon just sprayed instantly through that nebula. Dizzy is going to be good for one. He will fall back and stay alive here towards heaven. What I like to see so far from the side of Kizuna, yes, it's only the second round, but so far Riza with his flashes has just been so impactful to allowing the DXN to get those entry frags.
You know, the best part about it is that he actually initially suspected that that DX actually dashed into that smoke, but it was just a fragment allowing DX to get the literally amplify even more damage to get the initial pick off on Brandon. But either way, not Paul's plan. But if you notice, Red are doing this full wraparound. They may not be able to take this round, but they definitely can make this a round which is very painful for Kizuna if they don't spot him early. And he's getting ready to surprise in the sideline. But then again, there is the tripwire, so he cannot go. He cannot really go all the way, but he knows with the shorty in hand, he can at least try to get one or two.
He has to try at least. Oh my goodness. I mean, what are you supposed to do? It's you have to die either towards a spike to get that little bit extra creds. Unfortunately, he did die to Riza, which gave Riza that extra bonus ult point. Nonetheless, that's 2-0 here, and it's going to be a bonus round for the side of Kizuna. They've got a single rifle in the hands of DXN, and I'm not sure whether or not, there we go, Shan will bring out the second one as well, so it gives them a little bit of a fighting chance up against all 5 rifles for Yakiniku.
Oh, this is going to be great. But a nice full buy, a little bit of bonus, and try to go for the quick spray line, but the case falls back and trying to reset itself to get a little bit more of a better angle. Does spot right up on the back line, got a little bit confused, it turns around the last minute, does meet DXN's line of sight, allows for a nice pickup. More trades are happening on the line of sight, although yes, 1 for 1, but then again, Kizuna is going to be having the better part of the trade, and DXN is planning to further solidify even more points on the team side, but sadly for Riza, will not be able to live the fight for this round.
Oh, Brandon, though, picking up some nice and easy frags. Kimmy does take down Benaf, so that thins down the numbers to a 2v2. DXN has been looking so strong, and he's continuing that strength as we make our way to the 1v2. Kimmy will get that nice, beautiful shot towards the head, and they're slowly running away with this. That's going to really bolster their economy here from the side of Kizuna.
This is really great. This is actually really great so far. And the thing is, it was Yakiniku as well with the full rifles as well. Not to say that Kizuna Esports members didn't really have, not all of them had the rifle, but still, to win out that round in such a manner is actually such a smooth entry here.
Yeah, especially from DXN, being able to updraft and dash on towards site. Redla, he didn't know how to reposition because it's either he made his way on towards site and take that 1v1 against DXN, or he tries to play towards lane, but at the same time, Kizuna is just rushing all these different players from lane to take down Redla. Nonetheless, hey, Brandon with that stinger somehow winning out that medium range fight against Flaring, and that's a very big frag there from him, because Flaring is out of here. That's the Astra, the controller.
That does really slow things down. Without the dedicated smokers, you're going to be a lot more committed for this one, because you don't really have any form of cover. Really need to try to get out those picks. You can literally resolve yourself that maybe 1 or 2 members will fall. Just of the fact that just to bypass that and for that A main itself, unless they actually get those frags. If they can get those frags, then I don't think they really had to worry about loss of life. There will be suppression, there will be resistance. It's just a matter of whether they can survive through it or not.
Oh, here it is, the execution on towards A. So many players here already, and that's the problem when Flaring is out. There's no one to cover Heaven, no one to cover A short, so they're just able to mow them down as they make their way on towards site. And what a thrifty round here from Yakiniku.
Oh no, here we go again. Here it begins, FaZe. The one I feared the most is the fact that Rifles has not been sitting well for some of our teams of players. But then again, look at all that ultimates available for Kizuna Esports. Yes, Dizzy had the Blade Storm, used the Blade Storm, didn't connect a single blade to the Blade Storm, unfortunately. But he still win out the round, so that's still totally fine.
He won a fight with a classic in his hands. That works, it's a free gun. But then, we gotta say, man, classic supremacy for life, that's for sure. But nonetheless, slow and steady now. Blade Storm has been popped from the side of DXN. They want to take over this mid control. They have Redla here ready and waiting. It's just a sign of just a single alarm bot to stop things. But nonetheless, Cosmic Divide, the null command comes in as well, and just pure aggression towards this B site as they wrap around. He will get taken out by the likes of Dizzy. But nonetheless, the rest of the team, they have to somehow make their way in. They have to clear out the site before the rest of Yakiniku does the work. Nonetheless, they hold things down. 2 versus 4. Can they make this work? Oh my word.
Yakiniku literally calm, collected, unfazed, not even worried about the danger that's currently enveloping around all their angles. All they had to do is just line up those crosshairs, well-placed angles, and hold it literally like their own. Well done.
Yeah, Redla came in at the perfect timing to come in for the wrap to assist. I think it was whoever was playing towards that backside.
DZ and Shiba.
Ah, there we go. So just a great wrap, a great game sense to assist his team just to close out that round.
3 ultimates, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Committed for that round.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide, the Blade Storm, and the Null Command from Riza as well.
Half buy rounds, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Oh man,
Very
tough one. A tough one to lose.
Very expensive.
Nonetheless, nice and slow play here. The fact that Kizuna, they have, well, the less of a advantage here when it comes to the weapons. A single rifle. Kimi is here, but he is going to be walking into a bit of a crossfire. A 1-2 play here from the side of Yakiniku. They get the contact. 2 players peek out from wide, and Brandon goes big with that Vandal. My word. Looking to pick up the ace, but Kimi is there saying hello with his own Vandal.
That was crazy. A little bit nice spray control, nice well-placed utilization of utilities, and of course a little lady luck for the last 2 men coincidentally picking out at the same time with a beautiful lineup. So, what a man. Although ace denied, but Kimi is still alive, but he's all alone.
I must wait a moment.
He didn't really have the spike in hand. If he had the spike, then maybe he could try to do something.
left.
But sadly, he can't even try to isolate as long as literally going to be reinforced by 2 players at the same time. A couple of pigs, he did isolate 1 player, tried to transition to the second one, but Shiba was just a little bit too quick on the trigger.
Yeah.
X-player for
Paper Rex.
Also one of the best few solos that we have in the scene.
Definitely. I mean, just a beautiful setup. As soon as Brandon gets contact, the player from Wine peeks out as well, and they're able to really set up this 2 versus X, this crossfire, this tiny narrow crossfire towards long. And when Kizuna is in that half-buy position, they don't really have the weapons to counter to counter the that defense. But nonetheless, looking to get that mid control here. Yakiniku get aggressive, but instantly just gonna have to fall back due to the amount of utility being used towards middle. And just like that, they have mid control.
Playing a little bit default as they move back and forth, try to see if they can try to poke at these defenses here, try to probe for any form of opening or a chink in the armor here. But then again, Yakiniku is not going to allow such a chance. Our Joe managed to spawn out 1, but not sure he actually spawned the one that's coming really close. A little bit too late, allowing Shiba alongside the assist of the flash to allow them to get a nice pick up on Kibe. Again, our drone not going to be able to spawn any, but did manage to get a couple of audio cues with the rest of the squad. Shiba falls back. Does have the Hunter's Fury in hand. Good try to utilize it if he gets a little bit more vision or try to hold them in place a little bit longer. But then again, DXN makes his move, dives onto the side, but gets backstep from the back line, and Redline's going to get a nice pick in on DXN. Cosmic Divide, an absolute impeccable positioning of a placement. But Riza chooses to not be denied for their engagement as he gets into the side to get those frags, to get that plant. And now it's a post-plant phase, but look at Shun. 4 HP in a dream, and Riza trying to hold his line for the sideline and then managed to hear out the existence of the operator.
But look at the flank coming in from Brandon. He might just be able to take down Shun. And they turned it into a 1 versus 2. But it's Riza, the man himself. He takes down the first, looking to get the 4K, but Brandon shuts him down. 4-3, they pick up the operator and they secure their 4th round. Yakiniku, they lost the first 2, but now they're looking very strong here on this defensive side.
I'm just, although yes, there are wins on both sides, on both teams. I'm just a little bit concerned regarding the economy-wise. I mean, yes, of course, Brandon has been surviving for quite a bit now, so his economy has been stimulating for and growing for himself here. But the rest of the squad, some are literally not having the best of economy or savings. I mean, yes, for now it looks great. But it has not been increasing until a certain amount here. But first timeout has already been utilized, and Kizuna is going to be the one to use it.
Yeah, Kizuna calling that timeout. I think what's been working so far from them
like 3 wins in a row, right?
Yeah, I mean, they won the first 2.
For Yakiniku.
And then, I don't know, Yakiniku, they're just insane. Kizuna, they were able to win out the pistol, the round after that. And it was just being a seesaw ever since then. But ever since Kizuna has been taking that A side, they've just using their utility so well. But Yakiniku, they find a way to counter that by having Brandon and Benaf kind of really just playing it out so well towards that A main position. They take control of A main and they set up that 2-player aggression towards A lobby. And it really just shuts down the attack from the side of Kizuna. When we've been seeing Kizuna make some insane plays, some beautiful utility usage, aggression, entering toward that A site, but they have to find some other way to stop the aggression here from Yakiniku.
It's been pretty difficult as well, because I think even Yakiniku's frag ability has been pretty on point for it as well. Everyone has been getting a bunch of frags. Brandon's already double-digit 11.
That's not going to help it.
Doesn't matter if he gets blinded or not. He knows someone's going to be popping through that corner. He's still going to take that shot, and that shot is going to be paying dividend for the side here. DXN feeling absolutely livid. And with the loss of their entry fragment as well, this is going to slow down Kizuna Esports attack literally indefinitely. That's going to be a lot more harder, but he's going to be committed to null command. It's going to need to throw in everything they got to get to that site.
Hunter's Fury has been popped, trying to delay the push, and it's just been doing it so perfectly. As Shiba takes down one with the Hunter's Fury, and the rest of the team is just there to kind of hold things down, hold down the fort. It's Riza in a 1v4. What can you do in this situation when Dizzy's got the shorty hit? He's feeling it. Look at himself. My word.
Oh, my word indeed. And the best part about it is that so much intel allowed them to just limit the area of the means of attack coming in from Kizuna as well. They already picked up DXN early. They already start realizing, okay, they're already rotating. There's nobody going to be hitting B. Middle has really been getting a little bit of nice covers, and the alarm ball has not been triggered as well. So most likely option, they're really limited to the fact that, okay, they're going to be coming from A. It's just a matter of long or short through tree or flower garden. So able to deduce this, the point of interaction and execution, they're able to actually manage to do a beautiful defense.
Definitely. I mean, the null command was given as well, but this time around, look at
Much
this.
needed.
Full-on aggression. Redla was able to take down Flaring through the Nebula, and that's going to be a massive hit as the controller is out of here. We need those smokes to delay the push. We need the gravity well to delay the defuse, and now it's down to a 5v3 retake. They did manage to get the spike down, so that will definitely help in terms of economy. But man, do they have to win this one out. They have to go for these peaks. Have to get these frags, and I think this position here from Shun is definitely going to be dangerous unless he gets spotted out. That's going to be one, but Dizzy instant shorty headshot deleted. It's all Kimmy now, and what are you supposed to do when they come for you, man? Insane stuff. Hey, Yakiniku, retake with ease, holding with ease. What can they not do?
Oh yeah, now they're showing why exactly they pick this map every single time without fail as well.
They look like us, but are they us? I have so many questions.
This map pick was from the side of Kizuna, but both these two teams, you know, they've been doing so well on Ascent. They're both very comfortable here, and just Hey Yakiniku just being able to be one step ahead here on Ascent.
But just look at that as well. Like right now, they're able to stimulate their economy slightly as well. The banking is great. The saving is fantastic. Majority is already like 7 to 8 grand on 3 of the players as well.
Crazy.
Don't really have to worry about economy too much at this point. Even if they were to lose two more rounds after this, they still have enough to actually sustain themselves here. But of course, with the Oda in hand, they're literally, you can definitely tell Shiba is making a point of the fact that do not come or trespass my territory. If not, you will be met with terrible onslaughts here. But of course, happening on the A side, default push as well. Understanding that B might be a little bit too difficult of a push. It looks like they actually just want to confirm as well. Did Dizzy actually reveal the existence of the operator, the office positioning towards that B?
They did. He got scanned. He shot the operator as well, so they're instantly just going to fall back, make their way towards A, but the Brandon's positioning, oh, he does manage to take down one, but a trade comes in from Shun, and they're just fighting it out here on towards his A side. A 3v3, Shiba has that Owl drone still available. In a few seconds, you know, that Owl, the Recon Dart will be available as well, so that Odin can do so much damage.
Gotta hold on the line. They already now begins the post-plan situation. They did plan for a main lobby as well. They can slowly fall back, but then again with the defensive lockdown, they have to fall back. They cannot stay in for too long. They can try to use the Hunter's Fury to try to break the lockdown, but that's not the matter. Dizzy dives into the side to get all these frags as well, literally slicing and dicing, and now begins to defuse courtesy of Redla. That's going to be another point, a beautiful retake. Although a costly one, but a win is still a win. It's 7-3, and we're talking about 2 more rounds before the round switch.
And they can lose as many players as they want. they still have the bank. They still
have the money. They still have the dough.
They are
Oh
the
my
crazy
Lord.
rich agents out here on Ascent right now. But what a retake there. I think a bit of a misplay coming in from Shun, being still staying towards that aside position. If he managed to make his way towards a main, maybe he could have set up some shock darts or even use that Hunter's Fury to deny the lockdown from a safer angle. But nonetheless, it's just the pressure from the retake of Yakiniku. The fact that they were so close to come in for the retake, it really didn't give him the chance to fall back towards main.
There's also the issue of having like really off angles positioning as well. I mean, I'm not talking about B, just about A in general, right? Like you think you smoke towards the middle area, the middle of the bomb site, you figure out, okay, we pretty much clear out. They're probably going to be no one going to be playing, someone's going to be playing around generator and not the side. But look at exactly where Brandon always stands. He's always either the back or towards the side of it, where he still has vision towards tree.
Very dangerous position. Oh, and
Dizzy.
Every single time he'll win that fight. He's feeling it today, so you cannot go for those sort of peaks. You cannot walk in towards his crosshair because his reaction time is just on another level.
This hurts a lot more because like the minute the time tickles out around 30 seconds, you're gonna already see rotation. All the defenders from Yakiniku from the B side are gonna be rotated towards that A, and then you're gonna be met with pure force, a 5v4, sorry. Oh, I fumbled that one. 5v4 members here, and not with the best of weaponry. Only 2 with rifles on top of that.
Brandon is so aware of this right here. Look at the utilities. There's just not much he can do. There's a single jet dash makes their way on towards site, but they're just met with phantoms and vandals, and they just walk in towards a tunnel of a death here towards A main. 8-3, and it's such a convincing half from Yakiniku.
No, I love it. The crossfire that they set for themselves for that defense. Like even though yes, Jet already dived into the backside. DX is already in the middle of the bomb site. But then again, Brandon's unfazed. He's like, you know what? Hey, Benaf, you got me covered. You're holding for short. I'll watch the main. You watch that angle. We'll cover each other's angle at a point. And he just did that. Absolutely phenomenal.
All Benaf had to do was just throw his molly towards a main.
Yeah.
His fragment towards a main. Brandon pulls the gravity well, and it just really separates the team, separates the attack, the execution of Kizuna, and they're able to funnel them down. Nonetheless, it's just been such a Yakiniku show. And Kizuna, they're looking to force this one here, force the last round of the half. Tons of damage here done on towards Shiba, and he will get taken out. Bladestorm has been popped, but Dizzy does not miss, ladies and gents. He does take down Kimmy, who was lurking towards A main.
They're suppressed, but Dizzy is back online. He does have the crosshair. Flaring goes for the bait. Does manage to bait him out, but Dizzy, when he has an eye on the prize, he doesn't let it go, and he will secure it. The 2v3, making it a 1v3. Spoke a little bit too soon, but now was able to catch through during mid rotations here. Dizzy, last man. Spotted Riza, covered the pre-fire alongside with his team as well. 2-member firing squad towards the main itself.
3 members, man. All 3 here. He does find a shot. Whoa, hold on a second now.
Oh, man.
There was a 3-man firing range towards a site, but he was able to take down 2. Close.
Like,
too far, man. It was close.
I think that was great. A little bit dicey, a little bit messy for my take, but I'll still take it.
We take those W.
What a round. But then again, the scoreline is 9-3. But seriously, the thing is, I don't even know whether I should use the term comeback, because Kizuna was leading 0-3. 0-3, then out of the blue, 9 rounds wins in a row.
I mean, Yakiniku, man. I mean, it's Ascent. It's a defender-sided map. There's a lot of these little strats, and obviously Yakiniku has mastered the defense here. We'll see whether or not Kizuna has those little tricks up their sleeves. Last series, we saw a 10-2 half by Todak and Enigma, and it was pretty close. They were almost able to bring it back up. So 9-3, this could definitely be it.
Could be a chance. Let's see whether the fragging capability is just as solid as they were on the defense as well. Dizzy.
What a flash.
Already made all the way to the back of sights, coming at the stairways. He spots the XM from the scan. Benaf holds his own, finds shooting from the back line. The XM goes in, shots down the spike carrier. And now Dizzy will be able to dictate his territory at the back of Boathouse. Last, literally, Flaring and Kimmy. 2v3. It is viable. It is attainable. they still have one more star point along with the Nebula to mask one entrance and allow him to get into the site if he chooses to go for it as well.
Definitely. Apart from that, they just have to now play the contact, find those 1v1s. But you know for a fact that as soon as Dizzy finds a shot,
these cross angles.
The rest of the team will come in to go make that 2v1 into a 2v3 in an instant. Spots here towards the lane position, and Redlaw alongside Dizzy just able to close things out with ease. 10-3, double digits for the side of Yakiniku. And man, oh man, are they feeling it.
Yeah, this is great. This is really great. Like the thing is, we were concerned for some things, but now the fact that just seeing Yakiniku at the moment, their fragging abilities has still been quite on point so far.
Indeed, I mean, it's the fact that I don't know if you saw, but the way they entered, Dizzy dashing in towards the smoke towards stairs. You saw Benaf just flashing through that smoke for Dizzy to peek out of. You know, so it shows they've done so much research. They've practiced so much here on this map, and it's showing here with this 10-3 lead.
Interesting. Shiba has an Ares in hand. Elgin comes, then does manage to spot a counter one, but look at that. The amount of diversion that he had allowed Asia to come in without any form of resistance. They literally just run and gun their way through the side, blitzkrieging all the way. Anything that was in their path, they literally rammed through and ran them over. Now it only comes out to Shun and DXN. They were trying to clear the timing for the turnaround, but anyway, Brandon's going to be the one that has to say it. Dizzy spraying and praying, and will be able to get rid of his counterpart.
This guy, he's on one.
Did he get scanned? Just for curious, did he get scanned, or just a typical pre-firing towards that positioning?
Just a pre-fire. I mean, DXN, he dashed away, but the dash is pretty, I mean, in one directional. So if he dashes backwards, he just keeps spraying. You know, he just keeps spraying in the same angle. My goodness.
Oh, he just stick to that trigger. But then that just means they had 11 round wins in a row straight. There is no break in between. There are some losses. There's no flawless wins so far. But still, such dominance coming from Yakiniku.
Give them the attack side, the defensive side. It doesn't matter. And Kizuna, if they want to put a step here, put some signs of life, they're going to have to win this one. As they do have the Vandals, and look at the quadruple peek in towards B main. That's definitely going to cause some concerns here. For the side of Kizuna, they have to start rotating. And now they're not sure where Kimmy is playing. Kimmy does take down one, so they have the information on where this man is. With great flash to kind of make their way in towards them, but look at the positioning from Benaf. From the back, he's able to take them down, and it's a 2 versus 2. Flaring incredibly low here for this retake. Single shot is all it needs, and Shiba finds it, connects it, and gets the third one as well. 12-3 match point. Yakiniku saying quick goodbyes here to Kizuna.
Really tough round. They were literally on the hunt.
Spots 1, then spots 4. What are you supposed to do?
Honestly, I think Benaf was actually probably just as surprised. I think he expected 1 or 2 players. Just didn't expect the whole party there.
Nah, not the whole SWAT team, man.
Oh man, that really caught him off guard for sure. But either way, what he did attempt to try to go for the hole. A very punishing one for sure. But it's a 12-3 score line. The score couldn't be more closer than this for our first game. A very one-sided massacre so far that we've been witnessing. Something that we didn't expect from Kizuna Esports, actually.
Definitely not. I mean, I thought this game would be fairly close.
One of the tightest that we have.
Like a seesaw match. OTs, but Yakiniku really just showing up. Must have eaten a lot of the meat before.
A lot of proteins, eh?
Yeah, that's what we want.
Hey man, good barbecue. Man. They do have really good barbecues.
So I've heard. Nowadays, now we see Dizzy making his way towards middle. They've got that mid control under wraps. Open up that market door, and that's just going to cause so much pressure. It causes... they have to invest players towards middle, and TXN just gets that beautiful one-tap on towards Benaf. shuts him down. And there's just a couple more. Oh my word, okay.
Just quick scope.
That's a quick scope of a Guardian. You don't see that often. But man, what a clean shot here from him. Shiba will be able to get the trade eventually, but it's a 2 versus 3. Kizuna just holding on for dear life. Can they come in for this retake? 17 seconds. Cosmic Divide does come in. The spike is not even planted yet.
This definitely helps.
But they don't have a... Oh, never mind. They just make their way in and they win out these fights. And Shiba will be able to once again get the 3K to close out the round.
I don't like, not just do I not understand, but I just can't believe how many times Shiba has clutched and get those multi-kills out of those process every single time. And the thing is this, right? It's not his first time in this kind of rodeo as well. Like, he has done this multiple times on multiple occasions as well. That's just how great Shiba is here. But I don't think anyone would expect a game to be witnessing like 13-3 scoreline we have seen before. But we did not expect it to be 13 points in a row.
Yeah.
That is tough.
Super one-sided. Just a very, very strong momentum here turn for the side of these teams. But nonetheless, man, I just got to say, it was just a super interesting match to see as well, because the sort of set executions that they have for these two teams, fantastic. You see the start here, it was so promising from the side of Kizuna, just the way they enter towards these sites. But as soon as Yakiniku was able to kind of set their foots here, get their footing in towards Ascent, they were able to roll things back. 3-2 was the scoreline, and in the end it was 13-3. They're looking sharp, man. Rizzo was hitting his shots, but the operator on towards Dizzy every single time. He does not miss this, man.
Like, the thing is this, right? Majority of the time isn't really too much of like utility assisted. It's just more just straight up fragging ability. It was literally frags sitting on the map of Ascent here. Everyone was just looking for frags, everyone was just looking for angles, everyone was just trying to get a really good pickoffs here. Yes, there were certain utilities that did aid them to entry into the site. I mean, typical things, right? When you go A, you need to smoke certain angles, certain corners, right? But before that, or even after that, it was just straight up like, okay, I just need to kill this guy, and then we'll win the fight. And Shiba, of course, has been the forefront of this frag battles so far. But of course, the MVP for each side here is going to be both Riza and Brendan so far.
Man, it's tough because you see Yakiniku, the points, the kills that they have here for the side of Yakiniku is just all double digits. It's very close together, you know, between Dizzy and Brandon and Shiba. You know, everyone really put in the work and just was immaculate here in towards this first map. On the side of Kizuna, you can see it's a little bit more shifted. You know, you've got Shun not doing so well, 6-15, flaring 7. But what are you supposed to do when you have Yakiniku players just running it up in towards your face and just winning the fights every single time? Especially when Dizzy has the operator as well to get that first pick. They've tried time and time again to get the flash from Riza to blind Dizzy with the operator, but it just doesn't reach. You know, he's playing at such a tight angle that the flash doesn't even blind him, and he's able to always get that first frag.
I mean, he's also like sort of able to reset the situation. Like, he knows if a flash is coming, he knows that he evaded, then it goes back to reset it. But because your MVP for the round for that first map of our last series of the night is going to be Brandon from Yakiniku with an ACS of 310. His A defense, it's so impenetrable. And even though, yes, there are times where they manage to get into the site, but then again, that always comes with a cost. There's always going to be a cost for it. And he's willing to, and the best part about Brandon is the fact that I love the fact that he is open to the idea to take fights, to take that aggressive approach despite being on the defending side. So I really think it's a really great perk that Brandon has when he was playing alongside with Yakiniku, and I think the rest of the team just sort of elevate alongside with him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you see him get aggressive towards A main. He uses the stars here in his favor, and you know, 37% headshot. That's pretty high. You know,
it's almost like a like quad of the whole thing.
Yeah, that's just insane. You know, he's had a high as someone who has a lot of kills. You know, it's definitely high. It's hard to get 39% headshot. That's just insane, crazy stuff. So that shows that they're definitely ready and they're here to play. And remember, if Yakiniku were to win this one, that's a three-way tie between Todak, Kizuna, and Yakiniku. So they're really trying to pull their weight and not be put down here in the bottom few of the standings.
I mean, they really need to pull whatever mystical arts that they have for this next round, because literally it seems like Yakiniku is just gonna run away with this whole thing if they're not too careful, for sure. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, that's gonna be it for our first map of our last series of today. More Valorant action and shenanigans is gonna be coming to you guys right after this quick short break.
Hey guys, it's Dizzy from Yakiniku. The reason why we ended up with this name is because when we first originally formed the team, we didn't really know what to put as our name. So since Rella's father actually owns the restaurant and a lot of us have actually been there and enjoyed the food, we decided to just roll with it and have some fun. The reason why I'm the so-called IGL is because honestly, the five of us, we play for fun. So whenever there's an interview, they just push everything to me basically. Other than that, I'm actually the duelist for the team. In the team, they always say I speak very fast, so sometimes they can't really hear what I'm trying to say. So a player on the team is Rella. He mainly plays the Sentinel role. He's actually a pretty cheeky person. He likes to joke around on the team and sometimes does stupid things. And he's also a pretty sharp player. So the next player on the team is Brandon. He primarily plays the smoker on the team, one of the more quieter ones on the team. But I think he's a very consistent player as well, and he's one of the key reasons why we are able to win our games as well. So the next player on the team is actually Muzi, who actually plays as the second duelist on the team. So to us, he's actually our resident rank tryhard, because sometimes he will literally spend 24 hours of the day just playing ranked and nothing else. So the next player on the team is Benef, who plays the flex role for our team. The funny thing about him is because we are just 5 people that just form a team and come together. One funny thing is how sometimes he stumbles upon agents that he's not really super comfortable playing also, but he just plays for fun. So some of the stuff he does is actually quite funny to watch. Our sixth player, which is First Love, he's actually really comfortable on most agents. He was Raiden 5 last act. If you ever have to bring him in, he will surely destroy everyone.
When we are free, we usually might go to Yakiniku to eat the brown sauce. It's damn set up.
The team would like to be remembered for being able to qualify without any practice at all. So I'd like to please out there to all the other teams that we are going to eventually face. If any one of you lose to us, a team with no prac, 3 people who are in the army, 1 in school, and 1 crazy rank guy, honestly.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has a call for taken. Stop it.
And we're back at it again, champions, here to the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1, and we are down to potentially the final game here of tonight. I'm FaZe, alongside with me is going to be Yolo Lee, and we are going to be your casters.
Oh man, the thing is, I'm just trying to process what went down. Like, it really went downhill. Like, it's definitely the thing is, like you mentioned, we expected a tug of war. I expected a fight. Like, it doesn't matter what's the result. That was the one result and performance that I did not expect to be coming out from Kizuna. No, it's either that or the fact that Yakiniku decided to up their game. They really put in the effort for that one and took it to overdrive and really pull on that kind of performance where Kizuna couldn't even keep up. You know, that's the one thing. It's either one of the two here, but regardless, it was quite the game to watch.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, it was down to which of these teams were the better Ascent team, and it definitely showed here on towards Yakiniku. When you've got Dizzy and Brandon performing so well, just hitting every single shot, you know, it's definitely going to be so easy here for them. And the problem was, that was Kizuna's map pick. We're going to be moving on now towards Pearl, which is the pick of Yakiniku. And damn, man, I'm sure they've got some tricks and some strats here up their sleeves, as we've been watching here throughout the day. Just these teams have been working so well together with the chemistry, and it just shows that I wish I had a team like that too.
The thing is, even just from the lineup, between both of these two teams, I don't think we really have to worry about having dedicated, wrong word. The right thing to say is that the fact that we won't be expected to see like wall smokers like Viper in the first place here, because especially coming from Kizuna Esports, they do like that. They do really like that controller as well, like really great control smokers like Astras and Brimstones, all this kind of things as well when they're really playing the lineup. So we don't really have to worry about seeing a Viper. But if there is one thing that is different, it will be the fact that they actually no longer bring in the KO this time. They actually are sticking in with the Breach and Sova. But the player who's going to be playing Sova this time is not going to be in the hands of Riza, but instead it will be in the hands of Shun, while Riza bringing the Breach instead as they run this double initiator lineup for themselves.
Definitely, but we're going to be seeing... I like watching the double controllers. I like having the KO here as well, because when you have the Cosmic Divide, when you have that Viper screen up, as a defender, you can easily flash through the smoke and really just come out as a team to just take those fights, because the defending team is not going to the enemy team is not going to expect such aggression from you, and that flash is just going to come out of them.
Which is what I'm saying, right? It's like some teams prefer to have proper smokers and some don't, that kind of thing. Some manage to make it work. Like even during VALORANT Channel Lock-in, there are some teams that even brought in Harbor here, or instead of bringing in the Viper instead for their side. But so far, the teams that we've been seeing here in our group stage, who has been utilizing Viper for the map of Pearl, has shown some great success and really well placed. Viper could actually excel the team in terms of retakes, or even just defending against from offensive people who's actually got an entry into the side. I think there was even one game where we saw one of the teams in one of the series, he actually put a Viper bait. He was able to get to the back side. He popped the Viper spit, and there was nothing the attacking team could do for the retake, because they just couldn't stop that at all.
Yeah, you can't see anything. You just got to shoot blindly through the smoke itself. But nonetheless, guys, this is the agent picks here down below. Looks like here, Yakiniku looking to hover over the double controller.
See, that's the role. You know, you bring two Vipers. With one's not enough, you bring two. You know?
Need more walls.
More toxicity. More walls.
Oh, man.
But sadly, that's never going to happen. Or it's more like it's impossible to happen. So the cross, no Vipers though. That's quite the change. No Vipers on their end here. And as they're going to be sticking to only one controller, but bring in double initiator, and I think that's going to be the exact same thing that's going to be happening for Kizuna as well.
Just a change of initiators here.
Quite a surprise, actually, for me.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been talking about different sort of lineups, but this time around, they just go for the good old classic meta lineup, I guess. You know, I would love to see 2 KOs here in towards this one, but Riza going to be choosing to go for the breach instead, which is not too bad because once you have the Rolling Thunder, whether it's on defense or attack, that is a massive utility, a massive ultimate to just be able to push your men forward and just go for those frags.
By the way, fun fact, this is actually going to be Shiba's first time playing KO here in the group stages as well. So this is going to be I'm pretty interested to see how well it's going to be able to utilize it the rest of the squad, because usually when they play on the map of Pearl, like I said, they always run this double controller. One Shiba will be playing the Viper, and then we have the Astra on the hands of Brandon, right? That's of course when Musi is not playing. If Musi is playing, there's a little bit of a different story. The Viper will be in the role of Redla, while Musi is going to be the one to play the Cypher instead. So they do have a variety of like composition depending on who's really playing for their games. But in this case, Shiba bringing the KO is definitely quite the twist that we're actually going to be witnessing here. Especially this could potentially be the last game that we have for our final series of today.
Definitely, and Kizuna, they have to really bolster up their defense. They haven't really been doing so well. As we saw on Ascent, as soon as they swap towards the defender side, there's just nothing they can do against the likes of the strength of the Yakiniku players on the attack. But nonetheless, we'll see what these two teams can bring out. Whatever they can do, man. They just got to bring out whatever they can at this point.
Everything has to be thrown. All cards are on the table.
Throw everything. The table. Throw the table. Throw the cards.
I mean, no, you got to throw the table. You still need to use the table to put the copy in the bar. Anyway, either way, DXS starts things the round, but then again, a trade has been made back. He tried to make the round sing in his favor, but then again, DZ is going to be the one that send him spinning back. It's then again back to the 4v4, but not much positioning has been gained after that trade. Now the sword has been fallen back. They understand the rotation will be made, which I love the fact that they decide to midway after that first interaction and engagement, they already start sending half of the squad, including the spike carrier, to the other side.
Yeah, I like this play coming in from Yakiniku. They get that trade off, the 1-2-1. They just immediately just do not show themselves. Force the Kizuna players that already rotated so early. Yeah, so early towards that B site, and just makes them overthink, rotate back towards A, and now there's 4 players up against the likes of Shun, and Shun's HP down to 50, so he's gonna have to just really wait and rely on his team to come in here. Oh, the recon dart has been shot out. He's been spotted, but he does manage to take down Shun, just going for those easy strafe frags. Can he look for more? Benaf will find him inside that nebula, and the rest of the team here, full control of B Hall. Beautiful flash coming in from Riza, but it's not going to be enough, since Retla is just here to play, here to party, and here to hold things out for Yakiniku.
Oh, I love it, right? Because they were so fast initially in the initial pace as well. They tried to rotate back, but then at the same time, they didn't really go too far. They just went to check out mid if there's anyone flanking from the back. Then they regroup back with the rest of the squad. But during this time, like you mentioned as well during your play-by-play, they literally overthink it. They say like, all right, wait, it's taking a little bit too long. There's no utility usage. There's no audio cues. I'm spotting nobody. They might have went back to A, and that gave them enough of an opening and space to hit that B.
This time around, they're looking to get super aggressive towards A site, and the perfectly timed fault line from Riza just to delay their push, but it's not going to be enough here. Riza does manage to do a little bit of damage here on towards Dizzy, but these weapons are doing very, very decent amount of damage here. They've already taken down 2 as they're holding down this A site, and look at these sheriffs just popping off, hitting heads. Shiba does manage to take it down to a 1v1, and look at DXN. Both these 2 players, all it needs is one single bullet to take them out. 21 HP on towards Shiba, 28 on DXN, and Shiba has the spike in his hands.
But the thing is this, Yakiniku still has the cards because he has the spike in hand. And with no audio cues, absolute silence across the whole map. And you know how big it is. They have no idea where they could be. But of course, there's still 40 seconds on the clock and enough time for him to rotate around. He threw the suppression blade. They try to see if he's actually dig deep inside the site itself, but he will not find anybody.
30 seconds
Because
left.
how much time has been left? Again, DXN falls for this and will rotate back, but still does not hit the plant. Suspected this, and his teammate possibly also discussing with this behind the scenes. Rotates back to the side, but Shiba is not going to go for the plant. He's going to go for the kill, but without time, he has no choice to go for the plant, but just enough to reposition to try to flank him from behind.
The information that DXN has is just so free here for him. A very quick retake here from DXN. The plant spot gave away the position of Shiba. As Shiba is walking away, DXN is like, okay, there's no other place this man could go. He has to be secret. Instantly just goes for the peek towards the angle. One shot is all it took. He knows Shiba's low. And, well, a thrifty round coming in from Kizuna. And I have to give that to Shun, being able to take down 2 players as they're making their way on towards site with the Sheriff. Easy headshots. And it was a bit chaotic there. But Riza also with the fault line to really delay and get all those members from Kizuna to come in for the rotation was just fantastic.
You call it chaotic? I thought it was a party. Literally,
a party?
Everyone was all over the place here, let's be honest. But of course, fresh new round.
My kind of party.
This is the part where Yakiniku is going to be back on the eco. They're going to be one with sheriffs in hand. 3 Red Lard, Dizzy, and Brendan, but the rest of the squad full rifles, equipped and ready to mow down any enemy spotted that walks into their lines of sight or any of their rank holding angles here. Playing a little bit more slower pace, try to deduce whether is there any aggression coming from either side as Yakiniku is trying to probe for weaknesses in this defense. But none will be given from Kizuna. They will not allow them to have any form of intel or even had an opportunity. I love the fact that he actually have a defensive star point, so just in case things gets a little bit dicey for our friend Riza, the comms is going to be clean. He's going to be able to re-assist.
Oh my goodness, all the attention was given away from the turret, and he's able to take down 2. A bit messy on the third one, where Shiba will be able to get the trade off. He wants to get that Vandal, and he does manage to take it, but he's got 14 HP here. Oh, it's not going to look too good, but look at the wrap here from Yakiniku. From A main, wrap their way towards Art, and they just shut down the defense on this A site.
The flank.
What a play.
What a flank. Now that's what, now the thing is, I don't even know whether we're having this 5v5 basically. It feels like a war zone at this point as they're flanking each other to try to get objectives and successes. And of course, Brandon's going to be having a nice free picking, a nice upgrade for himself. It all comes down to the EXN. This 1v3. He reveals himself. He let his intention very clear as he checks those corners, but he now knows. After he checks in the back of sight, we'll only had to worry about the from the main, but that's not going to happen because Brandon's going to silence him for good, and a thrifty win will be made as Yakiniku is going to take that point away.
That's 2 thrifties in a row.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm so worried that we end up in this situation where in each game, in each series that we're going to be casting and watching, it always ends up in the round where the team does not have the favor despite having the rifles.
Oh man, I mean, that was just insane there. It was a decent setup from, I think it was Kimmy who was playing towards Art. He was able to take down 2. But man, the wraparound, Yakiniku just slowly lurking their way in towards A main. They just had no idea that they were going to get wrapped just like that. Brandon does take down Shun. That's the initiator here. They do have one more in terms of Riza, but there's no scan, there's no information looking agent. Nonetheless, a great pickup for the 4th round by Yakiniku. This is a thrifty-ish sort of round. They've got the single Vandal on Kimmy. We've seen it work, but Shun was able to kind of turn things around with his Sheriff. This time around, he is not here, but they're going to gamble a full-on rotation here towards this B site. And they're making the right call here.
They are definitely making the right call, but then not much action has been shown. I don't think they even shown themselves visually as well. But that star point is definitely going to be a dead giveaway. They're going to be well prepared for this. But then again, so is Kizuna Esports. They're prepared. They're comfortable. They're hearing all these audio cues. They know for sure they have the manpower. Now it's just a matter of whether they're going to be able to win out the respective fights, though. We see DXN with a shotty in hand, but then again, that flash, an absolute menace for himself. But another run of shorty, but looks like Riza's going to be at the final save, but Shiba will be the final nail in the coffin here. And Yakiniku going to walk away with a win. It may not be the flawless one, but still a win nonetheless.
A perfect execution there by Yakiniku. Just that single flash from Shiba was able to just allow Dizzy to enter B Hall, get that frag. I mean, the rest of the team just came up right behind him. And it was basically a whole squad making their way towards B. And they just won every single gunfight. Kimi with that Vandal was not going to be able to do anything about it, man, that's for sure. Ooh, he has the lockdown now to work with. They need a single orb or a frag.
But he has the Cosmic Divide alongside with the Blade Storm as well. Don't think he's going to be committing the Blade Storm for this one. Cosmic Divide, I feel it might be situational for these guys, but a couple of trades in terms of utility, counter utilities as well, has been expanded towards the middle for the mid double door.
DXN already pushed up towards B long.
This is big as well.
B lobby. If he gets the frag here on towards Shiba, that's going to be massive, but Shiba is just so ready for that. Time and time again, they try to push B long, and it just does not work out for them. Now, they've pushed up A main. They did manage to take down Brandon. That's the spike as well. So tons of information, but the fact that the spike is so far back, they just can't do anything about it. They have to fall back here on towards site. And now they make their way here towards that B site. No Brandon here, so there's not going to be any smokes. But the fact that there's only Shun here, it's going to be a bit tough here for him. He needs one frag. That's all he needs. So he can get the Hunter's Fury out, deny the plant. Lockdown does come in, and it's going to force a little bit of a trouble here for the defense. Shiba gets him with the fragment. My goodness, this guy has nowhere to run at all.
Literally just cheesed into the positioning as well. Lockdown, DZ holding them all back. But here comes the defensive lockdown as well. But the thing is, they did plant for long, so they're totally fine. Actually, following all the way back, right out the range of the defensive or the defenders' lockdown, because they still have the lines of sight. Sadly, no lined up coming in because there is no Sovas for the side of Hey Yakiniku. But that doesn't mean they still can't do the damage. But he's on top of the red. He don't know this. He falls in with the Blade Storm. Almost succeeds in it as well. But flaring, wow. What a spray transitioning coming from the man.
That's how you do it right there. And that's why people love the Phantom. The fast fire rate, the recoil is easy to control, but they had a beautiful, perfect crossfire there. Just a great read there, especially with that Cosmic Divide to cut off the B-long aggression there from Hey Yakiniku.
Dude, I thought it was, at that moment, I felt like it was going to be DZ's time to shine. I thought that was his crowning moment. But flaring with that positioning at the side of the wall, at the corner, he literally gunned them all down mercilessly here. Unrelenting, this man.
Yeah, really made it look easy there, but they had that crossfire set up after that Cosmic
Divide. Like the one time you had to look down.
Yeah.
You gotta look down sometimes.
And T there. DXN.
A little bit of
damage. Has already popped the tailwind, so he can get aggressive here. He can stand in the middle of nowhere, but Shiba is just quick with it. This guy always finding DXN's head. It's basically a 1v1 here for these two players towards B long.
I still can't believe he nailed that shot, really.
Yeah, that was a quick peek as well. Just incredible display of skill from Shiba.
Dude, it's daylight robbery instantly, every single time. Like it's not like he overextend himself out of the bomb site or out of long. He's on the side itself. A simple displacement of pixel was all he needs to get that pick off. That's so much utility.
A lot of utility. A lot of utility, man.
2 nanoswarms and a gravity well.
That's a lot of utility being used right there from the side of Kizuna. It's going to be tough here for them to actually come in for this retake to deny anything. But Riza trying to look for something. Riza trying to be the hero. It's not going to be enough as Benoff finds him. Then that's the execution here on towards B side. They always, every single time, take control of that B hall position, and that just gives them so much room to work with. Sean, fantastic shot there on towards Shiba. Thins down the numbers just a little bit, but they're still at a disadvantage here. They've got a single star to work with. They've got 2 shock darts as well. But what can they do? And Benoff is just here being a thorn in the rose. And here it is, the retake coming in. It's a 2 versus 2 now. 1 versus 2. Can they make it work? But look at the positioning here coming in from Retla from B short. He does find Kimi. But does he manage to get the last frag? He does. Just the perfect timing to come in for the peak. Hey Yakiniku. Hey Retla with a 2v1 clutch.
But then again, talk about cutting it a lot closer than they expected as well. They definitely didn't want it to be that close for themselves, but then again, a win is still a win. Now the thing is this, I love it. Now we're finally seeing a game that we're actually expected to see. Like a little bit of fight back, a little bit of tug of war between these two teams that they will try to take there a little bit, literally 180 to what we witnessed from the first map of Ascent itself. But of course, fresh new rounds, ultimate available is gonna be both Null Command and Cosmic Divide. Very massive ultimate to be utilized, especially on the attacking side. After Chalk, they try to clear out the middle double doors. But then again, it looks like their true intention this time is gonna be the A. They hit B a few times, they have found some form of success. But let's see what about A. They left A a little bit unattended for quite a while. Let's see whether their defenses is not as tight as it's supposed to be.
Definitely. I mean, last time around, Yakiniku hit that A side. It was a bit of trouble here for them, but this time they're going to be investing in the Cosmic Divide here in towards this round. Kimi just completely shut off here from the rest of that site, and it just causes Kizuna to go for that retake. If Riza is able to get a single frag, he will be able to bring the Rolling Thunder in, and that might turn things around here for them. But he needs that frag. He needs to somehow find that opening. And oh my goodness, it's a firing range here towards A main. All of them are here. No one is pushing towards Secret or in towards that pit position. They're just chilling.
The crossfire is great as well, but they need to really try to clear things out. It's going to be quite difficult. It's still Sheriff's in hand in a very choke point area as well. They need to try to find their line of sight. The trades are happening as disaster is also being ensued into the site itself. They're trying to go for a quick defuse, trying to snipe it out, but the Nebula does time out and does dissipate at the same time. Now the rifle squad, the firing squad will try to rain bullets and hail upon the remaining member, but not enough time. And hey, Yakiniku is going to take another point for the scoreline to extend it even further. It's a 5-2.
I like that play from Hey Yakiniku. They played towards main. They had Shiba just throw a right-click flash through the Nebula. Two players ran out towards A main, towards the right side, and just caused a lot of havoc. And, you know, in the end, when you've got the rifles in your hands, when you're in towards A main, spamming through the smoke, you'll definitely win out these fights. Kizuna, decent effort. This time around, they do have flaring alongside Riza with their ultimates to work with, the Cosmic Divide and the Rolling Thunder as well. But on the side of Hey Yakiniku, they can easily hit that A site once again. Put that lockdown down, use it alongside Shiba's Null Command. Let's see how things go. We're gonna get delayed a little bit here towards middle. A very slow default play here now from Hey Yakiniku.
Good reaction coming. Good reaction to try to force out certain utilities as well. Won't have to really worry too much about it, but look how important it is that Flyer is actually extending himself out. There's a lot of intel, there's a lot of space he actually managed to garner. He can try, he doesn't plan to go further forward. He just wanted to get some visual confirmation. But then again, look at also this whole group up. Does spot the ammo, falls back. That's massive.
The timing could not have been better. I was a bit worried because if flaring was going to get taken out there, that's massive utilities already off the map. Right-click flash comes in, and there it is. Execution here. On towards that A side, and just as I mentioned, the Null Command being used alongside the lockdown, and they now just have to slowly wait for the lockdown to get taken down, and they're making their way on towards site. You know, around 3 to 4 seconds when the lockdown is about to activate, you just make your way in as a team. And here it is, the Rolling Thunder gonna be coming in. Can they hold this off? But they are making things work here from the side of Kizuna. Use that Rolling Thunder here to their advantage. Pushing in now towards A main. Kimi looking so strong with those frags. He gets 3, but it's just a trade back and forth. Retla, he does not have enough time. That Cosmic Divide will just shut down the post plant from Hey Yakiniku.
It was so fantastic. Like, I love finding Kizuna finally just prioritize have better priorities to the fact that we just wanted to defuse this fight. We had a Cosmic Divide, just throw bodies. They were willing to throw bodies towards that main. They didn't want to give them an opportunity to use utilities. They didn't want to give them enough space to counteract. They also didn't want to give them an opportunity to actually counter them right outside of the wall as well. So Kimi went for the bold approach alongside with the rest of the squad. Lives were taken. Literally 4 members fell in that side for Kizuna to take that win alongside with utility usage as well.
Whoa,
what aggression! Kimi gonna try to connect for the third, but then again, flaring comes in to take the fight head on, but not for too long. But the damage has been done, FaZe. 3 members has already fallen. They know they cannot waste any more time. They had to take this and commit towards this fight.
Hold on.
Into the smoke. And
Hold on a
Shiba, he does manage to turn the tide. Now the tables has been turned. Suddenly the round, which was so viable for Kizuna Esports, instantly gets denied. But then again, DXN lands the first shot, revealing the existence of the operator. Made it loud, made it clear, made it very impactful. And now it becomes a 1v1.
Definitely, Shiba has the fragment to work with, so he can definitely just play the time and use the utility to his advantage. He has been given away. The sound cue was made, and DXN slowly lurking up. But it's Shiba we're talking about here. He's done so much here for the side of Yakiniku, and he picks up that 4K to close out round number 9. Kizuna, they tried. They got aggressive towards A main. They picked out 3 players, but they managed to make that 2v3, 2v4 just work. Hey, you cannot count out Yakiniku when Shiba is still alive. So much experience under his belt.
I can tell you this, literally Shiba is giving us such a show. Literally, welcome to the show, everybody. The Clutch Meister Shiba has done it once again. Absolutely fantastic. Like, honestly, it was such a difficult round. 2v3, all odds was against him. I figured like, all right, that's pretty much going to be a really hard intake. They will have to go all in with this. Shiba unfazed, he comes in with a really ingenious tactic, does manage to turn things around unbelievably.
So tough, man. When you're down, they just even it out, make things work, and that's definitely going to put such a stop here to the defense of Kizuna. You know, they're just going to be demotivated at this point, and I'm waiting for a timeout here from this team. It's just not coming out. They're going to have to reset the momentum here of Yakiniku. Already in towards Art. They do manage to find DXN. The fault line does come in to try and connect. But look at this positioning already on towards the site. Just walking in and playing contact. They're just able to take down these fights, get these trades, and make it now a 2 versus 1. It's Riza. He's got the Vandal in his hands. He does have a single flashpoint to work with. But look at this crossfire they set up. The positioning is just so beautiful. He comes out. Both these players are going to be able to get the shots here on towards him. It should be nice and easy for the side of Yakiniku.
Oh, I love it. Brandon just baiting out that crosshair. He knows his teammate is going to be able to go for the frag, but spots the muzzle, but then again, not able to get the frag. But either way, a trade has been done. But FaZe, not to say it almost ended up in the thrifty round, but the fact that it was such a costly win. Once again, 4 members dropped again. Look at the savings except for Shiba and Brandon and Dizzy, right? Everyone else is literally not having the best of savings in their banks.
Yeah, it's tough here for them, but you know, they got to make work of what they have. You know, they've been winning out these rounds, but the fact that it's been so close, you know, it affects both of these teams' economies. Nonetheless, a Kizuna timeout will be called. What can they do at this point? I think it worked earlier when they tried to get aggressive towards A main or towards, well, just A main. I guess that's the one thing that they were able to win out.
I mean, they try to go for the B long, but instantly every single time DXN just gets picked off or lose out the pick battle against Shiba.
Exactly. So at this point, I think you have to kind of get aggressive. You have to hold your ground. Maybe you get that first, second pick and just fall back. The problem with what happened earlier was Kizuna, they stuck around to try to find more. They got a little bit too greedy, and Yakiniku was able to overrun them towards A main, make their way on towards site. Let's see how things go. Still got another 2 rounds here in this half.
But you know, it's sometimes it's just really that kind of scenario, right? High risk, high reward. You really have to do something different to really try to get just to get an edge over your opponents here.
It looks like they want to get aggressive here towards main.
Which I think would be the right call. However, look at where the majority of the members are. If they are fast enough, they should be able to rotate to actually support towards that B side. However, knowing Yakiniku and how we've been seeing their aggression so far, they don't waste any time. Once they resolve to hit a side, they will hit it.
Yep. They just go all the way, and I love this play here. Oh, Dizzy actually being spotted. That's a great haunt coming in from the defending side. Spike will go down. Can they make this work? They have to win out these fights. Shun was able to take down Shiba, and they've traded things out. They planted for long as well. There's no cosmic divide here. There's nothing to really block the vision except the cloud burst from the side of DXN. but it's so extremely short. If DXN can stay alive, then
no.
there's the Cosmic Divide. This is going to be incredibly difficult now here.
That just solidified things. Although yes, there is the defender lockdown, but they're still in the lines of sight towards the spike. Although trades are happening between the long-range battle here. It's literally a picking battle or a sniper battle between both the players here, but the one that comes up on top and the one that will have the final last laugh is going to be Hey Yakiniku here.
And Kizuna, they had the right idea. They got aggressive towards A main, but Hey Yakiniku is just like, okay, we're going the other way.
No, hey, at this point, right, Hey Yakiniku has already got a clear picture of how Kizuna current state of things, and they're slowly grilling them over the fire, and eventually to get them nice, well done as he slowly close out the round. It's already 8-3. We did see some bite back. We did see some fight. Some of those rounds a lot more closer than it's supposed to be as well. But still doesn't change the fact that the scoreline is still 8-3, and it is. And we're almost approaching towards the second half here. This is the last round as well.
Yeah, definitely. I remember you saying earlier, oh my god, look at what happened. Kizuna now, they push B long, they get aggressive towards B long, but Hey Yakiniku is at the other side of the map, and they get free real estate here towards this A site. I mean, they're reading them like a Harry Potter book at this point. Retla, he has been spotted here towards Arc, but look at the wrap. What are you supposed to do against that?
Oh my god.
Easy pickings here from Hey Yakiniku. Free real estate, what more could you ask for? Benaf does manage to spot down DXN. They have the Rolling Thunder, but they're just gonna get shut down. Hey Yakiniku's gonna win out these gunfights every single time. It's a 2 versus 4. Shiba takes down Shun, and now it's all flaring. 80's out of here. Can he make this work? He takes down the counterpart.
There's not enough time.
He's got the Cosmic Divide to work with, but I mean, utility.
Not enough time, not enough players, not enough people.
He does take down one, though. He's making it close.
Oh, there's the Nanosol.
It's over. There's no way. He's gone and dusted, and that's going to be 9-3 here for Hey Yakiniku. A decent effort from Flaring, but time is of the essence. You don't have to fight the player, you've also got to fight the time as well. 9-3. I remember earlier you were saying it was a very close game. It's not like a cent. You know,
it was 4-3. Like, I thought that thing's okay. You know, there was a light at the end of the tunnel. You know, they're fighting back. You know, the mythical arts are working out for Kizuna. Then suddenly out of the blue, it's like, what happened?
That's Hey Yakiniku's power. You know, they give the enemy team 3, and they're like, all right, this is the 3 you have. You keep this. We'll take the rest from here.
Okay, so the thing is, right now, Hey Yakiniku has already marinated Kizuna in the first half. The second half will be the grilling. This is the part where, of course, this is going to be Kizuna's esports turn to be the one dictating how most of this fight is going to be turning out since they have the spike in hand. It's a matter of how much control they can gain, but look at the aggression already coming in from Dizzy. He's already in the forefront of things.
My word.
Although yes, a trade has been done, but this does really slow things down for the attacker. An entry fragger for an entry fragger. But an entry fragger doesn't matter for the defenders here. So this will slow things down for Kizuna once again. But look at the backline. Flaring, lurking all the way to the back, but that turret. Wait, let me see. Let me do the range testing. Oh no. Okay, so Red Light is still in range of the turret. Still max distance though. So the turret will still be active. Will be able to pick up Flaring unless he falls back a little bit more.
Ooh, the timing. Yeah, he's out of the range now. But the timing is unfortunate because Flaring is just waiting towards this pillar.
No, this is bad. He's out of the range, so they don't know.
Oh, but I don't know if Redla expects this positioning from Kimmy. He does fall back. Turret will be given, and they know for a fact that it is now a B execute. Spike is down here, and Kizuna trying to find some signs of life here in towards the second pistol round. Can they make this work? But look at Redla, the jumping frenzy making it work. Riza does manage to pick up a 3K, and there it is. Shiba will just trade things back and forth and get double digits here for Hey Yakiniku. What is going on?
I don't know about you, all I saw was dominoes.
Everyone was falling down.
Yeah, everyone just kept falling down. That was just how crazy it was. You know, honestly, I thought it may look a little bit good because of the fact that the turret was inactive. It couldn't really spot them until the very last minute. But then again, Hey Yakiniku was able to make up despite the positioning that the spacing that they allowed for Kizuna to control and roam, they make up for that loss with fragging abilities. And you saw Relod Frenzy just run them down. He got 2K out of that situation, almost got the third. But of course, the ghost handling on Kizuna Esports side was also just as prominent.
Yeah, fantastic. But once again, it could have gone either way, man. This game between these two teams is always down to those 1v3s or 1v2s, 1v1s. And Yakiniku has been winning out most of those clutches. Just really demotivating Kizuna at this point.
Yeah,
and the interesting part is they have forced bot here in towards this round, and they're going in ham. They want to force their way in, force these rounds out. Red Loud does manage to do a little bit of damage, but does not expect PXN from that B hall position.
Oh, the ring around does work out. They managed to get the spike. They managed to get the spike down. Now it's perfect. Now it's great. Now this was the time for them to strike back while they have the advantage here. Although in terms of weaponry, of course, Kizuna may not have the upper hand, but when it comes to tight corners and close angles with those stingers, they can definitely make it sing and work, baby. But Shiba Shun, it does come down to the last man, but sadly enough, they will win out the fight. The post plan was successful, and Kizuna is still back in the game.
They've broken the 3-round curse, and now they're in towards their 6th round.
Hey, Bear.
Oh, that's cute.
Where is this?
Somewhere in the map. That's what I can give you.
Of course it's somewhere in the map, face.
It's confidential. It's confidential. I'm telling you that right now.
But he's stuck in the barrel. Someone get him out. His stubby little hands. He can't crawl out. He got no claws.
Feels bad. Feels so bad here for him. Nonetheless, a great eco from the side of KZ. They lost the first round. They instantly just force bot, brought the stingers and made it work, and now they're around. This time around, they've got the rifles. They've got 3 Vandals, a single Bulldog, and a Spectre here. Lots of information has been gained. A couple of players have been spotted out, has been suppressed, so they can really bring in the rotations from the side of Yakiniku, and they force 5 players in towards this A side part of the map.
But look how far forward he is as well. And joining him soon is going to be Dizzy as well. Banaf and Dizzy. Not too far behind when it comes to reinforcement. He's just trying to pick up any audio cues coming from the middle area. So far, none. However, DXN is going to be able to find a nice picket towards the main side, and instantly the rest of the team falls back. But same goes for the spike. It's going to be cutting a little bit too close for comfort for sure. The outrun is going to be clearing towards the B long side. However, the main interaction is going to be here at Dizzy. Wow. All it takes is one bullet. One tap is all it needs to shut DXN down. And now the scoreboard has been equalized. No flash, unfortunately, on the side here for Yakiniku here, but they still can make it work.
Here we go. They do have the Prowlers to work with as well. Get the information. Dash does manage to get a little bit of a shot here, but unfortunately not going to be able to connect. And Redla is in a very dangerous position. Scanned as well. And what is going on here? These Vandals, these rifles just making things work. Flaring picks up the last 2 frags. And Kizuna slowly making their way here. They've stepped up. They've picked themselves up. And they've won 2 rounds in a row.
All I saw was Brandon manning up with a shorty in hand and running right in the open.
I will be the hero. And it just gets taken out.
I mean, we all need a hero sometimes.
That's true.
But this time, the thing is this. The hero needs to be made, and it still has not been decided for the side here, Kizuna. However, the pillar, when the game is on the line, when things aren't really looking that bright, we have Flaring, the pillar of support, the one person where his teammates will look upon him for greatness and advice and inspiration. He had been pulling quite a few great rounds in the past few series. He can try to do it again. It's a 5-10 scoreline. It's still doable. It still can be caught up.
Suppress. DXN going to be making his way in towards the site. Will he find an opening? He's already made his way towards default. But look at this positioning from Brandon. Where's the smoke? There's no cover. Brandon was just easily able to take down one. And it's just trades back and forth. What is going on here? There was no cover. No smokes at all being used.
Oh. It's an unfortunate one as well. They thought things was very smooth. They thought things was very comfortable. But when they got too comfortable, they paid the price heavily as well. And now Kim is the last man standing. Spike's in the site, so they don't really have to worry too much about it. They just have to hold their own. But Banaf says no, he wants that frag, and he'll get 3 heads on his belt for that one. Hey, Yakiniku, 1 point closer, 1 step closer to that match series and game series point as well. And instantly a timeout has been made, Kizuna. I believe that's going to be the last timeout that they have on their hands.
Yes, it is. I mean, I think what happened was Shiba, before they actually went for the execution, he threw the suppress towards main, and he was able to maybe suppress flaring, but he was not able to bring out the nebulas, the smokes. Yeah, exactly. And that was just a detrimental suppress there from Shiba, as there was just no cover. They were able to hold it down from Secret, from Flowers, and
you might be right for that one.
Take them out. You know, yeah, it was that last second suppress that forced DXN to dash into site, and the rest of his team was suppressed, so they just kind of walked in like, okay, gotta give it a go. He's already in, we just gotta back him up. And the trades were just not there. Hey, Yakiniku was just too quick to the trigger.
Okay. So let's look at this whole situation right now, the current state of things, right? So in terms of weaponry, they still have enough for them to go for the full buy. But in terms of ultimate usage, Rolling Thunder and Lockdown, massive one. Bladestorm, situational. The accent will not be utilizing unless much needed. We don't have to worry about that. But the Rolling Thunder and Lockdown is definitely going to be the most crucial one when they want to take this round. Because this is the one round where they need to win. Not only would it be match point, I believe also it will be the round where they won't have to lose round bonus as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be tough. I mean, if they lose this one, instant. Oh, okay, hold on a second.
Barely got away with that one, did he?
It was a bit too close to comfort. The Rolling Thunder will come in as well to try to find some frags. And oh, what a beautiful use of utility there. Gravity well to pull in Benaf, and he's out of there. I don't know if that was his teammates, but hey, they make it work.
I can tell you this phase. The Hunter suddenly became the Hunter. Shun was Hunter with the Rolling Thunder assist. He came back to get ahead and he got it. Managed to pick up Benaf for that one.
Oh, look at Redla's position. They don't flash him out here. It's going to be a little bit of a problem, but
that's a high ground position. But then again, Nebula spot out, not phase at all, and he gets doomed
my word!
The damage has been set, and now with the defensive lockdown, they try to force them back. The rest of the squad is here. They have literally reinforced all form of entry, and they reinforced all those angles. Phase, look at those choke points.
They've got the spike as well. There's no one coming in from B short.
Oh, okay.
But still,
they cannot. Okay, if they're lucky, they can actually take the spike without dying. They might be damaged, they might be picked, but they will not die. But then again, attacking lockdown has already ended. And it looks, yeah, they managed to obtain the spike without having the loss of life. But then again, Redla, Brennan goes in for the swing. The last man standing in the hole is
hold on.
Kimmy too. He holds, but Redla comes in stronger as he sends his counterpart to the shallow realm here. And hey, Yakiniku is currently match point and game series point. But look at the economy phase. This was the biggest concern.
It is just broken. It's in shambles here from the side of Kizuna. What are you meant to do at this point? You've got a decent amount of ultimates to work with. DXN, luckily for him, he does not need to buy a weapon, but he has to hit these shots to be able to just reset those blade storms. 12-5. Desperation now for Kizuna.
It's not just desperation, it's Ragnarok at this point here, phase. War is on here. A lot of things are on the line. Kizuna, if you want to step up, you got to step up right now because this is almost it.
No.
But Dizzy, before all hope, but literally with one shot coming from Dizzy, all hopes might have been lost and denied. Custom device has also been committed as well, but look at that. Instant blade storm came off the hands of Dizzy, and he will be able to reset that. DXN comes back in and finds Rella.
Like this, they do have Shiba still available. Oh, that's going to be a massive Hunter's Fury now. And they're just now only managing to get the spike down. Cosmic Divide is down. His jumps come in, and there we go. They clear out B-Hall with ease. Kizuna.
One member.
Find their footing here in towards this round. It's all down to Brandon. What can he do? He can definitely give this one a try, but Flying will be able to get the headshot here on towards him. With 1 HP left here. Ooh, super tough.
It may not have been the best of buys coming from the side of Kizuna, but they still managed to pull it through, but at such a cost, phase. All ultimates expended. Whatever they had in their arsenal, they had to expend it because they had just had no choice. It was much needed one.
3 different ultimates used. There was the Hunter's Fury to take down Benaf, the Cosmic Divide from Flaring to secure that plant.
And then Blade Storm as well on the hands of DXN.
And they made it work. He used it so well to clear out that B hall position to take down Dizzy. So no complaints at all from me. But now they have to win 6 rounds in a row to actually force the OT.
They can definitely try to garner some points though. 2 frenzy hands in the shortage. Odds are definitely on their side, but such aggression will not find anybody.
Yeah,
but look at B-Long. We have courtesy of DXN with the operator in hand. Clears on the entire area, spot no alarm bot, spot no turret. Got a lot of confidence with the fact that, okay, they're on eco, they're grouped up, there's no one gonna be here. Check the corners, be diligent, get that spike planted, and now we hold.
Look at the map. Look at how Yakiniku are moving. All 5 players here just chilling towards middle. They've got Benaf now splitting up. He's got the shorty in his hands. I'm not sure what he's going to do with that. But nonetheless, as long as they can do damage here to the economy of Kizuna, it definitely will be a massive, massive opportunity here. DXN spots out a couple of shoulders here towards short. It's not going to be able to connect with these shots at all.
Yep. He may have missed a shot, but at least he got the intel. Now the rest of the team knows and the rest of the squad is there.
I mean, all they gotta do now is just die to the spike. You don't really have to go in, but okay, they're going in. Shun.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, okay, just instantly shut down there. Insane stuff here. Flaring picks up the 3rd and just, you know, slowly making his way towards the Cosmic Divide once again. I mean, it wouldn't have been bad if Yakiniku decided to just stack towards all 5 players towards B short, die to the spike. You know, they still get the money. They don't give away the alt orbs, but I think they wanted to, as I said, just do as much damage as they can. You know.
Yeah, of course. I think the real goal for them is that they wouldn't mind giving ultimate orbs. I think at the point is they just want to drop as many members as possible, because it was only 2 rounds recently that they won in a row to give them enough savings as well. So they want to try to force to give them an empty bank. They were to lose 1 round, but honestly, 1 round is all Yakiniku needs to win out this game. And with Dizzy, with the operator in hand, holding up B-Long, let's see who spots who first.
Operator battle now towards B along both these 2 jets.
I'm not even sure what it is an operator battle. They're just like, they're at each other's off angles here.
Yeah. But DXN has given away his position, so Dizzy has an advantage when if DXN were to fall back.
Oh,
but what? Just the sliver.
No tag either.
Not even tag, just a pixel away here from the opposing jet.
Oh no.
DXN lucky to be alive, and look at this. Brandon just being able to pick things up here, taking 1 down towards A main, 1 more towards middle as well. The numbers are slowly thinning down, and Kizuna, what are they going to do to overcome this?
The thing is, they were able to build up this house with their foundation, but now it's slowly cracking and shaking.
It's crumbling, man.
There's only 3 members left on the team, and only 25 seconds left on the top. Time is of the essence. And they don't have the man advantage, they don't have the flash. They still have the smoke coming up for Flaring, but Nightfall comes, spots 1 and go for the spray, but the DXN was able to make the play. He sets up the pace, and now the round seems viable again. It's a 3v3. But then again, DZ trying to find for a couple of heads, will not be able to find any. He gets a little bit close, he does for the weapon switch here, but then again, a trade has been made. It comes down to the 1v1 here.
It's been enough. This guy
1v2
has been insane here. He finds the first. Unfortunately, the crosshair was a little bit off, and Shun, alongside Kizuna, was able to win out that 3 versus 5. And we got to give that one to the entry from DXN, taking down the player towards Cubby, taking down the player towards backside with ease. And the rest of the players from Yakiniku, they were rotating from spawn. They were just not there to help, to trade things out.
Which is why I'm saying right now, this is the part where, this is the state of the game where it doesn't really, utility still matters, but what really is able to turn the tide in their favor is the individual skill play. Who's willing to go the distance here, to overstep themselves here, to literally go across the horizon and take that fight. So DXN did a fantastic job with that one. Can he pull it off again? Brandon has set up the star point. He does have the Cosmic Divide here, but now they're slowly making the cell available, and Flaring has set up the necessary star point here with the Gravity. He's committing everything for this.
DXN, the 1-man entry, just insane. Shiba, though, does have the Bucky in towards this Nebula. He's been pretty cheeky. but nonetheless, no one's gonna go for that aggressive peek. This is a bit of a thrifty round coming in from Yakiniku. But these weapons in their hands every single time have been so dangerous. Dizzy with that Sheriff. Shiba, well, with that Bucky, I'm sure he can definitely do a little bit of something. Gonna be flashing here through the Cosmic Divide. Very close towards a main. Flaring and Kimmy will be just be able to close things out here. And that's gonna be a free round for the side of Kizuna.
This
5 members alive. Oh, maybe not 5. Oh no! A firing squad towards A main, and somehow Retla is able to pick these kills up. What in the world?
Their economy wasn't really that great in the first place, and now once again, although despite winning, they still have to rebuy again.
Oh man!
And the crazy thing about this phase is that how expensive they want it, but that last exit kill made things so expensive for them.
Why is that a replay?
Alarm bot for the I guess you could say it was the first time the alarm bot actually managed to pit off someone.
I guess so. Oh man, close yet so far. Yakiniku now forced to call the timeout here as they're slowly coming back here. 9-12, 3 rounds is all Kizuna needs to close things out, to be able to bring this one to OT, and they're slowly making it work every single time. Yakiniku try to go aggressive, try to get the picks off. There's just someone from KZ to bring it back. You know, a couple of rounds ago it was DXN in that 3v5. Oh, tough indeed, man.
It's really tough. They're like I said, this is the one time they wanted to step up. This is the moment here. Although yes, the odds are definitely against them for sure. There is a lot of pressure on the line. I would have loved it if they did it a little bit earlier, but hey, you know, sometimes it's better late than never, that kind of thing. So really good that we're seeing Kizuna. There is some life, breath backed into them here. Now the thing is, now the table has been once again back to the starting line. They need to survive this initial onslaught here. But look at this aggression. DZ is going to be in the forefront of things with the operator in hand. He's not going to be positioning himself towards the B long. But it's going to be allowing him to pick anyone off from the A main. But the amount of times they have been hitting A side, we already see that Kizuna is playing a little bit back to default here. To check any aggression, to clear out certain positioning.
Yeah, I like the positioning from Retla there. As soon as he spots anybody, as soon as KZ were to make their way on towards site, he just falls back, puts down a lockdown, and just waits for the rest of his team. But this time around, you can see Kizuna making their way towards A main, and they've got a little bit of a read here from the side of Yakiniku, especially with that operator in the hands of Dizzy. And when this guy's got the operator in his hands, it has been dangerous. We've seen him make some plays on towards Ascent. This time around, it is Pearl. And a lockdown will be invested here in towards the attack of Kizuna on towards his A side.
They don't really have to worry too much. They also have their own personal lockdown as well. And the thing is, as long as they have the operator in their hand, they still have the lines outside. They set in the defender's lockdown as well. It's going to buy even more time. The Rolling Thunder is coming in as well as they are trying to plan to get into the side. But Brandon, he's still at the back of it and still trying to go for the couple of pre-fire. But Shul was able to cover his tracks and able to pick him up for the trade. They managed to get the spike down. That's perfect. Kizuna is happy about this. They managed to get the spike down. They're satisfied. Now it comes down to the post plan.
Definitely does. And here it is. All of these members on towards the site. They're trying to find these picks. It's a firing squad towards A main. Will they get the defuse here from Yakiniku? They're fighting, and they're just making them fall back. And look at the shots. It's making it work, but Shun keeps things alive here for Kizuna.
Oh my lord. The Rolling Thunder came exactly when they needed it as well. And remember, they didn't have a Rolling Thunder initially as well. They needed to get all those ultimate orbs as well. That's why he took the time. He went and collected both ultimate orbs to get that Rolling Thunder out, and that paid dividend. Massive dividend.
Ooh, it was a little bit tough there. It was scary because Brandon was chilling towards Pit, and he was able to get that initial frag on towards DXN, if I'm not mistaken, but nonetheless, they were able to play out that 4v5 with perfection, with ease, and that causes this eco from the side of Yakiniku. They're slowly choking here to the hands of Kizuna. Can they somehow bring this back? You just need one more point. It was 6 match points here for the side of Yakiniku.
Oh, but it's going to be quite the tall, right? Since they're back on the Eco round. There is still the Spectre in the hands of Redla. Kimi anticipating some form of aggression still sits there with the Vandal hand as he plans to make that round sing in his favor. Tries to go for the sing. We'll check it out. And the timing is not allow Dizzy to pick. Be an easy picking for him.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Just perfection here. Beautiful default play as they take over that mid position, taking these players out with ease. They have the better weapons, and they're definitely showing why. They're still here and alive here in this map, in this series. Man, oh man.
But then
I can't believe how close this got.
I know, exactly right, which is great, right? So I love the fact that finally we're seeing a little bit more fight. This is exactly the Kizuna that we know and remember and respect. But also at the same time, Yakiniku, phenomenal performance so far. But then again, they're just 1 point away. Spice already been planted as well. The yards are against them. The alarm bot has been picked up as well, so they know from the backside they're going to be flanked for the spawn. Nice timing with the power flash, but still not good enough. As Shun was the one who was able to evade it fast enough to reset it back to take that fight. Last man is going to be Brendan. It's going to be coming from the middle area. And only has the Sheriff in hand in a 1v5, but I think DXN is going to be the one to finish him off. And a flawless win nonetheless.
Slow and steady, and they've made it all the way here to the point that matters, to the round that matters most. Will Kizuna bring it to overtime, or will Yakiniku just close things out?
No, you see, here is the toughest call. They do have a hunter's fury. They are confident as long as they get the spike planted down, they will always have that advantage. But the win condition will be if they can get the spike down. Yakiniku, on the other hand, has the cosmetic vibe. He can be very creative with this as well.
Definitely. The retake potential is just so dangerous when that Cosmic Divide is up. And I like this positioning here from Dizzy. It's actually towards B long. Getting that little slither with that operator. He will get droned out, so that's going to be beautiful. It's going to expand, just invest so much of these utilities, so much skills to make it back towards his site, and they know exactly where this operator is playing. They want to get away from it. They do not want to walk in towards this man's crosshairs, that's for sure.
This is a really big thing. But the thing is, if they can remove one player, I think this alleviate the burden that they have on the shoulders here. As long as they can remove as many variables before the actual engagement on the site, both sides will be very satisfied with it. Flaring, preparing to set himself up. He doesn't sadly, he's only one. If he takes that ultimate off, he's only one frag away to get a Cosmic Divide. But then again, let's just see how well they do. How well they can hold their own with just utility alone.
Oh, 3 suppressed.
That's going to buy them a lot of time. 30 seconds left for the clock as well, FaZe.
Lots of time. I mean, that's just a beautiful suppress coming in from Shiba, but they make their way on towards site now. DXN does find Retla, and Kizuna are looking like they got the man advantage for now. Benaf does take down Flaring, but it's a 2 versus 3 with this. Oh, never mind. Shun just shuts down Brandon. A 1v3. It's Dizzy. He's got the operator. He's got the knives. And will he have the positioning? Behind him, though, Kimi is coming in for the lurk, for the flank, and he might just send this team to overtime. Slow and steady, he has to find these 1v1s, but I think as soon as he spots one, the second will peak, and there it is. Kimi brings this to OT. Kizuna, somehow, against all odds,
overtime.
they bring it back.
They kept themselves alive. They kept themselves in the game. But the thing is, at least now we saw was able to detect the fact that both teams definitely feel a lot more comfortable when they're on the attacking side. At least they are able to dictate the terms of battle here on how they want to engage into the site itself here. So the thing is, right now it's Yakiniku's turn to be back on the attacking side. If they don't get this point, then we might see Kizuna finally taking the lead after a long time, after many rounds here as well. And they also has a chance to bring it to third game, and that's going to be going to the map of Lotus.
Definitely, that's a possibility here. So far, Shun, Shun, I think, alongside DXM, just able to close things out, win out those 1vx. And Kizuna had to win 7 rounds in a row. Can you imagine? To get all the way here?
The exhaustion must have been unexplainable.
The mentality on Yakiniku, it's got to be down and dusted.
It'll be the time. Now every moment, even the smallest of action is going to pay quite the heavy price for both of these sides. Not one player is expendable here. Everyone needs to carry their own weights for this. Gonna get a really difficult fight. Although DXN hasn't, but I guess you could say they are suspicious of the fact that there could be an operator buy at the same time. Maybe that's why we didn't really see much interaction that's happening towards the B. However, with the positioning currently that's being made by DXN, if he moves one step closer, he's going to be able to clear out so much area and create so much space. And just tell his whole team that it's going to be an A push.
They have infested most of the manpower here towards A. Daisy going to be dashing in. A beautiful flash there from Shiba. Does force a couple of players off this angle, but look at the utility usage, just phenomenal. Kimmy gonna be coming in, and he just sprays down 2 with ease. It's a 2v3, and this man is on 1. He's on 4, and he's looking to take map 2 here for Kizuna. 13 to 12.
Switching sides.
Oh my goodness.
The unbelievable has happened. Kizuna, who literally clawed their way back from the brink of defeat, is finally at the gates. The gates to glory. The path to glory has currently been reopened back for them. And they were on the back end for literally let's just count from ever since from the first map. They've been on the back end since from the first map.
That's true. It was 12 to 5. They've won 7 rounds in a row. They bring it to OT. They make that 8 now. Will they be making it 9 to go all the way to Haven? I mean, there's always got to... Yeah, there's always got to be that one person who just pops off.
Which is much needed, right?
Yeah, of course, yes.
This is why I'm saying that there is always going to be a much needed hero for this game here. And the thing is, it's like I said, Flaring was the pillar of support. His teammates looked to him for guidance and courage as well, and inspiration, and he has been delivering for his team's sake here. He was top ranking initially as well until Shun was able to overcome him eventually. But look at the scoreline, how similar and how tight it is between all 3.
Oh man, what a play. Quick flick. Fast reactions there from Kimmy. Shun has had his clutch. Kimmy now. DXN earlier. Everybody just performing here from the side of Kizuna. Information has been given. It looks like they're trying to give away that they're going aggressive here towards A main, trying to bait out anyone. Probably trying to bait out Dizzy towards B long there. Flaring is all by himself, so if he gets taken down by Dizzy, it is definitely going to be tough here. They've got to stay alive. They've got to stick together as a group and just get those trades off.
Yeah. But the problem right now is the fact that this time is they still have 1 minute. They still run down the clock here. They need to find some form of overthink. It looks like B is going to be the call for them. Dizzy gotta land this one shot. This is going to be the one is make or break situation at this point.
I think he has to play anti-flash. I mean, they always have the flash or the drone before anyone tries to go for the peek. There's the flash fully blind, and he's just taken out. Just like that. Riza make his way in, steps foot in towards B long with the rest of the team, and Shiba, will he be able to find anyone? No, he won't. Brandon will be able to get the trade at least. The 3 versus 4. Can they do this? Brandon looking for more. That's going to be second, and Redla somehow finds another. Aftershock comes in, and Shun looking to make things work, looking to shut things down here. It's not planted here for him. Benaf does manage to get the half. Will he look for it? Will he be holding it all the way? The Puppet comes in, and they bring it back. 13-13. Oh my word.
Oh no! The one-time phase, the one-time shot has not been precise. And now we're back to square one.
He was able to turn it to a 1 versus 1, but man, just the confidence from Benaf to go for that wide swing, to go for that pop-in, and just hit his shots.
Oh,
phenomenal.
Let me
Rolling Thunder from Riza as well was put out in towards that round, but Yakiniku was able to react and come back stronger.
Let me tell you what's happening during this timeout. Okay, let me predict what's happening. Right now, this timeout is not to slow any momentum. It's actually just more like for them to just stand up and just take really deep breaths, because that round was so chaotic and so close, more than it's supposed to be. Don't forget, on top, they were fighting on top of the Rolling Thunder as well, with the effects of the Rolling Thunder. That is so much pressure for them.
Man, oh man. If that was me, I'd be running to the toilet real quick. Maybe stretching my legs because I probably can't feel my butt at this point.
I think that's exactly maybe what they'd be doing right now.
Probably. My goodness.
Oh, no.
27 rounds now.
This is too much for my heart, let's be honest.
I mean,
Sentry.
it's our job to take it in, man.
I haven't ate or anything, and this is killing me, you know?
Okay, fair enough.
This is killing me. Because this is, I mean, of course, this is the kind of fight that we have been anticipating and waiting for a while. The first match was unexpected. This one, we have a fight on our hands. We're currently in our second overtime as well. Shiba, can he find the pixel that he is looking for though?
He has been spotted out. He's been shot at. And look at this. He's just looking down. He does not want to get spotted at all. He will be able to make his way out with that nebula. But now, the rest of the team here from Yakiniku making their way towards this A site. They don't really have much to work with. They still have a single flash to suppress as well from the side of Shiba to help them make their way on towards site. But Naf has the haunt as well, so it's going to be a decent execution here. But the fact that Kizuna, they've once again invested 3 men on the wrong side of the map every single time. Unfortunate.
It'll be a little bit tight. But looks like this is going to be the call. Dive right into the side. Dizzy trying to see get clear at the back. Won't spot any. Kimmy being as quiet as he can be until the rest of the team comes in to go for the reinforcement. Dizzy is not going to be able to find any line side, but he didn't manage to get the spike plan, and now they're all fall back. They're fine with this. They're content with this. But let's look at utilities. Not much for this post plan. It comes down to fragment abilities at this point, Face.
They have full control of connector alongside Art. They planted it open, not just for A main, but for Art as well, so they can set up a bit of a crossfire here. And now the retake is on the way. Shun was able to find one. They're getting aggressive. And Kizuna is answering back with hitting every single shot to shut down the defense, to retake the post plant here of Yakiniku. My goodness. These guys are on one.
What a round. What a flawless one on top of them as well.
Flawless retake.
Match point.
Shun to open things up to just run in towards that Art position and just mow everyone down. And every single fight was just won by Kizuna.
It's unfortunate. Really unfortunate. The worst part, because they're so clumped up there at that positioning as well, the fault line was able to hit majority of them at the same time, and there's literally not much cover or good angles for it compared to how Kizuna Esports was positioning themselves on the site itself. There were a lot more angles, a lot more cover compared to where Yakiniku was positioning at the connector, where there's a lot of choke points.
It looked so good.
Yeah.
You know, they had that crossfire, they had that spike planted in just the right position. But man, what a retake. I mean, Riza with that fault line. He's got 17 assists, by the way, so he's definitely putting in the work. Shot there. DXN finds one, looking to find a second as well. He does. Opens things up here towards the A site. Will they be shutting things down? And yes, they will. A 5v2. It looks like we're going to be heading to Haven if this just keeps on going, if KZ just keeps on rolling.
Now, this is what I'm saying. It's that one player, the hero, who just pull in the work. And DXN just sets the pace for so much of his team.
Oh, there it is. One by one, they fall down. It's all Dizzy now as Kizuna will shut things down. My goodness, what a game that was, Leonard.
Oh my lord, they played out of their minds. They are mentally exhausted. The amount of things they actually had to climb up. That's what multiple wins in a row until we reach into overtime as well.
8 rounds in a row, 8 wins in a row.
And it was not like clean wins as well.
It was hard. It was 1v3s, there was 1v2s, a 2-man down advantage. Kizuna Esports, they're here to play.
No, but then again, this is what I'm saying. It's completely different to what we were experiencing and witnessing from the first match. I think finally they're wide awake. They're finally putting all cards on the table. It did seem grim, especially very grim when the scoreline was around 12-4. 12-4, 12-6.
12-5, I think.
12-5. The kind of match point line, and we're just thinking like, oh my god, this is pretty much it. It Kizuna cannot afford to end it that way. And they finally bite back, and that's absolutely fantastic.
Oh man, this is gonna be a long highlight reel. It's been a long game. And man, it looked like such a Hey Yakiniku game. They were just feeling it, they were hitting their shots. But they choked on the beef, man. Had a little bit too much to eat during the break. Kizuna was able to take advantage of that. My goodness. Massive plays by Shiba. The rest of the team as well. But we gotta give props to Kizuna, to DXN, Flaring, Kimmy, Shun as well, Riza. That's the whole team really putting in the work during overtime.
Oh yeah, they have. Like if you later when we see the scoreline as well, the amount of kills that they have are so relatively close to each other. It's literally just that scary. It's just that amazing as well.
One enemy remaining.
Fantastic stuff. 11-5, 12-5, and then it's all Kizuna, all the way through.
Yeah, this is the one.
Enemy kill.
I feel like the one that really took the game back was just both Flaring and DXN. I think they really pulled more weight than they're supposed to be as well in those rounds. DXN in particular as well, as he was able to create so much opportunity for his teammates. Like just removing removing one player, that's still fine. You remove 2 or 3, that's crazy. That's something that shouldn't have happened by the book, especially when you're on the defending side. That just shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Man. 15-13. Long game, and we still have one more map to go. Kizuna, man. Somehow they're just able to climb they're just able to jump over or maneuver themselves over every single obstacle that was put in towards their way with just pure sheer willpower.
I mean,
and skill, of course.
I mean, you know the saying, right? You never drive a fox to a corner because he'll just bite back. So really, I guess that's the best analogy I could really have for Kizuna Esports. They were really having their back against the wall. There was so much pressure, especially when it came to the standings as well. And after experiencing such a gameplay and a result coming from the first map, and the second map it seems like it would have been a repeated process as well. They really something just snapped and just came back. It's an exceptional game so far. But of course, this is going to be a post results coming from both sides. Red Loud is going to be the MVP for Hey Yakiniku, and Kizuna Esports is going to be Shun himself. Initially, it was Flaring. Like I said, Flaring was the one that really set the pace for at least, I think, like among the 8-round wins, I think really it just came down to just Flaring. Flaring had 4 of those rounds who really dedicated to the amount of impact kills that he had and set the pace in terms, not just for utilities, but to ensure to elevate the rest of his team. Shun started popping up in terms of frags alongside with DXN, and then towards the very end, it just was straight up DXN.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the kills. 29, 27, 25, the top 3 from the side of Kizuna. So it's just super close. And this guy right here, with 29 kills, he was able to get a headshot 42% of the time. That is incredible. 2.2 KDA and ACS of 286. This guy kept the team on his back alongside Flaring and just ran over Hey Yakiniku with, I wouldn't say ease, but with willpower and determination.
They didn't stop at all. But then also at the same time, now you can somewhat understand, like, not to say that Kimmy was not the right duelist. I still think he's a great duelist, like one of the true face of duelists that we have here in the scene. It's just that I guess in terms of when seeing from past performance, something had to be made, some change had to be made, and what a decision being set for currently by the IG of Flaring. So I think really great job so far from Kizuna Esports. But then again, with that being said, we're finally going to game number 3, literally the last game here for our last series of tonight here, but we'll only note its conclusion right after this quick short break.
Hey, we're Kizuna Esports. We were established in 2022. We were all that was made up for fun, but who knows will go longer than we thought. Our friend Kevin, he had some extra cash and decided to invest in esports. Hey, my name is Riza and I'm from Kizuna Esports. My role is Flex. and I recently took up the IGR role from my teammate due to its affecting his mentality, and also because I am calm and composed, and I think it will benefit the team a lot. The one who takes up the duelist role is Kimi. Even though the role is known to be fierce, he's actually a really funny guy outside the game. He tends to make the atmosphere very awkward, which we find really funny. But once he's inside the game, he's actually not a brainless jet. Next up is Shun. He mainly plays the initiator, and he's not a talkative guy. But once he's in the server, he's a deadly killer. So I think you guys should watch out for him. Next up on the team is DXN. He mainly plays Sentinel/Flex. He's also the jokester of the team, but at the same time he complains a lot. But once in the game, he's the guy that you can count on the most. Last but not least is Flaring. He's the main smoker of the team. He's also the tallest and the youngest of the team, but he's the most disciplined out of all. And he's the one who has a leash on us so that we don't overpush.
So last year when I was playing on Bleed Esports, we were playing in VCT Challenges Stage 1 MYSG, and we actually dropped down into the lower bracket, which was quite unexpected because we were meant to have a smooth run. So I think definitely the whole lower bracket climb, almost losing at multiple moments, was definitely the greatest moment of my career, by winning in the end and qualifying to APAC Challenges. And yeah, it felt very rewarding at the end of the day.
We've only been together for about 2 months, and now that we've qualified for MYSG Top 8, we'd like to be remembered as a force to be reckoned with. Our hopes and expectations are to be the best in the world, especially during the Ascension tournament.
destroyed, but Devon has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates still, but he has to call for taken! Stop it!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The one round that most people had anticipated and hoped for as well. It is the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1. I'm Leonard, also known as Yololi, joining me again and gracing me on this desk. It's going to be FaZe, as we're going to be bringing you guys literally the walkthrough on the very last game of our last series of tonight. And it's going to be between Kizuna Esports and Hey Yakiniku.
Definitely. I mean, this is the decider of whether or not there's a three-way tie between these two teams. With three different teams. Yeah, if Kizuna were to lose this one, there's a three-way tie between Hey Yakiniku, Todak, and Kizuna. So Kizuna, they have to they have to get this W to secure themselves in that nice 4th, 5th position there in the standings.
At least top 6, at least to be qualified to the playoffs. But the thing is this, I don't think it's too bad because they'll still be able to move towards split 2 as well. It's not like, oh, you're gonna be denied instantly or anything, right? So it's still okay for some teams, but of course why you want to be in that spot when you can try to at least earn some grocery money to get into the playoffs in the first place. But seriously, that last game on the map of Pearl.
Oh man.
I don't know what kind of magic or mystical arts Kizuna Esports was doing, let me tell you something, but that is some really miracle stuff. From a 12-5 scoreline, they literally they returned the favor back towards Hey Yakiniku to what they did to them on the map of Ascent, which was 13-3. They had 13, the scoreline was like, okay, let me do the rundown, right? Just correct me if I'm wrong. On the map of Ascent, we had literally Kizuna Esports in the lead 3-0. Then after that, Hey Yakiniku won 13 games in a row. 13 games in a row to top off the map 1 Ascent. Then when we got to the map of Pearl, a little bit back and forth, 9-3 scoreline. Then maybe towards the midway of the second half, we had a scoreline to 12-5 in the favor of Hey Yakiniku. And I'm pretty sure like most of us were thinking like, okay, I mean, that's it. You know, that's
it's over.
It's over. That's the end of the story here. Kizuna did their best, and I think they did great, but they just bet back so hard. They literally refused to be denied by their fate, and they clawed back all the way to what? 15-13?
15-13 at the end. I mean, just
8 to 9 rounds in a row.
I think you were mentioning some sort of magic, some sort of spell. It was just a 9-3 curse.
Because like when their logo is a fox and the name's Kizuna, I had assumed it was like, some nine-tailed fox or Kyobi kind of thing. So that's why I still thought some mystical arts, that kind of thing that's happening. But honestly, with such magic tricks in the hat of flaring and DXN, of course, Kimmy, without a doubt, they're able to showcase that kind of skill set to really claw back from the brink of defeat. However, this is going to be the next map, the map of Haven as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And this is going to be their map selection between the two. What's your take for this one?
Well, I've seen... I don't know what to say. I'm just watching these two teams fight. They're fairly even across the board. I mean, they're fighting each other out. So far, I guess it's down to which team has more will to stay in this one, because it's been an overtime. It's been 2 maps, and you're moving on to the 3rd. You've got to be tired. You've got to be. You need the rest, and there's only 5-minute break, 5-6 minutes between each set.
Yeah.
So you have to gather all that motivation, the desire to win, and bring it here into the final game if you're not tired.
I mean, and don't even get me started for the fact that like the amount of time they were playing default. Do you know how hard it is to play default on such a fast-paced FPS game? It is mentally exhausting and draining. These guys are probably exhausted out of their minds. They need rest, but the problem is they can't rest until the deed is done, and that's this very last game here. And the thing is both have fought with all they have. Literally clawing back from multiple wins in a row, or coming back from literally dire scenarios or dire straight places here. it now comes down to the very last map on the map of Haven. 3-sided maps. One of the most original OGs as well, but by far one of the least favorite map for majority of the teams that we have here in the group stages here. Like, hey, Yakiniku alone, literally, they didn't ban Haven the most, but they have always tried to ban it out as much as possible. They have only win Haven once, and that was against Team Path.
Okay, this is going to be a bit of a tall order, but both these two teams, they've been playing lights out. They've been playing somehow. And, well, we're just going to see how things go in this final map of this series. Will Yakiniku be tilted from that comeback?
It's definitely going to be quite interesting. Hopefully the mentality is still as solid and still as strong towards the third map of Haven as well. But of course, speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, this is the very last map as well to decide whether we're going to be having a 3-man deadlock for the standings here, or just Kizuna securing themselves in the top 6.
Definitely, indeed, super tough, and just like that, super default play. They've taken control of A long here for the side of Kizuna. They're starting to fall back now to sort of make their entrance either towards that C site, because you can see already flaring up towards that cubby. Brandon going for the jump spot, but just not able to spot out the cheeky flaring in time. Should be able to go for this triple or maybe quad peek. And if Brandon does spot out the numbers, instant rotation here from the gang. And look at DXN all the way through. What a great positioning by Brandon, though, to be able to play inside the smoke. Scan comes in, he takes down one, but look at this, DXN picks up the second. And they all fall down now. Hey, Yakiniku down to one member. Retla with the frenzy from long range. Probably not going to work out here in his favor, but he can definitely do some damage. Take it down, flaring to 49 HP.
Oh, now that's what I call the lane of destiny, because that's all he has in his hand. Odds against him as well, no chance for to fall back. This is not to give his life or any potential ultimate orbs away. Maybe he's going to be trying a different point of entry here to see if he can get any kills in the process here. Maybe a couple of extra kill. The alarm bot.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, not the alarm bot. The turret does give his position away, so they now know for sure he's currently dangling around the middle area. And of course, right into the line of sight, flaring also waiting for him, and will pick him up very casually. Kizuna started things off with quite the lead here for themselves. 3 members survive and alive. That's confidence building. That's quite the motivating as well. Now it comes down to see how well they're going to be able to utilize in this next round.
Definitely 2 kills there for flaring and a plant as well. That's going to secure 3 points here towards his ultimate. Slowly just building it up for that Cosmic Divide, because we've seen some very strong use of Cosmic Divide, especially on Haven. It really just shuts down any sort of retake from the side of the defense. So we'll see how things go. This time around, Kizuna looking to make their way towards A long as well. Every single time they would want to fight this position. They want to get control of this and just keep Yakiniku guessing. As soon as they take this, they just fall back. They play it slow, play contact play, but look at the setup that they have for the side of Yakiniku. 2 players playing towards short. They didn't really invest much in towards this round. They've got just that upgraded pistol on Brandon and Shiba as well. Slow and steady. My goodness. Not one single bit of sound. There it is. The entrance here for the side of a DXN clearing backside. But they do have to be careful. There are 2 players towards short, which is they have not cleared. Flaring does take down one, but I'm not sure whether he expects Dizzy to be here as well. They do have the better weapon, so they do make things work. A flick to the head here of Dizzy to shut him down there. My goodness.
Oh, he can attempt, he can try, but then again, it's just too many things to be answered, too many all around the side. Riza literally sprays and sprays mercilessly alongside with Kimi as well, as they will end this round in such a flawless manner. They're going to be able to try to garner even more leads for themselves. Of course, there's going to be the 3rd round. You know what that means, Fraser. The all-gun round, the bonus round, where all rifles will be equipped in the hands of Yakiniku members here. Whereas Kizuna Esports, well, some did manage to retain some weapons, but I think just to be safe, some will actually get themselves the rifles necessary for those fights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you want to make that fight towards C long, you got to make sure you've got the rifle in your hand. So that's what Flaring has. He's got the Phantom.
It goes to the A long as well.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of long angles here in towards Haven. once again taking control of that A main position. And I like this setup from Yakiniku. As soon as the alarm bot is gives away a position, the fault line from Benaf will come out and their swing comes in from 3 of these players. So this is where we go. Flash, no fault line, but flash around this time and they just get the fight towards A long. Do they win it out here? Shun does spot out Redla. He gets a beautiful shot. Oh, Spike now in his hands, and that's a 3 versus 2. Decent setup there.
Take flight.
This is great. Jones comes in to check out and clear out the corners without having hit the wrist himself physically as well. Shiva does spot here on the owl, draw the gravity well, trying to sustain. He's currently dangling between both the nanoswarm and the gravity well as well.
Oh,
but Shiva getting ready to go for the quick swing. That ambulance going to dissipate very time soon, but here got the knock off, but not needed. He knows. He got the calm cell, sprays right through. He got the lineup as well to get that win, get that spray. And Kizuna once again in the lead, 3-0 here.
Bonus round for Kizuna. Just bolstering up their economy. If they lose this, they can definitely buy up for the next for sure. And with the amount of weapons that they have on Yakiniku, it ain't looking great at all. They had a decent setup there towards A-Long, but just not able to win out the trades back and forth. Shun, a massive frag there on towards Retla, who was playing towards A-Long. He was able to take down Retla, take the spike, and just regroup with his team to go for that execution. So massive play there to keep things alive on that 3rd round. But now, moving on to the 4th, you can see Kizuna, they know for a fact that the eco is on the way. They want to go for those long-range fights. They just want to go aggressive together as a team. And now, well, the retake now has to be coming in hot here for the side of Yakiniku.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they're not really going to take that fight head on, not with 1 person at a time. They want to try to regroup here, try to play around utilities here. However, DXN, with a very off-angle position, they're going to be able to allow to get 1 free pick. Shiba, on the other hand, was able to connect it on DXN, and that's going to be a nice pickup. But then again, DZ is just not close enough to get that rifle. Spot the gun muzzle, try to get it nice and close, but Shun and the rest of the squad will spray them down regardless, and it all comes down to Brandon. But sadly, even Brandon's a little bit too much to ask in this 1v3 situation with the Sheriff in hand. Maybe if Lady Luck was on his side, if they all line up perfectly for the Sheriff for the pop, then maybe that could happen. But sadly, the history for that last round did not dictate it that way. Maybe in another universe phase, but not for this one.
Yeah, and moving in towards round 5, they already have Flaring's Cosmic Divide up and ready, available here. Should be able to get an easy entrance on towards either of these sites, or at least hold off the retake with ease. But they've got the lockdown on Redla to really worry about. They can get an early frag here on towards him. Should be no problem in holding that post plant. But now, just slow and steady every single round. They want to take control. Just do not want to get too aggressive. Just clear out all these angles. Flash comes in, a beautiful shot there by Redlaw, looking for the second, and that's the spike drop as well. So much information has been given. Shun, he can definitely press F1 towards the spike and just fall back.
Oh, the worst part is they actually spot the turret first before Redlaw, allowing Redlaw to actually have the final laugh for that control.
And he has that anti-flash position that he's playing, so he's just able to capitalize over those 2 players making their way in towards Garage, and just shutting down the offense here of Kizuna. Great way to keep their the ball rolling here for the side of Yakiniku, keeping 5 players alive for now. We'll see how this goes.
And the best part about it is all their positioning so far has been really off angles and vantage points as well. So it does make them to be a little bit more aware. Now they're a little bit more focused and a little bit preoccupied as well, allowing Shiba to get a nice spray from the back line. Last man standing, he's spotted as well. Not going to be able to connect that much, but spot him on the open. What is that?
Crispy, clean shot there.
Oh man, that was crazy. Another flawless round again for Yakiniku without a single loss of life.
That's exactly what they needed. Operator in the hands of Dizzy.
Actually, I don't think he got the chance to actually showcase the operator at all.
I didn't even hear a shot.
There was just so much action happening between both Redlaw and Shiva, and alongside with, if I'm not mistaken, Brandon himself as well. So all 3 was the only one that was having a little bit of action. But again, look at the amount of ultimates available for Kizuna Esports.
Look at the utility being used. Just fantastic to force Dizzy out of this position, out of that A short position. Oh my goodness, great dink there.
Gotta be careful. Get it for the losing line. But with DX that low as well, you can't really expect too much. Maybe mostly any engagement into any of the side is probably going to be a lot more suicidal with the kind of HP as well. But that will still create necessary space for his team required. Here comes the lockdown, but there is still a little bit of space for them to play with.
How can they make this work? Rolling Thunder not going to be used here, so they're probably going to use this for the retake. They do manage to take one player down with that detain, but the spike has been planted. The Shiba with the Hunter Shiri takes down Riza as well, and that's the Rolling Thunder here out of this round. Dizzy finds DXN getting a little too aggressive there towards spawn. And all the members of KZ now just outside that radius. They do not want anything to do with this retake. The smoke in just a perfect position. Oh my goodness. Pushing through the smoke, taking them all out. And the spike has been defused. Hey, Yakiniku, man. What a retake.
It was so difficult. The worst part about it as well, because there was really great tracing with the Hunter Sphere coming from Shiba. Removes Riza, so he can't do anything. He couldn't really assist them or for any lines out, for fault lines or flash bursts or anything, or aftershock to defend for that possible situation. He was just dead. After he was dead, the lockdown came down, and I was like, sorry, no. So the lockdown came down right after he actually got the plan and actually fell, and I'm like, all right, that's it. They can't do anything about this.
But I'm wondering, Shun... Oh no, Shun did not have the Hunter's Fury. He was able to take it out at the end of the round there. If he had the Hunter's Fury, that would have been a different situation. He could have taken down the lockdown, and they would have been able to kind of hold things down with that post plant. Nonetheless, 4-2. Yakiniku, they've been able to win out these past 2 rounds. Can they keep this ball rolling? Can Dizzy do something with this operator? You can see Kizuna slowly making their way towards his A main position, but they know Kizuna, they've got an idea that this man could be close. There's no drone here, so they have to just go for the swing. Dizzy misses the shot. He makes his way out of there. He just does not want anything to do with that.
An unfortunate miss as well. That would have been quite impactful.
Oh, but I didn't realize that Omen from the shadows was used to quickly rotate towards that A site, but the rest of Kizuna just now making their way towards C. Fault line. Sorry, not the fault line. The Rolling Thunder going to be used here.
Even the Hunter's Fury?
Okay, lots of utility being used.
Utility, yeah.
That could have been used for the post plant. But hey, it is what it is. Cosmic Divide. That's 3 different ultimates being used now on towards this round. So hold off this post plant.
Now, this is what I call the definition of doubling down for the situation. If they can't take this win, that is so expensive. More than you realize. So nice press for nice waiting. It's more dissipated just in time for them to go for the next round of spray. Nice crossfire as well between the 2 members as well to hold their own. It comes out to Rilla. But he's out of position.
Yeah, his position has been given away as well.
There's nowhere near his teammates. I mean, basically all his teammates dead anyway, but can't do anything much in this situation. Had to fall back and bring that weapon to the next round.
My goodness. Well, they use those 3 ults, they get the spike down, and they keep 4 players alive. So, yeah, they may have used a lot of these ultimates, but they make things work, they get the round, and that's all that matters here. Because it's still very early on here in towards this game where, you know, you can always get these ultimates back up fairly quickly, especially since there's, well, 2 different orbs here. Very easy for the attacking team to farm.
Acquire, yeah. Pretty simple for them to acquire, definitely for sure. But still, the initial pickup, the initial frag, that's the one that really set the pace here. So far, we haven't found much opportunity. However, Dizzy, that fault line timing is going to catch it right off. And he did manage to charge the tailwind as well. So he was a sitting duck free for the taking. And that was going to be an operator dropped as well.
Yeah, Dizzy, he's been trying to get these shots off. He has always the opportunity to go for the peaks. But man, every single time he's either missed or he's been concussed or he's just being countered. And Dizzy is just a little bit too hungry there. Nonetheless, an advantage now.
I'll drone, but Shiba's going to be the one to spot him out first.
Oh,
but
what?
it should win the trade.
That's Shun's angle, man. You don't fight Shun towards A long.
But that sets the pace. But nah, Gets surprised, it gets 2 with the process, but Kimi was able to retaliate back. It's back to a 2v3. The round seems viable, but sadly, Brandon is too far to re-assist. Barella doesn't need the reinforcer. He makes the plays by his own game here.
So close yet so far. He's taken down Kimi to 30 HP. That could have been a double. And look at the positioning from Brandon. They do not expect this. Oh, he's been spotted out. He spots out Kimi. Yes, he does. But he does not hit that last final shots. Oh, gift wrapped and sent to the North Pole. Kizuna, they somehow keep things alive here for themselves. 6-2. I think that was such a good positioning there from Brandon, but his smoke just dissipated in the wrong timing.
Yes, it was unfortunate, but thankfully faced, when they were about to reach dire straits, Yakiniku did face into a situation of the lose round bonus, so they will still have enough to buy the rifle, but after this, it's definitely going to be a different story.
Indeed. It's a tough one here for them. They
will have to give their all as well.
Definitely, this is the last map here. Ooh. So silent.
But I love look at the position coming for the side here of Bernard. He has overextended himself, but he saw the trajectory though.
Oh my goodness. This is so big brain. What a scam. They had a feeling that they were pushing towards middle. Just that one single dart from Shun was able to find his positioning, take him out. And well, they spot out the pushing Shiba as well towards long.
That was great. They really managed to get 2 hits without any losses at all.
I mean, just the game sense to scan middle just like that. It's fantastic.
However, C is going to be a little bit difficult as they try to hold their own. Redla constantly being melted down by the nanosword, but was able to deviate from the damage. He's still at the corner, they still haven't spotted it out until too late. Sadly, he could have traced that crosshair and that spray line to get the second one. But like I said, he heard the cue, he flew right over him and he didn't know about it. That's going to be a nice spray and silencing of the man. Kizuna Esports takes another point.
This is a very one-sided affair, I would say. You know, they're giving Yakiniku a taste of their own medicine.
I mean, I feel like at this point they're playing badminton, right? Like, sorry, they're playing tennis. You know? They're hitting back and forth. There's no end to this.
There really isn't.
And the thing is, it's not like, okay, yes, maybe in the initial phase there were flawless rounds, but now it's different. Rifles are out, operators out, utilities and ultimates are also at their back and calling. The only problem was the rounds just get so close. 1 or 2 players still standing, sometimes 3 if they're lucky. Now Shiba, getting a lot of these auto kills, decides to fall back a little bit. Not much interaction happening towards the long side, but he is rotated towards heaven to see whether he can get some nice simple pickings.
Yeah, if he waits long enough, you know, the recon dart can do lots of damage. The recon dart can spot him out. He can shoot through the nebula or any sort of smokes that's covering him off. He can use the owl drone as well to get a free frag. But nonetheless, plant will be coming down. 1 player is detained. I'm not exactly sure who that is. I think it might be oh my goodness, this is so scary. Flaring though.
It is. Surprisingly horrifying at the same time. I get what you mean. But then again, Riza, he's getting ready for the lines up. He doesn't care. He knows his role. He knows what he needs to do. He just has to chill with the back line with the rest of the squad. Just hold their own. So many flashes, so many utility. But the last minute crouch allows Banal to get the upper hand on DXN here. But the trades are still happening. They will hold their own. The hold is forward. Barella and Shiba try to go for the defuse. Try to go for the fake. Won't keep it halfway, but they're not selling it out. But not enough time, they had to hold it out. They go for the 2-man lineup and will not succeed. Kizuna Esports takes another point away, and we're 2 rounds away before match point.
I hate waiting.
Oh my word. 8-2. I'm not sure if you noticed, but Flaring was actually able to take down Brandon towards C-Long. Just Brandon was trying to get that lurk off, but Flaring was just there already and available.
And the best part about it, Flaring doesn't have to necessarily be physically present on that side, because he has that global aspect. So him just being extra careful and diligent actually paid off in the end. So really well done.
Indeed, that would have been difficult, you know, if the Omen smokes were there. Any sort of paranoias to allow Yakiniku to come in for the retake. This time around, very aggressive from the likes of Yakiniku. They try to take control of that A long position. They've got Dizzy already tucked in towards that corner. 3 players to really hold off that A main position. But Kizuna looking to go the other way, looking to go towards B. Most possibly. Here's the steps.
Oh, no. The thing is they have been being hit so many times on the A and C, but the start point towards the connector is a little bit of a dead giveaway, and Banaf is going to be the first one to
He's
spot
got
it
the
out
rolling
first.
thunder as well, so... Oh no, there's only one person. He's definitely not going to invest it at all, and look at this, they just fall back towards middle.
As long as they hold garage and long, that's pretty much it.
And they've got an alarm bot there as well, so they're going to know, they're going to have the information. Rolling Thunder being used towards middle. They have to go for the push. They have to fight. Oh, but Dizzy actually got concussed there as well. And it's just fights here. They have no idea he's going for the defuse, but they do manage to take him down. Look at this DXN from Garage, just flanking and wrapping the way around to take down those players towards site.
Oh, what a wraparound. You couldn't ask for a better one as well for that flight. A much needed one as well. I think the thing is, I think it's been a while, especially from the first series that we casted today and towards the end for the last one, right? We haven't seen really good flanks for a while now. Maybe we spotted like 4 or 5 during some of those games here, but we haven't seen one that really have been very detrimental to the defenders here. So in this case, that was
definitely one of them.
That was one of them. They did not expect. They were so focused on that main. They never anticipated that flank.
I mean, they had the right idea with... Oh, never mind. They're going in. Kizuna looking to get super aggressive. The Cosmic Divide has already been pushed. They do spot out Brandon, but he wins that spray and pray battle.
Again, the crouch has not been fair to DXN. I think that's the 3rd time he fell from a trade because the last minute they crouched.
Remove CTRL.
What a way to lose. Even there goes the Bladestorm as well. I'm going to see if they could try to go towards this mid, but then again, we have Riddler a little bit aware. He haven't and also been pre-placed at the same time. But they try to buy the next amount of time. He does hit the Owl Drone. Doesn't really spot the Nebula until the very last minute, but I think it might be too late.
That's a great cover. They've set up a little bit of a crossfire here. Flaring does manage to take down Benaf. Oh, Kimmy picks up another one as well, and they're just trading back and forth. They've made their way in towards B, but do they expect Dizzy to be so close? And they do. It's Brandon now. A 1 versus 1. And he takes them down with that Bulldog. 9-3 half. We've seen what a 9-3 half can do. Well, just last game, Kizuna was down 9-3, and they were able to bring things back up. So this could be a possibility here.
Oh, man. But of course, just like all possibilities, they need to try to win out the pistol round at least.
Definitely. I was never a firm believer of the 9-3 curse.
I'm also... Oh, you're a firm believer?
No, I was never a firm believer.
Yeah, I'm also not a firm believer, but Tash is going to kill me if she hears that from me.
Man, but after today, man.
Don't tell me you're wavering, man.
I'm slowly starting to convert.
Don't tell me you're wavering.
I'm converting.
It's not a religion.
oh, my bad.
You cultist. Anyway, Kizuna Esports back in the fray. I think it's just look at it this time. This time DXN is going to be positioning himself a little bit more around sewers, but then again the smoke is going to obscure a certain point of visioning. But look at the amount of utilities has been pre-placed towards that C side. Already someone anticipating that C might be one of the approach here, and it looks like the read just might be successful.
Okay, Kimmy's chilling with that music. Nonetheless, this is the execution now from Yakiniku. Oh, Kimmy, beautiful shots. He knows there's one more inside the Cloudburst, and yes, he takes him down. Couple more players just around the corner, but they are able to trade back the numbers. A 3-3 retake. But look at the HP from the side of Yakiniku. 2 of their members just below 50 HP. Riza has given away his position. 2 players now. If they can get this frag on towards Riza and keep control of Garage, there could be something here.
The crouch again.
My goodness, the crouch is just too strong.
Oh, man.
Kizuna,
that is unfortunate.
They've taken control now of Garage. They want to find these 1v1s here as Shiba does manage to take it. But he's pushing in perfectly. Oh, that was close. That could have gone either way.
Could have gone either way, but of course, Riza still has time to spare and a lot of things to say. What a man. But honestly, you couldn't ask for a better time to swing it up because he just finished. He actually just used the recon bolt as well. So not really the best of timing to be caught off guard.
10-3. Kizuna, they win out that second pistol round. They've got double digits now, and Yakiniku just forced things back up. They did manage to get that spike.
So that means they also will have enough currency to actually buy all these guns.
But I'm sure Kizuna is definitely ready for this. Shun, he's the only one with a pistol here. He's got the ghost in his hands. It's definitely going to be very dangerous. And look at this positioning already from DXN. Oh, what in the world was that?
What?
A very quick shot. Taking down Dizzy.
That was
my
fade
goodness.
away by Rella, making a Spectre. Sing Shun was able to retaliate back with a ghost to get a nice free upgrade. Now the odds seems level out, but then again, Brandon's a little bit too low. Less than half HP. Sustaining Shun. Very confident once he gets that crosshair settings as well, but not too far behind. They still have no idea, no intel where this spike is going to be. There's still 1 minute on the timer as well, Face, so they still have time to actually rotate back.
And all three players from Kizuna already here towards this A site.
Oh, this is going to be painful.
They've gone for the scan, and that's probably going to force them to rethink their positioning. But Yakiniku just lurking towards this A site, lurking in towards the sewers. And now they're going to advance. Look at this. Kizuna just keep all three players here around. They've got the right read. They take down one, finds the second, and the third will be picked up as well. 11-3. Slowly and steadily, Kizuna is shutting down Yakiniku.
Ever so closer. And the worst part about it, it was a force. It was like an all-in buy coming in from Yakiniku as well. The economy couldn't be more broken than this one, Faith.
What a shot.
That was so fast. It was insane. I barely even saw the gunfire that much.
I mean, we've seen how crazy Dizzy can be. You know, now he's down to 2 frags. 15 rounds in, he's just getting shut down every single time in this map right here.
He hasn't even found the wind to really keep him up.
He is the win, and he's lost it.
The sails ain't blowing.
Definitely not.
Deploying drone.
All in towards this middle area. Scan things out. The paranoid does obscure the turret for just a bit, and it will just be enough. They're gonna follow a plant directly in the center of that B main. And Kimmy spots the gun also. Got the gun barrel, go for the spray line, but will not succeed to find any.
Great aftershock being used, and he takes down 2. This is how you retake a third one here from the side of Riza. Can they keep this alive? A 2 versus 2. Just around the corner, there's Flare. He's gonna get taken down, but it's all down to Shun. Perfect positioning now from the side of Yakiniku. They take down the player outside garage. They instantly fall back to his position, take a very, very cautious play. He's got a recon to work with, but at this point, he's looking for the kills, but he's not going to be able to win out the round. Signs of life for the side of Yakiniku. Ooh, so close yet so far. But Riza with that aftershock just made it look so easy.
You know, the worst part about it, they were blinded as well on top of that, so they can't see anything happening.
Blinded into the death screen, man.
You know, the worst part about it, it's not like the comms was not going on. I'm pretty sure the comms was a lot more prioritized in other things, right? For example, like I'm pretty sure someone's like a whole connector, watch connector, care for cover. And these 2 guys are just unfortunate enough because Flash, they just didn't move or do anything at all.
Oh man, oh man.
Alarm bot out.
Well,
there is the Rolling Thunder in the hands of Kizuna Esports though, if it is required.
You have Eco here from the side of Kizuna. They just have upgraded pistols here and there. Maybe if they're able to thin down the numbers while they're coming in for the retake, it's a possibility they might invest that.
Yes, and why is it that positioning though with the shorty?
Of course, man. That's the most famous spot for the shorty in Haven. It's either there or A short.
You're better than that.
Man, sometimes you got to do what you got to do. A W is a W.
That's true, I guess. Oh, beautiful swift entry into the side. Not going to be able to spawn any though in the process. Now the rest of the team getting a lot of these other kills, able to regroup and fall back. The position, I love the position of the spike. Solely dedicated.
Oh
Wow,
my
what?
goodness. Hold on a second now.
DXN.
Shorty straight to the face of Enough, picks up that Vandal and shuts down the player towards long. And hey, Yakiniku though, they answer back. These rifles are making things work and they're able to counter it. Oh man, it was looking so scary there.
It felt doable at the same time.
Definitely did.
DXN just absolutely just flew across the round.
I mean, that was a quick retake. They even invested the fault line from Riza, but unfortunately, they were just able to regather. Hey, Yakiniku was able to regather their thoughts and their mental and just able to use those rifles, spray through the smokes and pick up those frags. So,
I mean,
a close call there.
I mean, in the first place, they had the weapon superiority in the first place.
Definitely.
So it was, but then again, still pretty close round. He almost like, the thing is, just like DXN just need maybe less than a second to get that spike halfway, and I'm pretty sure DXN will be back into the fight because there's still time in that round. But he just wanted to get it halfway.
Oof. I don't know why. It's an 11-5 scoreline, but I still feel like hey, Yakiniku, they have a chance here. They have the rhythm right now if they can keep this up.
Oh, okay, they denied the spike line. We'll buy them some time. The Dark Claw is going to dissipate very shortly as well. But then again, Dizzy playing at a very cheeky angle. DXN was able to find his mark. He knows someone's still dangling around the garage. But no, but he wants to check the corners first. Dizzy, the timing of the spin spots one, succeeds.
Well, that was happening. DXN was able to find one, and look at that fault line. Oh, such a good use of utility. But oh, Dizzy somehow keeping them alive. It's all Riza, and he's down and dusted as well. What in the world? How did Dizzy stay alive there?
Oh, man. Honestly, it was a classic at hand going up against him who was full armor, despite being concussed, though.
Concussed? That's the problem, man. The concuss is just not strong enough nowadays.
I mean, it's not strong enough. People
I've concussed many players in my life, and every time I concuss them, they're always able to somehow spray me down. And that needs to be stronger. They've got to buff Breach.
I'm pretty sure if he had the Vandal in hand, it would have been a different story.
Yeah, possibility. I mean, I guess he did have the classic.
I mean, you could have tried with the operator. High risk, high reward. He doesn't know what's the situation like as well.
The problem was he didn't have a shorty.
That's true.
That's the answer here.
150 cash credits. Could have been game changing. Match points securing.
Ooh. Hey, Yakiniku now crawling, taking little baby steps.
They're marinating this, but they're marinated. They're slowly trying to be grilled here. DXN has a fallback. He does have a mid-hand, but Shun was able to win up the fight against Rella. What a beautiful tag. But also going to be enabling him to get that nice free weapon upgrade. Defensive in hand, you can try to swing towards the A-shot side. However, that fight was short-lived as he was instantly gets denied by Brennan and shot down. The spike's been set, but that doesn't mean Kizuna is having the upper hand. Bladestorm unable to connect as all players was able to find solutions to all the pressure, to all these angles here. And it's going to be the 7-11 scoreline. That's my birthday, baby.
Ooh, 7-11, fantastic. Your birthday and a great convenience store.
That's true.
Very convenient. Oh, man.
And that's the first time.
Timeout by Kizuna. It shows that, hey, Yakiniku might be down, but they are not out just yet. They've got the momentum on their hands, and now we saw, I think it was Dizzy, who had 2 frags at the start of this half. Look at him now, 13. He's made it all the way back up towards the second frag, and he's awake. And when this monster is awake, he's definitely going to steal rounds from the side of Kizuna. All they need is 2 points to win it out here. For Kizuna, they've got the Cosmic Divide to work with here. They've got the Hunter's Fury in the hands of Shun. So they can definitely find a match point here. Weapons, definitely viable. Tough call here for Kizuna.
Definitely is. And they have expended so many, like not just utility but ultimates, but even like weaponry. They try to get that form of advantage, but there's somehow, some way, there's always going to be a tiny crack in their defense where someone's going to be able to slip through, whether in the hands of Dizzy or Brandon himself. One of these two guys is still going to be able to bypass their defenses and still be able to do just enough damage or even too much damage until the point where they can't even recover.
difficult for the side of Kizuna.
Need that back.
They've been doing so well in that first half, but man, Yakiniku was just always able to bring things back. Shiba has spotted out the player there, and they've made their way on towards C already. These flashes coming in. Will they win out the gunfights? That's the question. Riza comes in for the flash. He does find Benaf. And hold on a second, now the Hunter's Fury is going to be popping off as well, so it's just a pure chaos towards C. But Dizzy, Redla showing up and hitting some nasty shots. Oh my word, a 2v2. Can they win this out? The spike will be planted. Oh my goodness, tons of damage if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no,
that's it.
Not like this, not like this. Oh, shut down.
Oh,
Dizzy, he's back in action, baby.
Plays after plays after plays, and now it's Jansen to claw up the ladder to victory here, my lord. Now, I guess you could say in some way it seems like both of these guys definitely prefer to be on the attacking side, because you see such great success coming from Kizuna Esports. And now it's Yakiniku turn as they claw back from the initial scoreline when they got to the second half. And look at where they're now. They're literally 3 points away before they actually equalize the scoreline with Kizuna Esports.
Here.
And of course, they send them right back to equal.
My goodness. This 9-3 curse kind of, well, I see why people like to,
I mean, can we just
point it out?
Can we just agree that the fact that it's just, they could be favorable on the attacking side?
I've converted. 9-3 curse.
Dang it.
It's the play.
There are more followers now.
It's the play.
I'm all
just
alone.
Added one.
I'm all alone in this world.
Added one more member to the cult of 9-3. Droning out now towards A long. They spotted out Shun, instantly just taken down.
Lord.
He tried to get that cheeky angle trip to get the cheeky peek, but Shiba did get tagged down to 51 HP, but man, is an eco, remember, ladies and gents, for the side of Kizuna. And it's just tough. We've seen some thrifties here and there.
And the thing is, I think it's been pretty common. We're going to be seeing a lot more thrifty battles. I mean, we have seen a good share, massive share in the past during these past 3 weeks. I think it's never going to end. I think it's still going to continue to prolong here. Redla and the rest of the squad is slowly diving right back into the side as well. Getting a little bit down low as well as the rest of the two sides to hold their own here. Brandon. Dizzy sprays, gets the head as well, what he was looking for. The rest of the team, the defenders at the back of side, but now finds the opening, dives right in, and DXM with the shot in hand, got 2 frags from it, but sadly, they don't really have the weaponry to contest any more longer here. But then again, removing 2 players, I still think it's not really a massive loss, but then again, now they are currently 2 points away to catching up to Kizuna Esports.
I've got nothing to say, man. Yakiniku this time around, they have 3 beautiful ultimates to work with to assist them into entering that site. The Rolling Thunder, the Lockdown as well. Shiba, if he wants to use that to find an opening pick, be my guess with that Hunter's Fury. But this time around, they want to get aggressive now. Kizuna towards middle. Given that fault line, they did manage to take down the turret at least. But not enough damage here at all on towards any of these players. Sort of very similar to what happened the last game. But nonetheless, look at DXN. He's got the operator. Look how far up he's pushed up. I don't think they'll expect this angle. Definitely not at all. Oh my goodness. Benaf might just be on the receiving end. Oh no! Somehow missing a very crucial shot there.
Oh,
on towards Benaf. No way at all. He's been spotted out. But do they expect a second player here? Yes, he does. He gets droned out. He's only good for 1 here. Shun taken down, traded out. But Dizzy is out of the equation, is out of this round.
Which actually makes things a lot more comfortable for them right now.
Yeah, but the fact that Shiba, Redla, and Benaf is still alive with those ultimates, it's definitely going to take... definitely going to secure this round for sure.
But and I love the decision. I love the adaptation as well. Realizing there's no Dizzy to really entry to the side. A and C might be a little bit difficult. They commit everything towards this B side because it seems the most simplest and more easier path to take with least resistance as well. They managed to get the spike plant. Now it begins to hold. But then again,
hold on a second.
Spotted an elbow. Kimi is going to spray it through and knock him down to the ground. It comes out to the 3v4 as Kimi is going to be able to spot someone else on the back of the line. But there's still one more. They cannot be too comfortable. And Red has been putting the numbers on the board. He's only 33 HP in the dream. And he survives and makes it happen either way. What a clutch coming up for Redla. 33 HP and a dream phase.
The 1v4. There's just no one else but the son of the Yakiniku owner, Redla.
Think of it this way, right? Like, yes, the numbers is a 1v4, but he still was able to isolate those fights to become a 1v2 situation. Like, the initial 1v2, yes, unfortunate.
But that third frag was just impressive.
Yeah, the third frag was crazy.
Oh my goodness.
The fourth one was so much risk, but still succeeded.
He was feeling it.
Let me tell you that the first two, really, that first two, you could call it coincidence, you could call it lady luck, but the fact remains,
he stayed calm and composed.
And he got those 2 kills. Oh, man. And the thing is, I don't blame Kizuna for not anticipating a third man at the backer side. You plant for B, you normally would expect resistance towards positioning towards that main, right? You kill 2 already at the back. You can't expect that. Okay, maybe all the
not.
You can't expect all 3 is going to be at the back of the side. No one knew,
especially since it's a killjoy. You know, usually playing with those nanoswarms, usually playing towards middle.
Plans, right?
Yeah, exactly. So just beautiful stuff.
Redla was just playing his cards right.
Now, from a 9-3 half to a 1 round, a deposit. Hey Yakiniku. Really just...
And he also sent back their economy back as well.
Yep, shut down here, Kizuna. Money-wise, not looking great at all. Dizzy, I think he was taken out early on.
Turret down.
But it doesn't matter, man. Redla is here to play.
But I love the aggression. This time they took a very different approach, which they haven't utilized in the map of Haven when they were on the defender side. They decided to push out all 3 men towards the C-long. They got a lot of intel, but sadly they don't have the weaponry, so no one could really defend A for too long on their long side.
Yeah, Yakiniku, they have this idea. They know for a fact that there's someone lurking around, so very, very smart here of them to put 2-3 players just here ready and waiting. It's just a fight now. The sides have been swapped somehow, and the defenders are trying to take control of A long. Can they make this work? Lots of utility has been used, but just the sheer crossfire, the amount of utility being used right now, it's just fantastic.
There's not enough time as well. They're just gonna make do with the situation. They're getting a lot of frags out of it, but just not enough time to go for the defuse. And ladies and gentlemen, Hey Yakiniku has done the impossible as well as what Kizuna did in the second map. They clawed back and now equalize the scoreline to 11-11.
Oh man.
Oh man, what are we watching today?
It's just a marathon. I mean, best of 3s.
Now, this is what I call 2 teams who just refuse to give in.
They refuse to lose, man. They refuse to get taken down. But now, usually what happens, what I usually see is when a team catches up, they will end up losing the next round after that. So we'll see if
wow.
I'm just saying, whenever I catch up.
Foreshadowing?
Whenever I catch up, I always end up losing. But nonetheless, this is it right here. They've come back to that initial setup with the alarm bot, with Riza there as well. As soon as that alarm bot gets taken out, fault line or rolling thunder or whatever they want to send will be used. Ooh, but they can't swing too far out here because...
Like, it depends on how far they're ready to go, right? But maybe they feel, okay, for some reason, Spy Senses was tingling pretty hard. They decided, like, okay, something is amiss, something is not right. They decided to fall back. Still haven't really decided. Playing a little bit default. There's still some time for that to play with. DXN hasn't really spotted anyone to the entrance of garage just yet. Checking out the corners. No aggression, no nothing that's going to be detected from Kizuna Esports at all. And Hey Yakiniku also realizes this.
Ooh, they make their way back towards A. Hey Yakiniku.
Actually, it depends, right? If Redla is able to clear out that B, right? That could also be an option for them. But oh, here we go.
But the fact that it is Dizzy, he's just got nothing to do. The movement was just too clean. Hey, Yakiniku picks up 2 members here towards this A site. And now they're slowly making their way towards C. What a play, a fake here from the shadows used to plant towards C. And look at the positioning here from Retla. It's such a strong position. He'll immediately fall back towards garage, but he should be able to hear any sort of footsteps. And that's a save. A save from Kizuna.
Oh no. Okay, the thing is, I get the concept. I get the idea. It would have been massive.
It's Dizzy though.
If everyone was positioned there. However, this Dizzy just forced. The thing is this, I expected Dizzy to expect to force out some utilities. I don't think he had expected to see the rolling thunder. The minute he heard the audio cues on the global speaker, and DXN of course, beautiful pickup on Dizzy. The minute he had the global speaker, he straight away just updrafted and ran.
Yeah, exactly. You picked the worst person to use the rolling thunder on. It was Dizzy. It just has to tailwind, smoke himself, updraft everything. All the mobility he needs was available. And match point now in the hands of Hey Yakiniku from that 9-3 deficit. Clawed all the way back up. And the thing is, Kizuna was the one that won the pistols. They won the round after that.
They won everything, basically.
That secured them 11. And ever since the guns were in the hands of Hey Yakiniku, they've just been doing one foot after the other, winning round after round after round until this very moment.
Oh yeah, so 3 sets, no form of aggression this time. No one's going to be picking. There's no rolling thunder at the same time, and no ultimates in the hands of Kizuna Esports. Same goes for Hey Yakiniku, except for the fact that Shiba has the Hunter's Fury. Flying goes for the couple of pre-fire. Will not be able to connect on any. Brandon trying to take the baby steps here, but spotted out the operator is currently existing towards the C. Long instantly rotates to his A side.
Yeah,
they know for sure.
This.
They already know DXN is currently on this A. They say it's fine. But look at that, DXN, he knew. He understands that, okay, first firing miss, instantly rotates.
Yeah, they're not going to come back towards C. They know I've got the operator in my hand. Let's make my way towards this A site. So at least when I have the availability to shoot them here, they just will not expect it. They'll go for the dry peek still. Just walk in towards my crosses, and there we go. He's posted up towards long. He's ready. And he's waiting, but he's been spotted. Oh no! Shan was just not able to take down that dart in time.
Yeah, it was so unfortunate as well. Operator DXS constantly repositioning themselves. And the thing is, there's not enough time as well. So Kizuna, I mean, sure, they can try to make their way towards the C, but then there's going to be a lot of resistance. But now, engaging right on top of the A side, they got the perfect utility setup. We have DXN fall back because he cannot afford to just die a fool's death.
So he has the lockdown here. Oh, but look at the positioning from Retla. Oh my goodness. He's able to take down 2, and the numbers are slowly thinning down. Riza will be able to take down 1. It's a 2 versus 4 now.
Oh, the top of the battle, but the spike is going off. Time is running out. They're flaring, and Riza trying to do their utmost best. But last man will be Riza, but blinded through the smoke comes the blaze. And Hey Yakiniku, despite the odds, despite the disparity, they climb back, and now they're here again to take the win.
What a game coming in from these 2 players. These 2 teams, I don't even know what to say, man, but that lurk at the end of that map, the end of that last round, we saw Retla pushing up towards the middle.
And he
managed to
stay there.
He stayed there. He was able to take down one of the players who was rotating. He was actually able to take down Kimmy as well with the lockdown. And it just solidified the post plant for Hey Yakiniku. They were just confident. He thinned down the numbers, and they just slaughtered them as they tried to make their way on towards site.
And the best part about it, this entire time, right? Each of those players, including for Kizuna Esports, well, they have been keeping track and tabs on certain utilities, on certain economies for both of these 2 teams. And Rela just somewhat understand, okay, I want to try to go for the flank, but particularly try to prioritize to get rid of this potential lockdown, or at least try to flank them from the back flank. Regardless of which is the real reasoning, it will still come to full success if he gets those pickup, and he did. Shut down the lockdown, he picked up the killjoy from Kizuna Esports side. He set the pace and instantly they got choked out from all three fronts.
Oh my goodness. There was just nowhere for them to go. No such thing as a retake. They weren't even able to make their way on towards that site. Just a beautiful gameplay here. And it was just looking so great from the side of Kizuna. I think it's looking so one-sided, just like Pearl.
It's like 11-3. It was 11-3, and they climbed back 10 points in the 10 rounds in a row.
My goodness.
It's not like
a better comeback than Pearl.
I mean, yeah, I mean, of course. No, like, honestly, I'm okay. If we're talking about comeback, then sure, yeah, it's better than Pearl. But if we're talking about the fact that in terms of performances, I think the first map in particular, 13 rounds in a row, that one, from a 0-3 scoreline, they really clawed back at this. But still, there's a lot of these rounds that was more meticulous than usual. I mean, especially during the initial phase, right? I think there was many times that Dizzy couldn't get any shot. He kept falling, he kept dying, he kept losing on doing a lot for these 1v1s, especially when it comes to from crouching as well. One too many times. Was not able to find the necessary picking when he was on the defending side. But suddenly when the round just switched, that's when everything just came to place. Like for Yakiniku, like for their head, it's like as long as it's not match point, as long as the game is not over, we can still try to take this game, and that's exactly what happened. Everything just scaled up.
I mean, we saw him at what at half. He had about 2 kills,
like
2 kills, 13 deaths.
Yeah, 2 kills, 13 deaths.
It was a very bad scoreline, but as soon as he was able to plant his foot on the ground, get that rhythm back, he just went insane. Look at him. From 2-13 to 21 and 16. DXN, 7 first bloods, but unfortunately not able to close things out. I mean, I think that last round would have gone different if Shun was actually able to take down that recon towards A long, or DXN with the quick rotation towards A lobby, towards A long with the operator. You remember he got reconned out and he instantly just had to fall back.
Yeah.
If Shun was able to take down that recon, that maybe would have gone a different way.
Yeah, he tried to do a pre-fire so in hopes to get someone in the process. Honestly, that close. That close. Just that close.
That just shows how Valorant is just like a game with very small margins.
Yeah, but honestly, I'm just amazed. Dizzy, like you said, 2-13 scoreline. Now it's 21-16. Can you imagine? He 2-13, right? So he for the past 10 rounds in a row, he only died 3 times. 3 times, and he got almost 19 kills in the process. Oh man,
insane stuff. I mean,
unhinged. The man was unhinged.
This man was even more unleashed, unhinged, out of the cage. This guy right here, lurking like a beast, being able to pick up that last round, just really had so many crucial rounds. That 1v4, in towards that B site. That last round itself, he has been spectacular, hitting every single shot when the team needed him.
Yep.
25 frags, a KDA of 1.9, 300 ACS. Fantastic.
It's been really great. Like, because the thing is, it's like a lot of these fights that we're facing on Haven really didn't come down from the initial one. The initial one is a lot more about pick battles and who will drive picking, who spots who first. But the real fight really came down to the postman or during the retakes. That's where players like Red Lion and also as well from DXN or DZ tend to shine a lot more here. That they're able to play around those angles which they're holding a lot more comfortably here. So really, oh man, what
a day. What a last series.
The thing is that we didn't expect this kind of outcome or this kind of gameplay. Like we've been more used to those kind of things. A lot of bite backs, a lot of tug of war. It has always been like 1 point, then the other team will get another point for the next round. It's constantly back and forth, guys. Like pretty much like a ping pong game.
Yeah.
But this one, suddenly out of the blue, is like they're massively leading, and then suddenly out of the blue, they are not leading anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. These games, that series was just something else. It shows who they were as a team, why they're here to play, and that they are not. They're down, but they're never out. There's always going to be some signs of life, and they're always going to attempt and just try to win it out with sheer willpower.
But at the same time, this also somewhat proves my point because of the fact that there are some teams who prefer certain sides, and not because of what the map dictates which side is more better or more heavily dependent on. It's more the fact that which players actually prefer to play which side. But of course, regardless, ladies and gentlemen, this is the updated standings for our final series of today. This is, of course, going to be seeing where exactly they stand. And of course, as you guys notice, Yakiniku was able to take that win. We have our first 3-man deadlock between each other.
Definitely. We still have a week left. Another
2 days, actually.
We got today, tomorrow. We also got something on March, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, first week of
next
March.
Yeah.
Right, yes.
So there's still some signs of life here from these 3 teams. We'll see how exactly it all ends up. But this 3-way tie is just so interesting. I mean, these 3 teams are just phenomenal to watch. And it was a pleasure to be able to watch Kizuna and Yakiniku just go ham towards each other in that last one.
As I'm happy for the victory coming for Yakiniku, I'm also sad at the fact that Kizuna also was not able to take that win. I think they really fought their hardest. I think Flarian really gave him that all as the IGL and being the pillar for his team. Kimi and everyone else. And the thing is I think they really made, like I said, I still stand by my statement which I said during the pre-show, where the team I feel that had the most growth so far has been Kizuna Esports, as they are the one who was quick to realize what was the issue and adapt according to it. Although yes, there are some risks when you're delegating roles or like having role switches in like midway of the tournament itself. But Kizuna, after that switch, they had more successes, there's more wins, there's literally more fight back, and I think things has been great so far. That's why I still stand by my statement. Kizuna Esports still has one of the greatest growths here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they just have to keep it going, keep that team composition steady, keep fighting towards these other big teams, because there's massive teams on this list. You know, you can use that as experience, but nonetheless, guys, that's going to be the end of today. It was a quick 2-0 at the start, but this last one, all 3 games. I'm FaZe.
We went to this.
This is YOLO Lee. We'll see you guys tomorrow. See ya.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Attackers win. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Soul shot.
Going out. No more meddling.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Who? Player standing. Close one. Attackers win.
Turn down.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
That's done. My ultimate.
One enemy remaining.
Could have predicted this. All right.
Attacker.
One down.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Grounded. Yikes. Down. Headshot. Good.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Would have sucked.
Destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you kidding?
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has a cross.